What if Naruto can level up?
Naruto shook his head, convinced this was all a lucid dream he was experiencing. It had been 2 days since he stole the Forbidden Scroll and fought with Mizuki, and achieved his goal of becoming a genin of the Hidden Leaf. The whole experience was exhilarating enough. He deserved a rest. With a grunt, he fell back to sleep, forgetting the whole box situation instantly. Rays of light entered his small apartment as the sun began rising in the east, signifying the start of day to the entire village of Konoha. Naruto felt his eyes start to slowly blink open, yawning in satisfaction of a good night's sleep. He grinned widely as he saw Irika's headband perched bracingly on the corner of his desk. Maybe he could sleep for a bit longer. Ding! Player has slept. MP and HP restored. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as his nightmares materialized in front of him. It wasn't a dream. A genjutsu? Naruto thought, forgetting he went through the same process last night. I should have listened to Irika-sensei's class. Level 4 VIT class? What's all this? Naruto looked through all his stats in wonder. If it wasn't a genjutsu, it must be. Well, he didn't know. But he could understand a bit from the status window. His level was his current ability, and STR most likely stood for strength, but he wasn't sure. But the real question stood. Why was all this happening? New skill achieved, deduction LVL1. Huh. That's not too bad. Naruto thought with a contemplative look. So if he got better at certain skills, the level would increase? If this thing showed all the skills and talents he had, what's the issue with it? It was just like real life, but he could track his own abilities better. That was all there was to it. Yeah, definitely all there was. No issues whatsoever. Right. Jumping out of bed, Naruto prepared to dress himself. He opened his closet to reveal his infamous orange jumpsuit. Quickly putting it on, he came to realize that the blue box had disappeared. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Ding! Or not. New quest: first step to greatness created. Quest details: go to academy, get assigned to a ninja team, and become a ninja of Konoha. Quest rewards: EXP 1000, become a true ninja. Failure: dream of becoming Hokage crushed mercilessly. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Naruto's eyes widened at the conditions placed next to the failure option. Not become Hokage? Hell no! Did that mean he needed to accept the quest? And what was EXP? But considering it was in the rewards tab, it couldn't be something bad. What was wrong with accepting the quest anyways? How do I accept the quest? Damn it! I should have taken the tutorial. Yes? Quest accepted. That was easy. Time for some breakfast, Naruto said cheerfully, putting the blue box out of his mind for the moment. Irika had previously told him that tunnel visioning wouldn't be a good thing for a Hokage to do. If there was one thing the blonde was good at, it was treating things that are really important like a joke. He opened the door to his fridge, and his mood immediately brightened. Instant ramen and milk, what more could a future Hokage want? Would the player like to observe the ingredients? Observe? Sure. Items: carton of milk, a dozen pack of instant ramen. Observing. Alert! Carton of milk may contain poison. Effects include diarrhea, sickness, and overall weakness. What the? The spiky blonde shouted. Poison? He drank these regularly. Naruto checked the carton with urgency, before coming to an obvious realization. It's expired, Naruto whispered. No. After the screams of frustration died out, he decided it was best to stick with water for the day, and maybe buy some new cartons when he came back from the academy. Even though I lost some milk, this box seriously just prevented a horrible day from happening, Naruto thought seriously. He finished his breakfast in a hurry, tied on his headband, and made his way to the academy. I wonder who I'm gonna be in a team with. Well, he obviously wanted to be in a team with Sakura the most. Maybe Shikamaru or Choji. Kiba would also be alright, to be fair. Sasuke. He seriously didn't want to be in the same team as the Doge. They were rivals. Competitors. Naruto shuddered. Damn. I'm gonna be late for class. The blonde went by his usual shortcut to the academy, going by roofs, suspicious alleyways, and empty roads. Ding! Skill: running has increased by 1 level. Running is now LVL 6. Neat! Naruto thought as he rounded the final turn to the academy. He went into the building with confidence, making sure to flash his new headband to every teacher he walked past. And then he went into the class. What's Naruto doing here? Sakura asked instantly, being near the entrance when he entered. Naruto? I thought he failed. Putting on his signature grin, Naruto put a finger to his headband. I'm the future Hokage. Why are y'all so surprised? This headband is Izuka's. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that last part. You stole Iruka-sensei's headband? Kiba asked, shocked. Too far, man. No. He gave it to me. I earned it. Naruto exclaimed, quick to crush the misunderstanding. Ding! New skill achieved, public speaking LVL1. He's right, guys. Naruto swerved his head around to meet the eyes of his hero, Iruka-sensei. Tears animatedly poured from his eyes as he profusely thanked the man. After a quick reprimanding, he went to his seat. He had been waiting for this moment for 2 days. The satisfaction of proving the others wrong was more than worth the wait. If there was one thing Naruto loved, it was proving people wrong. That was one of the reasons he was becoming Hokage in the first place. His blue eyes went to the local emo, who looked ahead in contemplation, not sparing a glance to the other students, nor the fangirls sitting around him. Humph, think you're so cool? Wait till you see my new jutsu. Naruto smiled in pride as he remembered the jutsu he learned from the Forbidden Scroll. It was the first real jutsu he had ever learned, other than his also infamous henge jutsus. Last night he spent the day making clones and creating conversations with them, which, in hindsight, sounds incredibly lonely. The realization sobered his mood again. This is so boring, Naruto said out loud. When will the teams be announced? Be patient, Naruto, Iruka has shouted from the podium. First period hasn't even started yet. He needed something to appease his boredom. Where was that blue box? And there it was. The shiny, blue box appeared in front of his eyes, visible to only. Wait. Was he the only one who could see the thing? Hey Sakura! Naruto yelled to the pink-haired girl. The girl had her patented look of annoyance present on her face as she looked at Naruto. What? And nothing. An awkward pause issues shortly after. Nothing, hee, Naruto said bashfully, hand on his hair. Weirdo. So, that proved another point. Naruto was the only one who could see the shimmering blue box in front of him right now. That made him feel good, for some strange reason. He was special. Level 4, is that low or high? Naruto thought with a frown. I observe the items in my fridge. Does that mean I can observe other people? Skill, deduction has increased by a level. Deduction is now LVL2. Naruto looked at the closest student, who happened to be Shikamaru. The pineapple-headed boy was fast asleep, lightly snoring into the crook of his pale arm. Observe? What the hell? This is fake. It has to be. Naruto thought in frustration. No way Lazy Bones is higher than me. INT had to mean intelligence, if Shikamaru was so high in it. Naruto noticed how Shikamaru's chakra was also much lower than his own with satisfaction. Was that because of? Who cares, honestly? So what if he had a demon in his belly? What's the chance of it suddenly escaping? Naruto realized he didn't actually have an answer for that. So he checked Sakura next. Naruto winced at what he saw. He wasn't sure whether to celebrate or cry that he was higher than Sakura's level. But he wasn't surprised by the pink-haired girl's stats. Her fights and sparring sessions would usually end up with cat scrambles, any sense of the taijutsu they learned completely absent. Not that Naruto could be talking, he rarely used actual taijutsu in his fights either. Of course, he checked Sasuke's next. Now, Naruto wasn't dumb. He knew that Sasuke was stronger than him currently. He wouldn't be disappointed no matter how severe the difference. He angled a glare at the brooding boy. What? How? When? Naruto yelled in his mind. Sasuke was an entire 8 levels higher than him. 8. Naruto wasn't sure how to catch up. He wasn't even sure how to level up. Ding! Players can level up by gaining experience points from completing quests, or increasing levels of skills. Great! Naruto drawled. I will be announcing the teams now. Naruto's eyes widened as he immediately went into a mode of rapt attention. Even Shikamaru, for once, came out of his slumber. Most of the students had similar expressions, for valid reasons. The team you were assigned into literally had the potential to decide your future for the next few years. Most people hoped they got into teams with their friends, or people they knew were strong in some way. But Naruto just wanted to be in a team with Sakura. Ding! The player is very fortunate that intelligence levels do not decrease. Naruto's eyes twitched. He was tunnel visioned that he didn't listen to any name that wasn't his own, completely ignoring the cries and shouts of his other classmates, as the teams were announced one by one. Team 7 will include Naruto Uzumaki. Now! Sakura Haruno. Yada! Naruto shouted with joy. No way his luck came through for him in such a crucial moment. For someone with luck points of a mere 1, Naruto was thoroughly impressed with himself. And Sasuke Uchiha. Shinaro. Oh no. My first impression of you is, you all are annoying. Naruto's sweat dropped. This guy was their Jonin sensei? Truth be told, even he didn't expect his prank to work on the man. Tall, silver-haired, and face mask on, their sensei looked quite exotic, and if it weren't for the Jonin vest he carried, Naruto wouldn't be surprised if Kakashi wasn't even from their village. He could tell that Sasuke was judging their sensei with detailed scrutiny as well, if the boy's narrowed eyes were any sign. Sakura just looked pissed. But he knew a quick way to check whether their sensei was capable or not. Observe. Observing. Naruto smirked. Time to see whether this old man is the real deal or not. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Naruto gaped in shock. This means our sensei is seriously strong. It seemed there were some limits to the blue box thing. The blonde looked up to their sensei in a new light. Would player like a partial observation? Damn it! Naruto mumbled to himself, drawing a strange look from Sasuke. Copy ninja? What does that mean? Well, Kakashi sighed. Let's start with introductions. Like what? Sakura asked. Likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams, and more. Then why don't you start first? You're our sensei, after all, Naruto asked in wonder. For once, I agree with Naruto, Sakura grumbled. Kakashi put a hand on his chin. Naruto felt his hands start to twitch in annoyance. He had a feeling that their sensei would do this a lot. And the blonde was definitely not patient in any way, shape, or form. Alright. I'm Kakashi Hatake. I have no desire to tell you kids about my likes and dislikes. Dreams? I mean, I have a lot of hobbies, I guess? Naruto waited for him to continue. And waited. That's it. Naruto blurted out. Sakura looked peeved. He just said his name. Kakashi sighed again. Well, that's over. Your turn. Never slow to respond, Naruto went next. I'll do it. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are cup ramen. But the ramen Irika sensei gets me at Ichiraku's is even better. Dislikes. Waiting for the instant ramen to cook is definitely annoying. If only I could decrease the time to 1 minute instead. My dream is simple. One day, I'm gonna surpass the old man as Hokage and make everyone in the lead acknowledge me with respect. Databeo. Hobbies. Pranking is pretty fun. Skill. Public speaking has increased by a level. Public speaking is now LVL2, Kakashi nodded. Cool. Next? So Sasuke went on a tangent about how he wanted to kill a certain someone. Definitely trying to act cool. Naruto thought, seeing through the whole facade. I'm definitely not scared that he might be talking about me. Best to keep some distance for a while just in case, though. Sakura went next. Typical fangirl stuff. I thought you were on my side, Sakura. The blonde whined in his head. Maybe. My efforts are hopeless. Ding! Intelligence has increased by 1 level. Naruto tried not to cry on the spot. Kakashi giggled randomly. What? Sakura asked. Well, to be honest, I've been keeping a secret from you guys. And trust me, you won't like it. Secret? Do you really think you can become a genin from doing 3-week jutsus? There's another exam. Or training, rather. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 become genin. The rest. Back to the academy. Tell me, Sakura, what is the failure rate for this exam? The girl in question gulped. 66%. That's not fair at all. You know how much I work to master those jutsus? Naruto bellowed. Kakashi had an air of indifference. Then maybe you're not ready to become a ninja yet. Naruto's gaze hardened. Well, whatever. I'll beat whatever training you put up, sensei. It wouldn't bode well to call me sensei, since you most likely will be going back to the academy soon. Well, that's the reason I called you sensei to begin with. You better get used to my voice, sensei, 'cause you're gonna hear it a lot more soon, Databeo. Naruto boomed, his voice dripping with confidence. Okay. Well, either way, tomorrow we will be having survival training on the field. Bring all of your tools. And make sure to skip breakfast, I don't want you to throw up on the freshly cut grass. Take these handouts, the details are printed. Naruto quickly took the handout, memorizing all the details in a hurry. CYA. And with a final peace sign, their sensei disappeared in a swirl of leaves. I need to learn that jutsu. The blonde's mind was set on a new goal. He needed to pass whatever training Kakashi set on them. No matter what it takes. Even if he had to forfeit all of his ramen packs. Kami forbid it comes to that. What's so tough about the training anyways? Naruto was hyped to show his new jutsu to everyone, maybe even knock Kakashi-sensei down a peg or two. Naruto looked at the other two, wondering what they thought of everything. Are you guys going to train or something? Naruto asked. Sakura had already left. Sasuke still sat, hands crossed in a brooding state, staring into the handout in his hands. Naruto shrugged, he needed to train as well, might as well go home and do some exercises. Push-ups? Sit-ups? Maybe I'll fight with some dummies. Ding! New quest. Learning the Uchiha created. Quest details. Challenge Sasuke to a spar. Quest rewards. EXP 400. Learn the Uchiha Taijutsu style, and increase Taijutsu level by 2. Failure. Dream of becoming a ninja crushed mercilessly. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Spar? Now? Naruto thought incredulously. He looked at the failure tab. Yeah, there was no escaping this. It was almost like the system was forcing him to fight Sasuke right now. Besides, he got some rewards in the meanwhile. 400 experience sounded good to him, especially considering the fact that his previous quest never came to fruition because of Kakashi's intended training. He might as well accept. Hey Sasuke, Naruto greeted, trying to act as friendly as possible. The smile on his face was almost painful as he stretched it to the utmost limit. HN. Naruto resisted the urge to punch the other boy in the nose. Since we have a training session tomorrow. How about we spar? We can practice for a bit. Sasuke didn't look up from the printout. No thanks. I'm not going to get any training from the dead last. I need to persuade him, even if it requires a lot of goading on my part. Dead last? Not anymore. I learned a new jutsu, believe it. Please get interested. Sasuke looked up at last. And that is? Naruto grinned. He put 2 fingers together in a cross sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a succession of poofs and smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared next to Naruto, each of them holding up a thumbs-up sign. Sasuke snorted. Humph. Some clones, so? Naruto's eyes glimmered. He'd expected that reaction. In an instant, he threw a punch at his clone. The clone caught it in the bare of his palm a second later. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. Fine, I'll guess you and your clones could be good target practice. Where should we spar, Dobe? The blonde just wanted to get this over with and gain the points, and didn't want to extend the spar for too long. Right here, right now. Sasuke immediately switched to his basic taijutsu stance. HN. No matter how many jutsus you learn, I'll always beat you, Naruto. The result is inevitable. Maybe you can beat me for now, I'll admit it. But can you beat 5 of me together? Naruto grinned smugly as he placed his fingers on top of each other. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 more Narutos appeared beside the already present 3. The roof they were fighting on was pretty small, so Naruto couldn't really go all out like he did against Mizuki. It wouldn't be appropriate to do so for a spar anyways. Naruto rushed forward along with his clones for the first punch. The raven-haired boy quickly parried it with the side of forearm, before delivering a shot right to Naruto's stomach. The blonde took the blow head-on. While Sasuke was fast, he wasn't the strongest. In fact, Naruto felt like he and Sasuke were on even terms in terms of strength alone. Scanning. Before his opponent delivered another knee to the crook of his chin, his clones instantly jumped onto the boy. One grabbed his leg, and the others grabbed Sasuke's upper body. Sasuke immediately crouched, before delivering a sweeping kick to all of the clones behind him. He flipped into the air, at the same time dodging a hook from the real Naruto, which ended up landing on one of his own clones. Poof. 4 left. With the space he now had, Sasuke immediately went into a series of hand signs. Naruto's eyes widened. A jutsu? Get him. You got it, boss. The 4 dashed to their opponent, issuing a devastating kick to the boy's jaw. But it never landed. The Uchiha became a fountain of smoke instead. You think you're the only one who could make a clone? Solid or not, it serves the same purpose. Behind us. A kick dug itself into Naruto's gut as the blonde grunted in pain shortly after. Sasuke glared. There's more to a spar than just straight-out brawling, Naruto. Duck. Dodge. Weave. Punch. Poof. 3 left. Taijutsu is the basis of fighting for all shinobi, and if you don't even know that, you don't need a spot on my team, Sasuke stated, as if it were fact. Another clone barged towards the Uchiha, not at all heeding the words that were spoken. Sasuke spun. A foot flew through the air and viciously tagged the clone in the cheek, destroying the clone entirely. Only a single clone left. Scanning complete. Does player wish to learn Uchiha clan taijutsu? Yes/no. Yes, do something stupid system. Naruto groaned, holding his stomach in pain. New skill achieved, Uchiha clan taijutsu LVL1. Instantly, a wave of knowledge entered him. No, a tsunami. Fighting stances he never learned, experience he never gained, and technique he never worked for. Punches, kicks, spins, flips, dodges. Naruto relived everything in a span of a second. And he didn't feel remorse for a second. He felt a sudden urge to laugh, but fought it down. The blonde, who was always smiling and laughing, just felt the sheer addictiveness of having power in one's fingertips. It was so easy, so unfair. His last clone died out. Naruto fell into a stance, one that the Uchiha was very familiar with. Sasuke's eyes widened, before narrowing once more. Copying your opponents, I thought you had more shame than that, dope. Doesn't matter, like I said, the result is inevitable. They rushed forward again, but something in the air was different. Naruto was moving completely differently, the bulky, rigid movement seen before not visible once in the current bout. Sasuke didn't notice. The second he threw a jab at the blonde, Naruto countered. Naruto spun in the air, landing a reverse roundhouse on the unsuspecting opponent. Sasuke grunted as he was knocked back a few feet. Naruto stood, shocked. He just landed a clean hit on Sasuke. Growling, Sasuke Uchiha went on the offensive. He leaped into the air, aiming all of his momentum onto Naruto's head with his legs. Sasuke realized how blue Naruto's eyes were for the first time. Naruto had jumped at the same time. Staring back into the eyes of his rival, Naruto threw an elbow straight into his back, sending the Uchiha to the ground. Without even looking at his face, Naruto could tell Sasuke was mad. No, furious. In an instant, Naruto was on the back foot once again. While he learned Sasuke's taijutsu, it was only a beginner version of it. A mere imitation, not the actual thing. He had a tiny shred of muscle memory embedded into him, but it wasn't the same as the blood, sweat, and tears Sasuke had put into making his own style. He lacked the same finesse and agility Sasuke utilized while fighting, due to his unfamiliarity with the style in general. The duel continued, and Naruto began to realize he was going to lose. It was almost like Sasuke was predicting his movements. That's when it hit him. Sasuke was able to predict his movements because it was his own style. He needed to revert back. Putting his hands into the correct position, he bellowed out, "Shadow Clone Jut." Sasuke ripped into his hands and pulled them apart, before immediately kneeing him immediately after. Naruto lost. I don't know what you did to copy me, and I'll admit, it intrigued me a little. But like I said multiple times, the result is inevitable. This spar is over, Sasuke said arrogantly, putting his hands in his pockets, and began walking towards the exit. Naruto laid on his back, panting heavily as the exhaustion crept to him. But he wouldn't let the jerk get the last word. You won this time, Sasuke. The result may have been inevitable. And you might have beaten me without using any jutsu. But I saw you clutching your army managed to hurt you. That's a victory for now, Dadabayo. Naruto shouted, hand to air. He didn't hear any response, but he knew the Uchiha was listening. He noted his level with dismay. There was still a long way to go before he came to Sasuke's level, but he was getting there, at least. The number of attribute points he had was disappointing too, especially since he finally learned what they were after asking the system. The points could increase once of his stats immediately, no hard work needed. Yes, please. But he wasn't exactly sure what to put it on. Considering he had an extremely important task in a few hours, he needed to do something quick. And when in doubt, go with your gut instinct. Was it really a surprise that the Jinchuriki would put his only attribute point on strength? Hey, blue box. Put the point into strength. Naruto thought. Ding! Attribute point has been used. Strength has been increased by 1 point. Naruto grinned widely. Time to knock Kakashi down the humongous peg he was on. Naruto flexed his muscles, trying to see whether the strength attribute really did anything. For one, he couldn't feel anything at all, but did people really feel their muscles growing as they got stronger? Could he really trust the system to power up his strength instantly? Sakura scoffed as she looked away. Not again, Naruto. For once, the knucklehead ninja stayed silent. The pink-haired girl raised an eyebrow in surprise, before looking ahead again. If Sasuke noticed the change in Naruto's behavior, he didn't mention it. Some would say that Naruto had matured, and had seen the difference between him and Sasuke's level, thus making him determined to improve and prove himself in the test Kakashi would oppose them. But the real reason Naruto was confusedly quiet was because of the Uchiha stats. This bastard leveled up as well? Naruto thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. What would it do to catch up for once? Was it really impossible to beat a prodigy like Sasuke? Were they really on two different levels? Naruto brushed those thoughts aside. No, he will catch up to his rival, no matter what it takes. And that started with beating Kakashi's training, and becoming a genin for real. Good morning, Kakashi said, a peace sign in the air. You're late. Sakura yelled with an accusing finger at their aloof sensei. Gentle breezes of wind passed through the training sector, bringing along with it a cozy smell of pine. And the familiar sound of bells? You'll have until noon to take these bells from me, which is why the clock is set up right here. Whichever of you are unable to get a bell will get no lunch either. Should have eaten breakfast, huh? Sakura's face twisted into newly found vengeance as she glared at Kakashi, hand on her stomach. Even Sasuke looked annoyed. Naruto just blinked. Since there's only 2 bells, one of you definitely will be tied to a tree stump here. Predictably, of course, the person without a bell fails immediately back to academy lessons with your previous teachers. Fortunately, you are allowed to use your shuriken and other tools. I want you guys to come at me with the intention of killing. Ding! New quest. Jingle bells created. Quest details. Manage to touch one of Kakashi's bells. Quest rewards. EXP 600 Kakashi's respect, Sasuke's respect. Failure. Stay as a weakling for the rest of your life. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. That's an easy choice. Yes. Touch one of his bells? Naruto didn't care how high of a level Kakashi was, he wasn't just going to touch them, he was going to take one for himself. Isn't that dangerous for you? Sakura asked, voice laced with worry. Don't worry, Sakura, I'll go easy on sensei, Naruto said, grinning. Naruto. Kakashi remained impassive. It's often said that the weakest dog tends to bark the loudest. Mr. Deadlast here is testament to that. You guys can start when. Naruto lunged at Kakashi with his kunai at point-blank range, eager to cut up their sensei for the bells. I haven't said start yet. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized there was no one in front of him. Too fast. However, I like the eagerness in you trying to kill me. We'll be starting now. Ready? Start. The blonde dashed a bit away, but not as much as Sakura and Sasuke, who ended up hiding in the trees. I need to get the bells and the EXP while I'm still at max capacity. No time like the present. I'm right here, sensei. Fight me if you can. Naruto shouted, hands crossed in his arms. Kakashi sighed. You're not like the other two, are you? That's damn right. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. Naruto stopped talking before he blitzed towards the silver-haired jonin, but immediately took a step back when he saw the man draw into his pockets. All right, Mr. Hokage. I know I'm not your sensei yet, but I'll give you some lessons for free. Ninja Fighting Lesson 1 Taijutsu. Kunai? Shuriken? Katana? A book? Naruto struggled to get out, eyebrows raised to their limit. No, there has to be more, right? Maybe it's a book with a bunch of secret jutsus. Yeah, that's it. Observe. Observing. Observation successful. Item name, Ichi Ichi Paradise, Volume 1. Item details, written by one of the legendary Sannin, the gallant Jiraiya. The Ichi Ichi Paradise series is a best-selling franchise known for its perverse and entertaining storytelling. Naruto felt his anger bloom instantly. You pervert. Put that down, you're fighting me. Ah. You recognize this book? Interesting. Nonetheless, it will make no difference if I fight you reading or not. Naruto pushed off his feet, lunging towards Kakashi with a kick. The man lazily lifted up one hand, catching his foot with a thud before ducking over the other kick Naruto sent his way, and at the same time flipping a page of his book. Is this the difference between me and a jonin? Naruto thought incredulously. He needed Sasuke's taijutsu again. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL1 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. He aimed another punch at Kakashi, only to realize he was missing. A ninja should never be caught from the back, idiot, Kakashi monotoned. Naruto, move! He's going to kill you! Sakura yelled from somewhere among the trees. Naruto didn't need to hear it twice. The moment he heard Kakashi's voice, he already started moving. Kakashi's fingers touched the empty, cold air. The blonde had somersaulted right into a position behind Kakashi. Taijutsu? Do you really want taijutsu? Here we go then, sensei! Naruto yelled, getting into a stance. Kakashi looked peeved that his attack missed. Ah man. I seriously wanted to get you with that, brat. Wow, cool pose. I feel like I recognize that from somewhere. The only thing you should recognize is my fist, Naruto said, running towards the man. That was very corny. Naruto gave a leading punch to Kakashi's stomach. The Jonin, as always, caught it with his left hand, but was surprised when Naruto immediately issued a reverse roundhouse right after. To Sakura, it seemed as if Naruto got faster, but that was about it. To Sasuke and Kakashi, they both knew that something had changed in Naruto's style completely. His movements were quicker, more fluid, and focused on the brute strength of each attack. In fact, it surprised Sasuke even more than Kakashi. When Naruto first copied his style yesterday itself, he was inexperienced, and he didn't think too much of it. But then came the scary part. Naruto was improving. With every strike, punch, and kick, he was becoming more and more like the real thing. Maybe Sasuke should. The roundhouse managed to hit Kakashi's shoulder, who grabbed onto his leg in response. Not wanting to get grappled to the ground, Naruto pushed off the Jonin's shoulder before his grasp could reach his ankles and hung in the air, making a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kakashi threw shuriken at the exact same time. Smoke surrounded him, covering Kakashi's side of Naruto. More clones appeared next to him, already knowing what to do. Grabbing both his legs, they pushed him directly towards Kakashi like a missile. Ding! New skill achieved, Battle Strategics LVL1. The bells are mine, sensei. Naruto's initial idea was to dive for the bells and pray to Kami he would catch Kakashi by surprise, but his body told him something different. He feinted a hammer fist straight to the man's head, before ducking to his legs, and at the same time swiping his hand towards the bells. A brief jingle was heard. Ding! Quest, Jingle Bells completed. Rewards, EXP 600 Kakashi's respect, Sasuke's respect. Dexterity has increased by a level. Skill, Taijutsu has increased by a level. Taijutsu is now LVL4. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu is now LVL2. Naruto rolled forward as Kakashi moved at the last second, completely negating his final drive to get the bells. Your file didn't mention any studies of Taijutsu, yet it's obvious you have some practice in it. I wonder where you learned it from. Well, I guess I can't go easy on you either, can I? Kakashi asked, before running towards the blonde with moderate speed. Naruto panted as he brought himself back to position. He needed to get the bells no matter what. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. A torrent of hot, viscous fire erupted into the field before him, covering Naruto's entire vision with ruby reds, oranges, and yellow. His skin flared threateningly, the temperatures reaching dangerously high levels even though it wasn't too near him. The supply of fire eventually died out, leaving the scorched grass underneath it to mourn. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Naruto, Sasuke said, appearing beside the blonde. What was that? Naruto asked, awed by the jutsu used by the Uchiha. The raven-head boy stared blankly ahead. Just a jutsu. Why did Sasuke come? This Jonin, he's too strong to beat right now. While it sounds pitiful to team up with the dead last, we need to if we want to win, Sasuke said, eyes lighting up in frustration. What about Sakura? Naruto questioned. She's going to slow us down. It's best we don't. Sakura. We're right here. Come quickly. Let's team up to beat Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yelled, putting his hands around his mouth. Sasuke shook his head. Is this really the guy who I saw fighting just now? He thought with a grimace. You realize there's only 2 bells? Sasuke challenged. Yeah, but I want her to also have an equal chance to get the bell while we can. Naruto squinted his eyes, looking in every direction possible. Where is Kakashi? All he saw was the green expanse of grass which faded away into the forest of trees around them. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto said, summoning a dozen clones around him. 6 of you stay put. The others go scout for Sakura and bring her here. You got it. What happens if she doesn't want to come? one of his clones asked while saluting. Naruto scratched his hair. Oh. Just say Sasuke is here as well. His clones dispersed after that. Sasuke felt his eye twitching, but ignored the sensation to focus on the situation at hand. His eyes widened as he heard the faintest of trembles underneath him. Jump! Sasuke yelled. Naruto did exactly that, dodging a hand that came out of the ground. Kakashi was here. The number one of the village, Uchiha. You might be interesting. Sasuke stared back, taking 2 steps to the front, staying silent. I might not be able to read while facing you two, a shame, I was just getting to the good part. Ninja Fighting Lesson 3 Ninjutsu. Kakashi began weaving through a sequence of jutsus, his hands becoming a blur. Let's go, Sasuke. Naruto realized for the first time how fast the Uchiha was. He was running at his maximum speed, but Sasuke was already a few steps ahead of him. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Cohesive balls of water collected together, and threw themselves at Sasuke and Naruto, forcing the two to split apart to avoid the attacks. Okay, he dodged the attack. Now, Naruto wasn't sure what to do next. The academy never taught them to fight against ninjas of this caliber, let alone jutsus other than the basic clone. But maybe that was all he needed. Sasuke! Naruto! A voice yelled from behind them. His clones disappeared with a poof, and the whole interaction with Sakura suddenly filled his head. How did that happen? Shaking his head, Naruto slowed down a bit so the girl could catch up. Sakura came to him, panting and hands on her knees. Are you and Sasuke teaming up? Ding! New quest, Prodigy created. Quest details, steal one of Kakashi's bells. Quest rewards, EXP 1500. New skill, title, Prodigy of Konoha. Failure, not applicable. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no, hell yeah. Naruto thought with a grin. He had no idea what the title even meant, but Prodigy of Konoha sounded awesome. And the 1500 EXP was the highest reward he ever saw from a quest yet. Completing this quest would probably make him level up one more time, which also meant another attribute point. This was all without mentioning the random skill he would receive. And to steal one of Kakashi's bells, he needed all the help he could get. Yeah, for now. We probably are gonna need to work together if we want to beat Kakashi. Who cares about failing right now? Naruto said, trying to inspire confidence in Sakura. I guess. But if we fail, we're going back to the academy. Sakura shuddered. Like I said, let's worry about that later, Databao. Ding! New skill achieved, Persuasion LVL1. Naruto looked ahead, where Sasuke was engaging with the Jonin already. Crap, I need to go. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto repeated. 8 or so clones appeared next to him, looking at their boss for orders. Sakura, listen. I'm going to have these clones henge as you, and enter the fight. You have to sneak in with them, and once the chance comes, just take the bells, Naruto urged with a yanking motion of his hands. Battle Strategics increased by a level. Battle Strategics is now LVL2. Sakura nodded before her eyes widened as Naruto's clones became identical copies of her with one hand sign. Naruto could feel the physical strain the technique had on his chakra levels. To keep the henge active for a long time, you had to maintain a physical transformation by supplying a continuous stream of chakra, something which was hard enough by itself. And now Naruto had to do with 8 clones, all at the same time. For a regular genin, or even a regular jonin, this would be outright impossible to think about, and would immediately lead to chakra exhaustion, but Naruto was different. Follow me, Naruto issued. Both of Kakashi's eyebrows raised as he saw multiple Sakuras led by one Naruto running towards him, before he blocked another punch by Sasuke. Naruto made his way into the fight. Uzumaki Naruto is here! The Sakura army cried out at once, mimicking his actions. Naruto couldn't even tell that one of them was Sakura. Sasuke leaped back as he missed another kick to Kakashi, who honestly looked irritated at this point. His hands began moving in a quick succession. You kids are seriously starting to get annoying. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. A beast of water arose from the river behind Kakashi, shaping and transforming into a colossal dragon that glared at them angrily, the water body missing the serenity and calmness of an ocean entirely, instead similar to the rapid, relentless aggression of a speedy river. The clones doubled back before they started running back in a vain attempt to escape, but the beast hunted its prey with precision, the power of the sheer amount of water immediately destroying the clones on contact. Naruto could only gape as his plans turned immediately into shackles. But not yet. Not all of it was ruined. To think I had to use that jutsu on clones. Shut up! Naruto shouted boldly, lunging for a kick at Kakashi. The kick missed due to Kakashi quickly tilting to the side, but Naruto didn't stop there. He bent his torso downwards so that his hand could reach the ground, before pushing outwards so he could get the necessary acceleration to catch Kakashi's body in a deadlock with his open legs. MP has been drained. Uchiha-style taijutsu LVL2 disabled. Doesn't matter, I don't need it right now either way. His legs clamped around Kakashi like a scissor on a piece of metal, trying its best to cut it open. Sasuke came in at the right moment, sweeping Kakashi's leg with a kick of his own. Naruto felt himself tumble to the grassy floor with Kakashi, who struggled to get out of the lock with Sasuke on his legs and Naruto on his arms. Sakura, now! Naruto screamed, the strain on his legs becoming unbearable. Sakura appeared out of nowhere, presumably, and slid past Kakashi's body with her hand outwards, grasping the bells along the way. Shanaru! They did it! They beat a Jonin. An actual Jonin! Naruto laughed in joy as he let go of his hold on Kakashi, scrambling to his legs. The adrenaline that filled his blood didn't leave, pushing his excitement to even higher levels. Did his plan actually work? I told you, Kakashi, I told you! I guess you're our sensei now after all, haha. Kakashi patted his shoulders, swiping away a strand of grass that stuck to his uniform. Congratulations, I didn't expect that, to be honest. Now, who will Sakura give the other bell to? Naruto's smile dissipated. It finally registered that the notification for completing his quest never popped up. Kakashi continued mercilessly. As I said, only 2 of you pass. Regardless of whether all 3 of you manage to work together or not. Sakura? What's your decision? Sakura's face looked extremely uncomfortable as she took a look at the bells in her hand. Her gaze softened when she saw Sasuke, who didn't even spare her a glance, preferring to look at the grass below him. Her face became even more worried as she looked at Naruto, who seemed just as equally uncomfortable. 2 can't make the decision, Kakashi-sensei, she said at last. Why not? Kakashi inquired. It's wrong. In this type of field, we have to make decisions such as these to survive, Sakura. Did your academy not teach things like this? Facts? Sacrifices will be made in the middle of missions which were supposed to go on perfectly. And lives are sometimes the cost that makes sure a mission succeeds. Kakashi's eyes hardened. We aren't the keepers of peace or any childish notion you may have assumed during academy. We're shinobi. Kakashi pointed to somewhere off in the distance. Over there, there's a stone. Countless names of shinobi who were considered heroes of the village are carved on it, so it's not a normal stone by any means. My best friend's name is on it as well. This. Where is this going? Naruto thought sadly. My best friend. He sacrificed himself so that I could live. Do you really think you would be able to make such decisions on the battlefield? With that said, you guys shouldn't just give up on this training session, you should quit thinking of becoming a shinobi entirely. What? Naruto roared in outrage. What did they even do to deserve such a thing? Poof. Sakura yelped as the bells in her hand disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen either. Did we just get played? That was probably why the quest notification never came up. Naruto realized. Where the hell did the old man? Boo! Naruto screamed as Kakashi's face poked out from underneath his legs. You're not the only one who can use shadow clones, Naruto. Kakashi quickly revealed himself entirely from the earth. You guys. Pass. What the? Naruto wasn't sure whether he should be happy or just relieved at this point. Sakura seemed to think the same, her expression still looking scarred with the whole talk from Kakashi earlier. Truth be told. Kakashi started, before chuckling immediately after. What? Sakura asked feebly. Truth be told. You guys passed the moment Naruto appeared with his Sakura clones. A shinobi must see underneath the underneath. The whole point of this test was to test your teamwork, not whether you got the bells or not, which you obviously didn't. I think this is the fastest any team has passed the bell test, so congratulations. Kakashi said, eyes narrowed into a smile. Naruto raised his hand. So everything you said before is the complete truth. We shinobi are tools for our village to use freely. However, Sakura's decision, or lack thereof, isn't to be condemned. In the shinobi world, those who break the rules are scum, that's true. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. The silence after his words hung in the almost tangible tension in the air. Damn, he's seriously cool. Naruto thought, awe filling his eyes. I'm gonna be like that someday though. Kakashi raised a thumbs up to the air. Nice. Starting from tomorrow, Team 7 will debut as an official Shinobi team. Ding! Quest, Prodigy failed. Quest, First step to greatness completed. Rewards, EXP 1000, become a true ninja. Naruto could only grin as he was flooded with notifications. I guess I didn't level up? Congratulations. You leveled up. Player is now LV6. Never mind. 1 attribute point gained. New title, Genin of Konoha achieved. Title, Genin of Konoha increases all stats by 5% while doing missions assigned by Konoha. Naruto had a lot more learning to do all over again. And then I dashed towards Kakashi, and trapped him between my legs, then boom! Sasuke comes and sweeps him to the floor, and Sakura comes in the end to take the bells in one sweep. Naruto finished telling his tale to the other genin around him. Everyone looked to Sakura, who shyly nodded in confirmation. Ah man. You guys seem to have a cool test. All we did was fight for a bit, and Asuma-sensei made us pass, Choji said, chowing down on the barbecue, or what was remaining of it. Shikamaru sighed. Yeah, it was troublesome. It's not like you did much anyways, Ino quipped back. Where's Sasuke? Kiba asked pointedly. Naruto shrugged. He said he couldn't come. He had tried persuading the Uchiha, but his persuasion level was only at a mere level 1 for now. To celebrate all of the genin passing, Kiba had announced a party at his family-owned restaurant, Inazuka Grill. Naruto was just glad he didn't need to pay. His wallet was already suffering from the ramen he bought without Irika to pay for him. Well, if Sasuke isn't here, I'm calling total BS on that whole scene you narrated, Naruto, Kiba said, crossing his arms. Akamaru barked in agreement before returning to the ois of meat below him. What? You have to believe me, man. I was so cool. Shino, you believe me, right? Shino stayed quiet as always, before he shrugged his shoulders. To believe you, Naruto, Hinata said, her voice as timid as ever. Thank you, Hinata. Finally, someone with a brain in your team. Hinata blushed before going back to her food. The rest of the party went along swiftly, everyone enjoying the food and the company as well. With missions and the whole workload that came with being a shinobi, they probably won't see each other out once again for a long time. Just as all the teams started to leave, with Kiba staying, of course, Naruto called for a specific someone. Shikamaru! The spiky-haired boy looked back, before telling his teammates goodbye. Naruto led him to a place a bit far away from the restaurant, but not anymore to look suspicious. What? Shikamaru asked, putting his hands into his pockets. Okay, now that that's done. How do I break this to him? Fine, listen here. There's this scenario. Okay, this isn't working. How do I explain this? Shikamaru yawned. Look, Naruto. I'm super tired already, make it quick, man. Let's first assume you can categorize a person's characteristics? Yeah, characteristics, into numbers. So, like strength into a 4 or 6, speed into 8 or 9, and more. Shikamaru's eyes lightened a bit. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I can infer a bit. What are the types of characteristics? It's related to battle, mostly. There's strength, vitality, intelligence, wisdom, and luck, and I think speed. Interesting. What is this all for? Naruto expected this question to come. It's for a game I'm trying to make. A game? Yeah. Shikamaru looked at him incredulously. Alright. So where do you think I would scale on intelligence in your game? Naruto noted with glee that Shikamaru was level 6 just like him. You would be around 13, I guess, Naruto stated. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. And you? 5. Naruto whispered with shame. Modest. I'm also surprised you're so certain about the numbers. I've thought of it before. I definitely don't have anything telling me all of this. So the game is some kind of role-playing thing? I've seen something like it before, I think. But regardless, why did you call me here? It certainly wasn't to boost my ego. The blonde nodded. Alright. So the player gets a card which allows them to automatically increase one of their stats by 1 point from time to time. Which stat would you increase? Stat as in one of the characteristics? Okay. I would increase my intelligence. Damn. I should have done that instead of putting the other one in strength. But at least I know what to do with this attribute point. Shikamaru hummed thoughtfully. But if the character is a shinobi, it would certainly be better to have a balanced approach, no? Naruto looked up hopefully. Since the card comes from time to time as you put it, it would be more useful to branch the card out to all characteristics, rather than hyper-focusing on one. How so? Naruto asked, genuinely curious. Think about it, we're shinobi. We get stuck in all types of positions in any mission. Say we do increase our intelligence to a genius level, but will our strength be available to support us during a one-on-one fight? With too much strength, on the other hand, how do we make plans to use that ability? We require intelligence. Theoretically, the best shinobi would have the highest and the most balanced stats, as you say. So it would be better to increase the stats you're low in at the start, and work from there. This guy is seriously smart, Naruto thought, impressed by his thought process. Thanks, Shikamaru, you seriously helped me out, Naruto said, grinning. Shikamaru shrugged. No problem, but you owe me now. Damn right. Naruto waited until he was sure no one was around him before he opened his status window. Shikamaru said to balance it out, my vitality is high already. My luck is really low, but increasing that is just boring. Wisdom. I'm already wise enough, right? Best to go with. Intelligence. Attribute point has been used. Intelligence has been increased by 1 point. This is so amazing. Naruto whispered between chuckles, a sudden urge to laugh in celebration overcoming him. He pointed at the stone monument overlooking the entire village. Their carved faces made to inspire and fuel the will of fire among the citizens of Konoha during the darkest of times. Forget surpassing the old man. I'm gonna surpass all of you. The first, the second, the third, and the fourth. Naruto Uzumaki, the fifth Hokage, believe it! New skill achieved, Will of Fire LVL1. Do you have eyes on the target? Kakashi asked. Yes, it's 3 meters away, Naruto responded on his walkie-talkie. Don't mess up, Naruto, Sakura said from elsewhere. Alright, I'll count you down. Don't make a single speck of noise. 3, 2, 1. Go! Naruto leaped out of his hiding spot to trap the target, his shadow clones doing the exact same. YHHHHH, Naruto yelled as he jumped onto the target with all of his might, covering its furry body with the combined weight of both his clones. The cat shrieked and clawed him as Naruto grabbed its arms and legs and held it towards its chest. Is it Tora? Sasuke asked, coming out of the tree behind him. Observe. Observing. Observation successful. Name, Tora. Title, The Lost Cat of Konoha. Level, LV3. Naruto leaned the cat to the right, pretending he didn't know it was Tora already. Ribbon on the left ear, yep, it's him. Ding! Quest, Finding Tora completed. Rewards, EXP 50. An entire week of doing drank missions was painful to the mind and the body. Naruto hadn't leveled up once, and his taijutsu never increased any levels. So far, training with Kakashi was more like doing chores than actual training. The skill scouting was now level 5, even though it didn't really matter much. Funnily enough, that was the highest level in any skill he had so far. But considering that all he did for the past week was scout for lost items and other random activities, it kind of made sense. Team 7 went to the Hokage's office to drop off the cat right after. Madame Shirjimi, the wife of the fire daimyo, profusely thanked them before enveloping her cat in a bone-crushing hug. Naruto felt slightly bad, but also knew that the cat deserved it for the torture it put them through. Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke before reading out their next mission. Team 7's next duties are babysitting an elder's grandson, shopping in the neighborhood village, and helping dig some potatoes in the local farm. Naruto was quick to retaliate, tired of all the random chores being given to them. Hell no, old man. Missions are supposed to be cool, not babysitting your grandson. Sasuke raised an eyebrow with how Naruto talked back to the Hokage himself. I never said it was. Please give us a better one. Naruto exclaimed loudly, his eyes hopeful. Not only were the missions they were currently doing boring, he needed some quests that give more experience, so he could level up. He could tell Sakura and Sasuke agreed with him. Naruto, you're only a rookie genin. You're not the only one doing this work, even the Hokage himself started from these duties, Iruka barked at him from the desk. It doesn't matter. Please just give us some better missions. Naruto. As genin, drank missions are all you really get. But alright, I'll make an exception. Naruto looked up in surprise. Skill, Persuasion increased by a level. Persuasion is now LVL2. I can manage to give you a crank. An escort and protection mission of a certain someone. Alright, that sounds more fun already. Hiruzen tapped once on his desk. Come inside. And came out the door was a tall man with a black, sleeveless shirt wrapped with a towel, and loose scad pants below it. He had a bottle of alcohol in his left hand, clearly sounding drunk already. With a small, gray goatee, and tiny glasses, he looked like one of the shady grandpas back in Konoha. Kids? Some brats are protecting me? Especially the short, blonde one. Are you really a genin? Shut up, drunkard. Naruto started, but wilted against Kakashi's glare. The man pushed his glasses up. I am an expert bridge builder by the name of Tazuna. I will require your protection until I get back to my country and finish up a bridge. Ding! New quest, Protection of Tazuna created. Quest details, keep Tazuna alive until the bridge is complete. Quest rewards, EXP 3000 class, title? Failure, death. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. 3000? Hell yeah. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, drunkard, the future Hokage is protecting you. Let's go! Naruto shouted out, hands to the air. They were officially out of Konoha, way past the large gates that guarded his village. Why are you so excited? Sakura asked. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I've never been outside of the village, so it's interesting. Title, Genin of Konoha is currently applicable for increased stats. Equip title, Genin of Konoha? Yes/no. Yes, please. Naruto thought to himself. 5% didn't sound like much but was useful nonetheless. Tazuna scoffed. Are you really a shinobi, kid? I'm starting to fear for my own safety. Humph, you're somewhat shady yourself, old man. If Naruto's observation skill was higher, he would have noticed the slight widening of Tazuna's eyes at his words, or the brief twitching of his long, calloused fingers. Kakashi did, however. Tazuna-san, you're from Wave Country? Sakura asked curiously. Tazuna looked at her appraisingly. Yes, I am. Sensei, there aren't any shinobi in Wave, is there? No, but that's better for us in the long run. There won't be any really dangerous shinobi coming after Tazuna, after all. This time Naruto did observe how Tazuna kept his head down. Suspicious. Ding! Skill, deduction increased by a level. Deduction is now LVL 3, but Naruto wasn't the type to think the worst of others. He let the moment of panic from Tazuna slip past him. But what was this other feeling? Ding! Warning, bloodlust detected. Chills spread through Naruto's arms as he paused mid-stroll. Sense, an enemy appeared out of nowhere, manifesting from the small puddle near Kakusha Sensei. Another cloaked, masked person jumped into the air, grabbing a thick, black rope along with him. The rope circles around each side of the Jonin before entrapping him entirely. One down, a deep, bored voice sounded out. With a twist and turn of the hands and waists, the spiky rope cut through Kakashi, leaving behind a small pool of blood and organs. All Naruto saw was red. That wasn't out of anger, no, it was just the blood that pooled along his feet, marking his sandals with the visceral color. Kakashi-sensei was dead. Naruto! Sakura screamed instantly. Naruto jumped to the sides as a pair of spiked ropes impaled into the empty space he was once in. His eyes widened with exhilaration, his muscles aching for some sort of release, but his mind, there was no doubt about it, was scared. Ding! New quest, encounter, Demon Brothers created. Quest details, defeat the Demon Brothers. Quest rewards, EXP 500 Kakashi's respect. Failure, die. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no, but when there was a goal, Naruto never gave up. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL 1 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. I'll kill you all! Naruto roared in anger, both at himself for freezing up and the enemies for killing Kakashi-sensei. Naruto began running towards the enemy Nin with renewed vigor, and alongside him Sasuke began his attack. Sasuke threw both shuriken and kunai, embedding one end of the spiked ropes into the tree, rendering their ranged weapons entirely useless unless they wanted to retrieve them again. The taller enemy shinobi went for Sasuke, leaving the other one for him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto appeared beside him, running a few steps behind the original. The blonde spun his kunai that he took from his pocket, holding it in an ice-pick grip. He was in range. The second the masked man swiped his razor claws at Naruto, the blonde slid to the floor, past his legs, and at the same time swiped his kunai across his legs, drawing blood instantly. Arg! The clones jumped onto the man with battle cries of their own, but eventually became smoke after a few swipes of the man's claws. Naruto looked back to see the man's bruised face. Then he started his assault. Naruto cocked his head to one side to avoid a strike, before immediately responding with a hook to the man's stomach. Due to the height difference between the two, Naruto was forced to come close due to his short range. But the cloak covering the enemy's body made it ridiculously easy for Naruto to see through his attacks. Another strike, but this time, it managed to barely tear up the skin near his hand. Ding! Poison detected. Naruto didn't care. He continued his frenzy, dodging and countering each and every attack the man made, the close combat style surprisingly suited for fighting against the mysterious man, who seemed confused on what to do. The second he saw the start of hand signs, Naruto tore the hands apart with his own, before kicking the man down. Ding! Quest, Encounter, Demon Brothers completed. Rewards, EXP 500 Kakashi's respect. It was over. But Naruto didn't stop there. He continued to thrash the shinobi on the floor, not giving him a single chance to breathe. Enough, Naruto. But he killed Kaka. Naruto paused. Observe. Wait, you're alive? Naruto asked, staring into the eyes, one of Kakashi. You sound disappointed. But yes, I am alive. I simply used the substitution jutsu. Regardless, it seems like I wasn't needed at all. Nice job, Sasuke, Naruto. And good on you, Sakura, for prioritizing the client. Naruto looked at the groaning shinobi below him. Sasuke dragged another one closer, who looked similarly in pain. Kakashi tied them up and placed them against the trunk of the tree. Tazuna-san. I need to talk to you, Kakashi said. Naruto shivered at his sensei's glare. These are Chunin from the hidden village of Mist. Known for their vigor while fighting, and sometimes use of poison. The wound on your arm, Naruto, is currently filled with poison. Don't move or else it will only get worse. We can cut it open and take out the poison afterwards. How were you able to see where we were? One of the Chunin asked. A puddle of water during this sunny day? Not possible. Tazuna coughed. Why didn't you help the kids when you could have? I wanted to find out who they were really targeting. And in this case, it was you, Tazuna-san. The mission entailed us to protect you from some thieves and crooks, not trained shinobi. At the very minimum, this is a blank mission already. We would be conducting outside of our transcribed duty if we continue this mission. Naruto uncomfortably looked at Tazuna, seeing the look of desperation on the man's face, before he looked back at his hand. The poison was spreading, and each second he could feel a jolting pain cross his arm. Sakura gulped, sweating. I think it's better we quit now, sensei. Naruto needs some medicine for the poison, and we really aren't trained for this at all. Kakashi nodded. I would agree, Sakura. My EXP. The quest. If I don't complete it, will I die? How seriously should I take the system? Naruto thought, hyperventilating. He grit his teeth. He had to make a decision now. Grabbing his kunai, Naruto jammed the weapon into his arm. Blood burst from the cut, removing the red liquid along with any remnants of poison in his body. Naruto? What the hell? Sakura screamed. Naruto grinned through the pain. He held out his bloodied fist to Tazuna, whose eyes widened. Oi, drunkard. Look at this fist closely. No matter who comes to stop me, even the Hokage himself, I'll protect you until your stupid bridge is built, alright? We need to continue the mission. Ding! Skill, public speaking has increased by a level. Public speaking is now LVL 3. After being scolded for cutting his hand so deeply, Kakashi wrapped Naruto's hand with bandages, noting now the wound was practically healed already. Ding! New skill achieved, self-regeneration LVL 1. Sweet! I can heal by myself now? No wonder I'm not feeling much pain in my hand either. Naruto eyed his hand with wonder, but he ignored it for now. Team 7 got on the ferry carefully, trying not to tip the boat as their combined weights sat on the wooden ship. Mist quickly gathered over the waters, which left the blonde blindsided. The ferry guide gently rowed the boat, each stroke sending them further along the sea. A huge bridge eventually appeared above them, its cobalt structure visible through the slightly cleared mist. It's best we don't make any noise. If Gata even gets a sniff of us, we're all gonna die, the tour guide said gravely. So this was the bridge that opposed Gata's entire control on the shipping industry surrounding Wave? In Naruto's opinion, it was kind of small. But it was also the first step towards a good direction. The ferry went through a wall of canals, leaving them in a tunnel of darkness for a bit of time. But once the opening became clear, Naruto could clearly see the welcome presence of trees and other greens began to appear. Wow! Sakura pronounced with stargazed eyes. The ferry was parked near one of the docks, giving time for Naruto and the others to leave. I can't go any further. I wish you the best on your venture, however risky it is, the fairy guide said to Tazuna. Tazuna smiled. I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Please, Kakashi-san, get me home safe, Tazuna asked the Jonin, tipping his straw hat. What did you say? Kakashi asked nonchalantly. Never mind. Naruto looked at the road ahead of him, following the footsteps of Sasuke, who was slightly ahead of him. He personally had a lot of work to do in the mission, and it was certainly crucial. 3,000 EXP was the most he was ever offered for a quest, and getting that would give him a serious boost to surpass Sasuke. There was also the mysterious class and title he would be getting. He knew that the title would give him some extra points, but the class he was receiving was completely ambiguous. Usually the system would pop up and give him a brief description of what it was, but this time it never did. Naruto's game plan for his next few attributes was to stock up on dexterity and wisdom. His luck was terribly low, for whatever reason. But he didn't want to waste the points on something so basic like luck. The blonde noticed how Kakashi's hands twitched slightly, which was weird considering he would probably never notice that normally. Maybe my deduction skill is acting up. Everyone duck! Kakashi yelled. Naruto went to his knees as a gigantic sword flew through the space his head was, before piercing itself into the wood of the tree above them. And on top of the blade. Naruto shivered. Ding! Warning, high bloodlust detected. The man only showed his bare back to them, the slightly grayish skin looking alien to the Konoha shinobi. Striped, baggy pants and leg warmers covered the bottom half of his body. But that wasn't the scary part. The man's face was covered with bandages, leaving only his eyes and hair for viewing. The sheer intensity of the glare made Naruto freeze. Oh, observe. This guy. He's on the same level as Kakashi. Demon of the Hidden Mist? 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? As much as I hate to say it, we're not a match for him right now. Momochi Zabuzakin, Hidden Mist's infamous missing in, I didn't expect to see you here. Everyone, stay far back. He's on another level. I know. I guess I'll have to reveal it now, Kakashi said, pulling up his headband. Kakashi's eyes glowed a scarlet red, with a few black tomos swirling around the pupil. What is that? Naruto thought with a frown. He observed how Sasuke's face scrunched up in confusion. One of the symbols of Konoha's supremacy, the Sharingan. It's an honor to see it in person, Zabuza said, his deep voice cutting through the mist. Naruto glanced at their sensei. Sharingan? Sasuke glared at Kakashi. The Sharingan is the counter to all taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. It's a dojutsu that is available to only some. But the trademark ability of the Sharingan. The Sharingan gives the wielder the ability to copy their opponent's techniques while they see them. The shinobi who has copied more than 1,000 jutsu, copy Ninja Kakashi, Zabuza finished, before crouching onto the sword. Cover to Zunasan, and don't interrupt the fight, it's an order. Zabuza disappeared in a flash, before appearing once more, standing on top of the water next to them. Over there, Sakura pronounced. Ninpu, Hidden Mist Jutsu. Strands of mist manifested and twirled through the air like the tentacles of an octopus, before hiding Zabuza completely behind the thick density of the air. Zabuza is well known as a silent killer, an assassin. Be on guard. Naruto gulped. The mist. The white air continues to become even more concentrated and thicker, to the point where Naruto could barely see the orange in his own clothing. Ding! Warning, extreme bloodlust detected. New skill achieved, Key Endurance LVL1. Naruto could feel his hands and legs trembling as he looked at the others in worry. Sasuke and Sakura were the same, to the point where Sakura almost fell down in fear. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura. I assure you not to worry, Kakashi said, looking back at them with an eye smile. I never let any of my comrades die. Tough luck. Naruto felt his heart tear out of his chest as Zabuza's voice echoed from behind him. But just before Zabuza's blade sliced through them all, Kakashi-sensei dove, piercing his kunai into the man's skin. But it was a water clone. But Kakashi was also a water clone. But then Zabuza was also a water clone. Is this how a Jonin fights? Naruto asked no one in particular. Yes, Sasuke answered plainly. Kakashi was promptly thrown into the pond next to them, Zabuza following closely behind. Water release, water prison jutsu. Kakashi's gargled voice gasped out loud as a ball of swirling, chaotic water encircled the Jonin, making him completely trapped. But that wasn't even the least of the Genin's worries. Water collected in front of them, slowly taking the form of Zabuza. You kids. Really think you're worthy of being ninja? Standing there, cowering as I release a tiny bit of bloodlust. Have you even done your first kill yet? Humph. At your age I murdered my entire class, Zabuza growled. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. You think that's impressive? You're a mons. A foot hit him directly in his chin a second later, knocking him several meters away. Naruto groaned in pain as he felt his jaw with his hands, making sure nothing was bent in any way. He had grabbed his headband in midair, which had become loose the second Zabuza kicked him. Sasuke, take the others and run away with Tsunasin. Zabuza can't move as long as this jutsu is active, Kakashi shouted from his stuck position. Run? Again? Am I really that useless? Irika gave me this headband. I promised I would become Hokage. All that struggle, just to run away. Naruto stood up, swiping away the dust on his headband. He began tying it to his head. Someone once told me, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. I won't abandon you, sensei. The clone snorted. Words won't, shut up. Eyebrowless freak. I'm not just an ordinary genin, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of Konoha. Write it down. Sakura stood, surprised. Is this really Naruto? Sasuke, I got a plan. Everything was set up, from the seals to the strategy which made them. Zabuza smirked. Oroga, Naruto couldn't just stand and listen right after he made such a cool speech, could he? Shut it. I don't have time for your word shadow clone jutsu. 50 to 60 clones appeared around Zabuza, creating a swirl of dust around the terrain. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL2 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. Yada! The clones yelled, charging towards the lone man. But even with better taijutsu than the Naruto from the academy, the clones got decimated. Each swing of Zabuza's sword managed to wipe out 5 or 6 of his clones. But all of that didn't matter, the clones managed to remain alive longer than they would have. The superior acrobatics of the Uchiha made sure of that. Once around half remained, Naruto gave out his command. Self-destruct. Smoke burst out from each clone, covering the grass fields with white. It wouldn't last long, but a brief second was all they needed. Naruto tossed the Fuma Shuriken to Sasuke, who smirked in recognition. Now we're talking, Sasuke said, smirking. With a dramatic flash, Sasuke unwinded the shuriken to its full mast. He leaped high into the air, before throwing it with insane velocities. The shuriken went past the clone and to the real target, the real Zabuza. Zabuza smirked. He caught the shuriken with his hands before jumping over the other one while maintaining the jutsu on Kakashi. But in place of the shuriken passing by, Naruto materialized out of thin air. Carrying a kunai in one hand, he placed his fingers together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Both clones and the original Naruto threw the kunai at Zabuza, trying to distract him from the water prison technique. Zabuza rolled his eyes. It's almost embarrassing how you guys underestimate me. With a turn of his sword, he reflected all of the kunai lazily. But Zabuza's back was turned. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. A ball of scarlet, searing hot fire aimed directly at Zabuza flew in the humid air. Zabuza, with one hand in his prison, wouldn't be able to counter the jutsu. Or so he thought. Water release, Water Bullet Jutsu. Zabuza growled, doing one-handed hand signs. The ball of water met Sasuke's fire in the middle, creating even more steam to spawn in the already present mist. But while the vision mattered, the currently split concentration of Zabuza mattered more. The demon of the mist was occupied with doing one-handed seals and maintaining his prison for Kakashi at the same time, and didn't notice how Naruto was nowhere to be seen. A hand grabbed hold of Zabuza's leg from underneath the water, and yanked him into the pond. Naruto wasn't sure what he was thinking to willingly pull Zabuza towards himself, but it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Immediately, the assassin's enraged face came to his vision underwater, as he began moving his sword. Ding! Battle Strategics increased by a level. Battle Strategics is now LVL3. Leveling up didn't have the same effect while you were about to die. Goodbye, world. Kakashi grabbed the blade before it struck, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Naruto quickly swam away as the Jonin-level shinobi began their battle once more. He came on shore a few seconds later, panting for air as Sakura helped him get up. And that was when a battle of storms started. Jutsu after jutsu of water was issued from each shinobi as the genin stared at the intensity of the battle in awe. Tsunamis of water were casually thrown at each other, uncaring of anything that stood in the way. Naruto never in his life realized just how much potential water really had, either did he realize just how scary it was. Eventually, the water died out. Naruto and the gang cheered as they saw that Zabuza was completely cornered. Running forward, they tried to see Kakashi deliver the final blow. That's when two Saban impaled themselves into Zabuza's neck, drawing blood instantly. Sakura gasped, pausing her movements with Tazuna, whereas Naruto and Sasuke trudged forward. The person stood boldly on a branch of a tree, his strange clothing marking him as different from the rest of them. With similarly striped pants like Zabuza, green haori, brown sash, and peculiar mask, Naruto couldn't really decide whether it was an enemy in front of them or not. I have to thank you for dealing with Zabuza for me. It has certainly been a tough journey tracking this man, the person said with a surprisingly gentle voice. You're a hunter Nin of the Hidden Mist, Kakashi pronounced. Correct. It's our duty to hunt down missing Nin like Zabuza here. The conversation continued, but Naruto toned their voices down. He knew what the masked boy was saying made sense, but his gut, it told him something was wrong. The continuous, tingling feeling made him do something. Observe. Missing Nin, apprentice of Mist. This person is on Zabuza's side. Naruto realized with a widening of his eyes. But why would he kill Zabuza? No, there had to be something else going on. Haku was at an absurd level of 16, there was no way she would make such a mistake. If he told Kakashi about his absolute findings, he would be questioned about the source. Naruto definitely didn't want to tell anyone about the system he had and be seen as a complete delusional. The only option was directly confronting her. Naruto walked towards Zabuza's body and Kakashi, practically feeling Haku's eyes on him. Kakashi-sensei, something's not really adding up. Ya mind if I test something? Naruto whispered. Kakashi nodded. Sure. Naruto took a deep breath. Commence stage 1. Hey. You don't happen to be on Zabuza's side, do you? Naruto asked loudly. On second thought, this really wasn't a good idea. Haku's calm composure immediately dwindled down, his posture a nervous wreck. Sakura began walking towards the group with Tazuna behind her. Hey guys. What's happening? A Saban was placed a millimeter to her neck a second later, Haku behind her. Or was it a clone? It didn't matter, Sakura was in trouble. Sakura! Naruto yelled in distress. Any one of you move and I'll kill her in front of your eyes. Haku's calm, comforting voice was entirely gone, replaced by the cold, monotone voice of a weapon. Naruto noticed how Kakashi's and Sasuke's hands twitched, waiting for the right moment to strike. While Sakura's predicament was horrible, it also proved one thing. Zabuza was alive. Commence stage 2. Leave Sakura alone or else I'll kill Zabuza, right in front of your eyes, Naruto said, motioning to kunai he placed on Zabuza's neck the second he saw Haku move. This was a huge gambit, but one that could potentially pay off. Naruto had made a huge mistake, which was tempting the anger of the trigger-happy Haku instead of letting her go with the basically dead Zabuza. Haku let go of Sakura right after, her motions portraying her eagerness to keep her master alive. Sakura gasped before she ran towards Sasuke, pulling out her kunai. Good, now we can just have Kakashi kill Zabuza and team up on Haku. Naruto's kunai stabbed itself into water. They had severely underestimated Zabuza. When the hell did he switch with a clone? With a swirl of wind, Haku disappeared a second after. Naruto fell to his knees with a deep breath. It didn't go too bad, right, sensei? Kakashi eyed him. We need to have a talk. The genin groaned. This wasn't going to end well at all. So you thought it was too much of a coincidence for the hunter Nin to appear right when Zabuza lost? Kakashi asked, trying to confirm his thoughts. Naruto's sweat dropped. Pretty much, yeah? No, actually I have a blue box thing that tells me a person name, title, occupation, and abilities at a single glance, and I've used it against Haku to find out who he really was. The truth was sometimes so unbelievable that it was better to flat out lie. Right now, Kakashi was laid down comfortably in a sleeping bed, resting his body after the strenuous use of the Sharingan. Well, thanks to Naruto, we know that Zabuza is still alive. And while Sakura was in a strained position because of it, something bad could have happened regardless considering it was a water clone. Good job, Naruto, Kakashi said with his signature eye smile. Naruto blushed with the praise. Regardless, we need to start training once Zabuza comes back. While it was a clone, I know that the real Zabuza was heavily damaged, so, for now at least, we have time to train and be more prepared. Train? Sensei, that guy is way too strong. He's somewhere around your level, what chance do we have against him? Sakura whined. Overestimating oneself is bad, but underestimating oneself can sometimes be even more detrimental. Yes, you can beat Zabuza as of now, but the Hunter Nin is also a target. Plus, you guys are seriously improving. I was impressed by the ideas Naruto made during the whole fight, as well. Sasuke narrowed his eyes on Naruto. Was the dobe always this smart? Or was he faking it all during the academy? Sakura nodded in agreement at the statement. She was pretty impressed by Naruto as well. Woohoo! I'm hyped to train now! Naruto exclaimed, the smile on his face working to ease the atmosphere. What are you so excited for? That's just useless. A short kid came from the hall, the perpetual frown on his face evident, ending up hugging Tazuna. Inari, these are the ninja who helped protect Grandpa during his travel. They'll help us too, Tsunami said, frowning at the kid. Inari stared blankly at them. But Mom, these ninjas are gonna die anyways. What did you say? Naruto growled. You're no match for Gato. Don't tell me what I can and can't. Naruto! Sakura scolded, dragging the blonde back. He's just a kid, idiot. Naruto quelled his anger, before letting his grin creep back up. Activating. Skill, Will of Fire LVL1 activated. I don't know who the hell Gato is, but he stands no chance against me. No matter how many people say I can't do something, I'll prove them all wrong. I'll save you and your village in this mission. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of the Leaf, believe it? Inari's glare deepened. What's a Hokage? Another word for stupid? For once in his lifetime, Naruto had nothing to say. I just want my 3000 EXP. The training will begin now. Finally, some actual training from Kakashi, Naruto thought with a grin. So far, they've only done some standard formations and some useless missions. Kakashi-sensei held a finger up. I'm sure you all know what chakra is, right? The three genin nodded in unison. Good. Today, we'll learn about using chakra with some special exercises. Huh! But we already know how to use jutsu, sensei, Sakura said confusedly. You've done jutsus, alright. But not effectively. Using a large sum or chakra on every jutsu isn't effective at all, and can make your jutsu weak if not dysfunctional. Naruto hummed in confirmation. Weak jutsus in the middle of a battle is the first step to death. Not only does chakra control help minimize the amount of chakra used, but also the speed at which you can conduct a jutsu. If you continue as a shinobi without controlling your chakra, no doubt about it, you'll die. Naruto gulped. So what's the training, sensei? Tree climbing. Huh. I can do that already. Sakura whispered to herself. I can see you aren't that excited. Well, that's to be expected. Any genin Dan climbed a tree, after all. However, this isn't the regular tree climbing you do as kids. You have to do it without your hands. Without my hands? Naruto said out loud, not sure how that would work. Do I have to hug the tree with my legs and pull myself upwards? You'll see. Kakashi walked to the tree, before placing a foot on the tree. Then another. And one more. The Jonin was walking up the tree without using his hands, the crutches in his arms coming up with him. Kakashi made his way up the long tree like it was a casual walk, before looking down on them upside down as he made his way across a branch. The genin looked in awe at their sensei. So that's what he meant, Sasuke grunted. You see? The trick is to gather the correct amount of chakra to your feet, and use it to stick it to the tree. The effective use of chakra is required for such a technique. How will this train us for Zabuza, sensei? Sakura asked. Exactly. Controlling your chakra is one of the most basic aspects of being a shinobi in battle. This exercise's main aspect is learning the exact amount of chakra needed to be applied in your feet, which is a skill that every shinobi must perfect as genin. A tradition of sorts. That chakra needed for climbing a tree isn't large, quite small actually, but getting the right level is difficult for beginners. The feet are the hardest part of the body to gather chakra in, after all. So basically, we can climb on anything after this is done? Naruto asked curiously. Pretty much. Some materials can be tougher than others, though. Climbing or walking on water is a whole different matter altogether, though. Walking on water? Isn't that what Zabuza did? Theoretically, Kakashi continued. Learning this technique means you have the capability to learn any jutsu. Your affinities will come into play then as well. But that's not for now. The other thing you gain from this exercise is the stamina needed to continue fighting while controlling your chakra for longer periods of time. I don't like talking too much, so we'll start for now. Kakashi threw 3 kunai to each of the genin, the weapons landing in front of them. Mark your progress with these kunai. Whoever gets the highest is practically the best at chakra control. For now, since you are beginners, try getting a running start to climb. Make sure to use the standard seal as well, it will be easier. Naruto looked up at the tree in front of them in determination. I'm gonna do this faster than everyone else here. Especially Sasuke. Naruto put his hands into a seal. Let's do this. He felt the presence of chakra in his body, before commanding it to move to his feet. Only some, Naruto urged. When he felt the chakra pool on the surface of his feet, he began to run. He placed his foot on the tree, making sure he maintained the chakra on his foot at the same time. The weight on his body drastically decreased at once. It was working. Naruto placed another foot on the tree afterwards, until he was parallel with the tree. But he didn't stop there. Naruto ran 2 more steps before the chakra in his feet waned, signaling the end of his run. Naruto cut through the bark of the tree with a quick slash, marking his progress. Ding! New skill achieved, Chakra Climbing LVL1. Skill, Chakra Climbing has increased by a level. Chakra Climbing is now LVL2. New skill achieved, Chakra Control LVL1. I guess I did it. Naruto thought to himself with a frown. He looked at Sasuke's progress with curiosity, noting how his mark was around the same level. I'm catching up. So it seems Sakura can control her chakra better than the rest of you. Impressive. Naruto looked at the pink-haired genin in shock, not thinking to see her progress as well before. She sat on the branch of her tree with a grin. This. How? Naruto clenched his hands. Sasuke had similar emotions as well. He mostly wondered how Sakura managed to get so far, but also how Naruto was at the same level as him. Sorry, Naruto, but it looks like Sakura is ahead of you in the race of becoming Hokage. And Sasuke, it seems the Uchiha clan isn't as worth the prestige as it once was. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, the passion to get better at the exercise clear in both of their eyes. Naruto looked at Sakura with wide eyes. Maybe he could ask her for some tips? Hell no. He was going to prove to Kakashi that he was Hokage material, all by himself. No help needed whatsoever. Ding! New quest. Testing the waters created. Quest details. Learn how to chakra climb and walk on water in a week. Quest rewards. Job change quest unlocked. EXP 1200 Kakashi's respect. Failure. Lose all of your self-respect permanently. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Hell yeah! Naruto shouted aloud. The other shinobi looked at him in confusion, before coming back to the matter at hand. Naruto didn't care how long it took, he was going to master both those techniques in a day. Ding! Chakra climbing is now LVL max. Naruto puffed and panted, standing on the apex of the tallest tree in the forest. The dense bundle of leaves made a convenient platform for him to stand on, as he stood and observed the bright sun and the rest of the dark, green forest. I did it! Naruto shouted for the world to hear, his back leaned backwards. Ding! Skill, Chakra Control has increased by a level. Chakra Control is now LVL2. Sasuke looked at the blonde with undeniable envy. How? He thought with anger, but above all, confusion. Why was this so hard for him? And how did Sakura and Naruto do it so easily? Kakashi closed his book, equally impressed with Naruto. He had hoped the blonde would go slower so that he and Sasuke would boost each other and progress faster, but this was fine too. His rate of improvement. It's remarkable. Almost like a Kekai Genkai IV, never seen anything like it. Is this the power of a Jinchuriki? Or is Naruto really that talented? To manage something like this in 4 hours, she not only did it, he completely mastered it as well. Time will only tell. Kakashi thought, closing his book with a silent thud. Naruto ran down the tree with speed, before flipping onto the ground with a dramatic flourish. He grinned at Sakura and Sasuke, who were confused and seething respectively. Now that I've mastered it, am I in the lead, sensei? Naruto asked the Jonin. Kakashi placed a hand on the back of his head. What lead? Naruto scowled. Whatever. What do we do next? I think we need to wait and see. It's best for both you and Sakura to take a rest for now, considering how tired you've become. Tired? Me? I can go for much longer, sensei, Naruto proclaimed to the silver-haired man. I was going to do sparring sessions, but considering my predicament, it's best we don't. Besides, overtraining isn't good either, Naruto. How am I going to complete the quest? Naruto thought angrily. He needed that experience if he wanted to level up. He couldn't wait until that damn bridge was finally built. Who knows how long that would take? And to learn how to walk on water, Naruto needed Kakashi's help. Sensei, I'm gonna try and learn how to walk on water. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid that might be a bit too advanced for a genin, but considering you master tree climbing much faster than I thought, it's fine for now. The technique is similar to tree climbing, but your chakra has to adjust to water, which isn't solid. So? Naruto questioned. So just leaving the correct amount of chakra there for your feet to stick won't work considering the randomness of water. You have to send pulses of chakra continuously to your feet every second, and maintain that as well. Naruto could feel his brain churning trying to process all the information. Kakashi sighed. It's best for you to try it yourself and learn along the way. I believe there's a lake north of here, but don't wander too far. Don't be too disheartened if it doesn't work though. I'll be impressed if you manage to do it in 2 weeks. Naruto saw the opportunity to gain something from this the moment Kakashi said his last sentence. Alright, sensei. If I master this water thingy in a week, you'll have to give me a favor. Kakashi shrugged. Okay. But what will you use the favor for? I don't know. Teach me a new jutsu? Fair enough, it's best you start now though, if you really want to win this. Naruto nodded. He had some work to do. First day, splash! Why is this so damn hard? Naruto shouted with frustration as he fell into the water for the 10th time. Clothes soaking wet, he swam out of the small pond before attempting the technique again. Finding the pond wasn't very hard, in fact, it was much nearer than Naruto expected. Continuous chakra. Small pulses. Change it accordingly. Naruto mumbled to himself. He placed one foot into the water, checking to see whether it worked or not. Well, of course it didn't. But there was some small amount of upward force on his sandal, which seemed to be a good sign. Sighing, Naruto took his foot out, before looking into the sky. It had only been 30 minutes since he left, but Naruto still felt his progress was slow for some reason. The sun was slowly setting, meaning it was best if he went back for now. I'm here, Naruto said, opening the door. Kakashi waved. Yo. Tsunami walked in and out, setting dinner for everyone. Naruto looked at the brooding Uchiha with a smirk. Did Sasuke manage to finish the exercise? The raven-haired boy winced. Not yet, but he got much better. He'll be better than you soon, Naruto. Sakura assured the blonde, or Sasuke himself. Sure, Naruto chuckled smugly. Sasuke, seeing no other option, uttered out a few very surprising words. How did you do it, Naruto? Naruto froze, shocked. There's no way I heard that correctly. Sakura and Kakashi felt the same way. Could you repeat that? Naruto asked. Sasuke gritted his teeth. I said, how were you able to do it? 1. I'm super awesome. Much more awesome than a regular shinobi, and 2. Did I say that I was awesome? I don't care about that. Just give a few tips or something. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Tips? Me? Okay, I can do that. Sasuke sighed in relief. But it won't be that beneficial for me, right? In return, you have to teach me a jutsu of your own, Naruto said, trying not to laugh at Sasuke's expression. You fine. I'll teach you something. Kakashi smiled at the relationship between his genin. It reminded himself about his own days as one, however short they might have been. Dig in, everyone, Tsunami said from the kitchen. Finally! By the time Naruto finished his dinner, he wasn't in the mood to train any longer. Not because the food was bad, but because he learned about the tragic demise of Inari's father, the hero of Wave. Tsunami's teary eyes looked back at the group of ninja. Ever since he died, Inari hasn't been the same. Don't worry, brat. Naruto thought with a frown. I'll save this village, and you at the same time. Second day, I'm floating. Naruto was practically levitating in the deep water, his feet submerged into the water entirely. It wasn't complete walking on water, but very good progress. Ding! Skill, chakra control has increased by a level. Chakra control is now LVL3. Naruto fell into the water as his concentration slipped when he looked to the blue screen on his side. Damn it! He swam back to land, patting all of his clothes dry. Maybe he could take a short break. Or a long one. Wake up, you'll catch a cold. Naruto shook his head as felt his eyes open on their own, meeting the black eyes of a black-haired girl in front of him. Where was he? Oh right, training. Who are you? Why are you gathering leaves? Naruto asked, yawning. These leaves are good medicine, which is really important to have in these types of areas. Naruto nodded in understanding. Huh. It's really early, but I guess it makes sense. What were you doing so early? I saw you sleeping near the pond, so I brought you near the sun over here to dry up. I was doing some training, actually. Oh, that's what I thought. Looking at your headband, you're a ninja, right? Naruto grinned widely. Yep. The girl's eyes widened. That's incredible. Why are you training? The blonde clenched his fists. I need to become stronger, a lot stronger actually. Why so? Naruto paused. Usually no one asked any further. Becoming Hokage, it's my dream. To make everyone acknowledge me, and to prove that I'm more than just a hopeless brat. And who are you pursuing this dream for? Eh? Is there anyone that's important to you? The girl emphasized. Naruto reminisced about all the people he knew in his life. Yeah, he definitely had a lot of people important to him. Yeah, of course I do. The important people in my life are the reason I want to become strong, in a way. Without even a single important person, what's the point of becoming stronger? The girl smiled warmly. You seem to understand, though not many do. Let's meet somewhere else again. What type of training are you doing anyways? Oh, I'm trying to walk on water, but it's really not working out. Naruto didn't miss how the girl's eyes widened in recognition. Why does an innocent person like her recognize something like that? Ding! Skill, deduction increased by a level. Deduction is now LVL4. Naruto did something he should have done from the start. Observe. Naruto's eyes widened in shock briefly, before coming back to close again. My luck is seriously horrible. I might need to give it some points once I level up. But what was more shocking? Haku wasn't a bad person at all. While she was the apprentice of the wrong person, Naruto could almost relate to her. Fighting her right then and there would probably be a loss for Naruto, considering his current level and the lack of information he had on her as well. He could just leave right now, seeing how Haku didn't appear to want to harm him in any way, which was surprising, considering she definitely knew who she was. It wasn't like Naruto had threatened the life of her master the last time they met. Even though it hadn't really produced an outcome. Naruto looked at her level apprehensively. Maybe there was something he could gain out of this too. She has to know how to water walk, right? Hey, do you have any tips for walking on water? Naruto asked inquisitively. Haku froze. But I'm not a ninja, I don't think I'm qualified to give you tips. That's the proper answer. How should I continue after that? I'm not so sure about that. I'm a pretty good judge of whether someone is lying or not, and my gut is saying you're pretty skilled as a ninja, Naruto said casually, not minding the fact that he was blatantly lying through his teeth. Why would you think I'm trained? Naruto thought up the most random things to say and shoved it into a single conversation. Your gait, and the way you move generally. I just found it similar to Shinobi back from my village, understand? Now, can you please help me? I've been stuck on this for a few days. Haku paused, dark eyes trained on Naruto's blue for an extended period of time. Naruto wasn't sure for how long, but he didn't particularly care at that point. Well, you are certainly very observant, impressive indeed. But fine. Nice. For tips. Well, my master taught me in quite an unorthodox way. For one, always practice the exercise with your eyes closed. It makes it easier to focus on the feeling of chakra on your feet. And two, imagine your chakra molding itself into the water, rather than just sticking onto your feet. Naruto nodded, imprinting all of the words into his brain. Haku smiled. That's really all I can tell you. I'll have to leave now. Thank you. The girl made her way out of the trees, before turning back one more time. By the way, she's telling me now? I won't let her have the satisfaction. Naruto's stubborn nature pulled through, pushing him to say the next sentence. The apprentice of Zabuza? Yeah, I know, Naruto finished for her. Naruto felt the air between him and Haku suddenly chill. This might have been a mistake, but he wasn't going to stop now. To be honest, it sounded really cool in hindsight. From what he observed from his previous encounter with Haku, she was incredibly protective of Zabuza. Maybe he was her father or something. I don't know why you're with that guy, seeing how nice you really are, but I'm not gonna ask. 'Cause the next time we meet, I'll be knocking him out in front of you. Haku looked back, making Naruto flinch at the state of her eyes. They radiated anger. But then they quelled down afterwards. My master is one of my important people. I will not tolerate any ill words against him. However, I will not kill you considering you were in my hospitality until now. Naruto didn't understand how someone could have a ruthless murderer as an important figure in their lives, but he didn't want to question it. Haku left into the midst of woods, leaving the blonde alone to ponder what even happened. Fourth day, Naruto placed another foot on the water carefully, his eyes closed in concentration. He molded the chakra to the water, and rapidly emitted pulses of the energy. It worked. Woohoo! Naruto shouted. He began walking a bit faster across the pond, before attempting a jog, before sprinting across the water like it was regular grass. Walking on water felt amazing. Ding! Skill: Chakra control has increased by a level. Chakra control is now level 5. Naruto leaped off the water onto the soft grass beside it, relishing in the fact that he wasn't wet. He had done it before a week passed, just like he promised Kakashi-sensei. Ding! Quest: Testing the waters completed. Rewards: Job change quest unlocked, EXP 1200 Kakashi's respect. Congratulations! You leveled up. Player is now LV7. 2 attribute points gained. Naruto could only celebrate even louder as he received not 1, but 2 attribute points at once. Was that because he was level 7? Did that even mean anything? Naruto prepared to go back to Tsunami's house to tell Kakashi the news, but was stopped when another notification came up. Ding! New quest, survive created. Quest details, survive. Quest rewards, new job? Failure, death. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Naruto had no idea what a job was, nor did he really want to know. He just leveled up, and received 2 attribute points. He needed to tell Kakashi so he could learn a new jutsu. It was too late to distract himself with this quest right now. Best to go with. No. Yes/no. Naruto blinked. He could have sworn that he had said no. Shrugging, he repeated his command. No. Yes/no. No. Yes/yes. Whatever, yes, I guess. It was just a quest like always, and he would get some rewards in the end anyways. Transporting. Time seemed to freeze as Naruto's body started to shimmer a light blue. It started from his feet, the body parts transforming into small, digital cobalt blue before vaporizing into nothingness. He lost feeling in his legs, then waist, stomach, shoulders, and finally, his face. Where am I? Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell am I? Naruto asked no one in particular. It was dark, so the genin's eyes took time to adapt to the environment. The surroundings slowly became more and more visible. Naruto almost wished it hadn't. He was in a large sewage of some kind. The murky water and reeking smell of sewer invading his nose made it obvious. The large, open expanse was only closed by the upper circular walls of the sewer canal. In between, a river of water slowly flowed down the sewer. What is this? Swish. Naruto's body moved on his own as he dodged a pair of kunai aimed at his head. He jumped back several meters to assess what was happening. Across the canal water stood 2 cloaked figures of a moderate height. Observe. Observing. Observation successful. Shinobi, LV6. Shinobi, LV7. 1 level 7 and 1 level 6 ninja against a single person? That would be hard for any regular genin, but this was Naruto. Activating. Skill: Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL2 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. Let's finally see where all this training got me, Naruto said as he got into stance, motioning for the 2 enemies to come with his forward hand. The shinobi leaped onto the water, using the same walking on water technique that Naruto had learned. The Uzumaki did the same, no longer having to think to maintain his chakra. Other ninja who recently learned the water walking technique usually take 1 or 2 days getting used to the feeling and be able to get consistent with it. Naruto, on the other hand, had the system on his side. Once he leveled up a skill to a certain amount, he could consistently maintain that level of performance forever or until he got tired. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto surrounded Naruto, as they also began running alongside him. A torrent of water erupted from underneath Naruto as the sharp pressure of the element burst his clones to smoke. The water carried him quickly back out of the middle of the canal, pushing him roughly against the walls of the underground sewer. What kind of jutsu is that? Naruto asked with wonder, wincing as he felt small pain near his torso where the water managed to strike though. It had been completely wordless, and Naruto had barely seen the signs being made. Seeing the 2 shinobi slowly prowl up to him made him quickly stand up. He needed to summon more. Naruto's eyes bulged in pain as a punch embedded itself into his gut a second later. He leaned past the next punch right after, dropping into a crouch and delivering a sweet kick-a-cool combo. He found himself doing a lot using the Uchiha Taijutsu. In the span of half a second, The blue-eyed ninja spun backwards as he reverse-kicked the other enemy, at the same time getting slightly cut by a kunai revealed far too late. I have to stick with taijutsu and clones for now, not like I know anything else. Wait, why don't I know anything else? Naruto thought infuriatingly. The first thing he would do after getting out of this sewer hellhole was taking full advantage of the bets he made with Kakashi and Sasuke. But back to the matter at hand. Naruto brought out the kunai in his punch with a flourish, spinning it into a backhand position. He could do this. One of the shinobi launched forward, catching Naruto in an arm lock. Naruto used his smaller size to worm out of the grasp, before elbowing him in the jaw, knocking him backwards. Naruto followed the attack, landing a strong hook to the jaw. He felt the impact rock the lower-level shinobi, leaving him unconscious on the floor. The enemy disappeared in a flashing light of red. The warm-up is over. That was just a warm-up. The job quest will soon begin. The longer you survive, the more points earned and higher the tier the job assigned will be. What? Survive? What was this even about? The slow step of sandals on stone filled Naruto's ears. The terrified genin slowly turned his head, his eyes widening the instant he saw the target. Clank. 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 Plates of dark, red armor turned and collided as the tall man came closer and closer to Naruto. Hair stretching to his waist swayed lightly. But above all, the Konoha headband shined brightly on the man's head. Naruto didn't need to see the other features to know who it was. He had already memorized the man's face from staring at the Hokage monument for hours on end. Your opponent will be the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. No. No. This couldn't be happening. He can't survive against the first Hokage. How would he even get points? What was the system thinking, pitting him against the god of shinobi of all people? How would he even put up a fight? This wouldn't be a battle, it would be torture. Naruto was fighting the Hashirama Senju, the man whose tales and legends did a disservice to his capabilities. And he, a genin fresh out of the academy, was placed against that. Warning! Pressure beyond anything he ever faced immediately lunged itself at Naruto, who tried to scream but soon found that his throat wasn't listening to his commands. The blonde fell to his knees as he felt the almost tangible gravity placed upon him, restricting any movement. His chakra seemed almost frozen in place in response, the feeling of power in his veins not at all present. He was so used to feeling his chakra that he forgot just how it felt without it. In front of Hashirama Senju, Naruto was an ant. Not even an ant. He was much, much less. Hashirama Senju wasn't a regular human, no, there was something different about him. The type of power he felt. He was the next closest thing to a god. Red tentacles of chakra leaked from his body as Naruto fell into deep unconsciousness. Naruto held his head in pain as he felt a sudden migraine and dizziness rush over his head. The familiar presence of a forest and water served to ease him greatly. He was back at the pond. You survived for 12 seconds. Huh. I'm impressed, Naruto, Kakashi said genuinely. Naruto grinned smugly as he walked casually along the pond. At this point, he didn't even need to think as he laid foot after foot onto the water. I told you, sensei. Now, about that bet we made. Naruto drawled. Yeah? I'll think of something and teach it to you later. Naruto leaped out of the pond, walking towards the training sector where Sasuke and Sakura were. The blonde hadn't told Sasuke about the water exercise, something told him it wouldn't bode well to do so. Sasuke was still doing the tree exercise. Unsurprisingly, his kunai mark was much higher than before, but still far from perfect. Sasuke leaped off of the tree another time, his foot unsticking from the wood right at around 3/4 of the entire length. Better time than ever to start helping him, I guess. Hey Sasuke! Naruto called out to the tired genin. Sasuke looked back at Naruto with surprise, before settling his expression once more. What do you want? Naruto grinned. I'm here to help you. Saying that felt good. The raven-haired ninja bristled, before slowly nodding in acceptance. What do I do? Well, having seen you attempt the exercise itself, I can give some tips. The main issue with you right now is that you're unable to keep the chakra to your legs for enough time. That could be because you've put too much chakra into your legs, which would be impossible to control, Naruto mentioned. And how do I put less chakra? Sasuke asked. How do you know how much chakra to put in a fire jutsu versus a clone? Try and find that difference and apply it here. Sasuke stared at him like he was an alien. That's oddly smart coming from you. Naruto scowled. Yeah, whatever. I need the jutsu once we return to Konoha, by the way. Sasuke snorted before running towards the tree again. Naruto didn't need to look any longer and knew Sasuke would get it sooner or later. Besides, he had something even bigger to look forward to. 2 attribute points. 2. He had waited until now to add the points, not because he was an entirely patient person, but because he simply wasn't sure what exactly to do. Is it finally time to increase my luck and wisdom? Naruto asked himself, scratching the back of his head. He could keep his VIT stat the same for a long period of time, considering just how high it was. Strength might need some improvement. Luck, intelligence, and wisdom were the stats which were lacking the most. Balanced approach, eh? But something just felt so wrong with increasing his supposed luck and wisdom when he could automatically see the difference in his ability when he increased the other stats. Naruto sighed, the decision creating a tight knot in his head. I guess I'll just listen to Shikamaru. But not completely. Increase strength and wisdom using my attribute points. Attribute point has been used. Strength has been increased by 1 point. Attribute point has been used. Wisdom has been increased by 1 point. Naruto paused for a second, trying to sense a difference. He didn't feel any wiser. What a scam. He thought dejectedly to himself. Naruto took a look deeper into the woods. Maybe he could train by himself for a bit. Damn it! Naruto winced tiredly as ran across the treetops of the forest, his stamina quite low despite the large amount. Training against your own supercharged clones for hours on end was very, very tiring, especially considering it used your own chakra. Luckily, the sun was still out, and navigating back to Inari's home wasn't very difficult. Give or take 10 minutes, Naruto could already see the familiar path to the house they've been living in for a week by now. Leave my mom alone. Inari? Naruto ignored all of his fatigue as he pushed his stamina to the limit, urging his legs to propel him even faster. Yada! Right before a sword plowed through the small boy, Naruto slammed his fist right into the enemy's face, pushing at the last minute to knock the man into the water opposite of the docks. There was one more person. Naruto turned to Inari in worry. Are you okay? Behind why? A shining katana stopped right before Naruto's neck. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, these guys ain't nothing for me. After all, the clone could deal with the other guy easily enough. Why? Why did you even come here? Inari asked timidly. Why? Oh. I was training by myself for a while, and the others kind of left without me. So I assumed they would be here, but I guess they aren't. Inari nodded. Regardless, I'm glad you proved me wrong, Inari. A real sissy wouldn't have stood up against those guys like that. Hell, I'm not sure I would have done that when I was your age. You're strong, really strong, Naruto said, no longer looking at Inari. He needed to go. If they sent bandits towards Inari's family of all people, how would the actual bridge be? Who would they be facing? Naruto had a good idea who. Stay safe. I gotta go now. Heroes continue to be heroes, after all. Yeah. Inari cheered. Naruto grinned one last time, before running away. His grin slowly molded itself into a solemn frown. This wasn't going to end well, was it? Naruto made his way onto the bridge, trying to examine the players at hand. Well tried? The mist practically made it impossible to do so, but also made it very easy to guess who was behind it. Kakashi-sensei was fighting Zabuza, and Naruto wouldn't be surprised if Sasuke and Sakura were fighting Haku by now. Naruto slowly made his way into the mist, trying his best not to alert anyone, especially not Zabuza of all people. Once he was inside, he could clearly see what was happening. He was correct with his previous assumption, except for the fact that Tazuna was on the bridge as well, and Sakura was helping to guard him. What is that dome of ice? Haku's jutsu? Initially, Naruto was planning to sneak attack Haku. But the entire plan changed once he saw the bloodied body of Sasuke. I thought she was a nice person, but no. She's going all in on Sasuke. Naruto thought and raged. His eyes widened as he saw an opening. He took the chance. A small shuriken sliced through Haku's shoulder as he stumbled onto the bridge. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Without wasting any more words, Naruto made his way into the battlefield. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL2 activated. Usage drains 20 MP points each minute. Naruto engaged the masked boy in combat. Let's test your taijutsu, shall we? Naruto smirked. I'm assuming you've completed the water walking exercise by now? Haku asked, almost like they weren't enemies at all. Naruto frowned. Why remind me of that now? He ignored her question. Naruto's clones barged in at once, aiming to overwhelm Haku with their sheer size and numbers. The blonde himself went into the air, landing behind Haku gracefully. He aimed a punch carefully at Haku's back, who was too occupied by his numerous other clones, even if they were rapidly decreasing in number. There was no way this punch would miss, right? Wrong. Haku didn't just dodge, he pivoted his legs before pushing Naruto's fist to the side with the back of his hand, redirecting all of the force in a single instant. What the? An instant later, he was swept to his feet by a soundless kick by the missing In, then dodging another hit due to the smallest of sounds from the rustling of Haku's baggy clothes. He hadn't realized before, but a reason why Haku's taijutsu was so deadly was because of how silent it was. Naruto wasn't able to hear any movement from Haku before she struck, which made her moves much more unnoticeable before they actually hit. It was a battle between the Uchiha taijutsu and Haku's own. On their own, the Uchiha taijutsu seemed to be much more effective in general, but in the mist, where senses like sound mattered so much, Haku's was even more effective. If this fight continued any longer, Naruto wouldn't be able to win. It would be best to retreat for now. Naruto summoned more clones to deal with, or slow down Haku for the time being. He had to find Sasuke. Was he inside? Hey! Sasuke jumped slightly as Naruto's voice rang in his ear. You came inside? Sasuke partly shrieked, an unusual sound coming from the Uchiha. Why not? Naruto shrugged lightly. You have no idea just what that guy can do in here. He's there, Naruto thought as he saw the image of Haku in one of the mirrors. Senbon impaled themselves into Naruto as he groaned in the sudden pressure in his back. Blood covered his orange jumpsuit soon after. But the pain wasn't unbearable. Both Naruto and Sasuke stood up immediately after, albeit wincing as they did so. We need to get the hell out of here, Naruto yelled. I'm trying, idiot, Sasuke yelled back. After a flurry of hand signs, red-hot fire was sent towards the opposite side of the ice dome. The fire reflected partially, flaring the entire enclosure in heat. But to no avail. Naruto looked around, defeated. If fire couldn't beat the ice itself, what would? But wait. The ice had melted slightly. You think your fire can beat a pinnacle of Kekkei Genkai? Haku's voice asked, echoing around the dome. Some more Saban was thrown at the duo. This time, they were able to dodge more than a few, but were still unable to completely dodge all of them. Naruto desperately ran around the dome, trying to guess where Haku would appear next. What it was near impossible. Pain was all he felt as more objects pierced into his body, drawing more and more blood outwards. This isn't fair. Even with my leveling ability, I don't have any jutsu currently to counter Haku. Is this the end? The Senbon stopped. Amazing. The Sharingan. But will that change the result? Naruto prepared himself for another throw. But it was still too fast. Naruto, to the right! Sasuke yelled. Seeing no other option, he did what Sasuke told him. Nothing hit Naruto. Sasuke's eyes were glowing red. Maybe they had a chance of winning now. With the same jutsu that Kakashi had, Sasuke got a serious power boost. Normally, Naruto would be envious, but right now, survival seemed to be the more important thing. Naruto got up to his feet in a hurry, before running back towards Sasuke. He needed his guidance if he wanted to beat Haku right now. Sasuke's eyes swirled rapidly. Above us! Sasuke leaped out of the way, only to realize that Naruto hadn't done the same. His scarlet eyes widened. Did he? Naruto had jumped upwards. As Naruto met the incredibly fast Haku in the middle of his teleportation-type jutsu, he grappled Haku's hands to the side before kicking him in the torso, away from his intended direction. Finally, a direct hit. But he didn't stop there. Quickly summoning clones, they caught Haku's flying body before throwing it back to Naruto. The blonde slammed his foot into Haku's back, sending him into the bridge floor with a loud, painful thud. It had to be over by now. Naruto placed his kunai onto Haku's neck without hesitation, and stabbed inwards. Into water. A water clone. I'm sorry, Shinobi, Haku's voice said from somewhere behind him. Sasuke's body lay still next to Haku, whose Senbon stayed pierced all the way through the Uchiha's neck. Naruto's breath stilled. Haku bowed solemnly. It's amazing, really, to have found such a loyal comrade. He definitely could have dodged the projectiles at the last second, considering his own Kekkei Genkai, but doing so would have made you the target instead. Rage. You must be one of his own precious people, for him to react in such a way. If it means anything, I'm sorry for killing your comrade. But it was for my own survival, if anything else. Shinobi are born. Fury. Please do not take it to heart. Ding! The wants to lend you chakra. Do you accept? Yes/no. Haku. You're going to die. Naruto growled quietly. I don't think. Naruto disappeared into thin air, before appearing next to Haku once more. And your death will be especially painful. He launched a hook at Haku's stomach, pushing him through ice mirrors. Glass shards exploded on the impact, creating a hole in the once impenetrable dome of ice. A tornado of red chakra erupted around Naruto's body as he glared at the ragdoll-like body that rolled onto the bridge. No mercy. Naruto launched a kick straight into the face of Haku, cracking his mask into two. Haku's body spinned across the floor of the bridge, before he managed to grab hold of his balance. But it was already over. Tired, bloodied, and faced against an impossibly strong opponent, Haku was ready to give up. He stood up slowly, his eyes closed in acceptance of his death. I can't. Naruto stopped his punch at the last second. A gust of air pushed Haku's mask off of his face, revealing the feminine face to the open mist of the bridge. The whiskers on his face became less pronounced, his eyes became the regular, azure blue, and the red chakra no longer surrounded his body. Naruto stood in silence as he regarded the boy in front of him. Your friend is dead. Killed by me. And you still won't kill me? Naruto's rage spiked in an instant, but he reeled it back in by continuing his punch to Haku's face. You've become weaker. What exactly was that form earlier? Not like it matters. Naive people seem to think that letting their opponents live is an act of kindness. But not for me. You've shattered my reason for living. A weak shinobi like me isn't worthy enough to help Master Zabuza. So please, kill me. Naruto couldn't help himself. He laughed in disbelief. What's so great about him? He's a monster. He kills for fun. How can he be anyone's precious person? Haku smiled. Maybe you see him as so. But in the darkness of my times, Zabuza was the one who helped me the most. If I'm no use to the one I'm living for, what's the point of continuing to live? This type of logic. It's horrible. I hate it. So you give up after being beaten once? What about all of the training you did to come so far? Was that all useless, Haku? Haku nodded. Yes. You're hopeless, Naruto whispered. He brought up the kunai in a quick motion. He would do this quickly. Haku's eyes widened randomly. The missing nin was gone. Kakashi felt his Chidori impale itself into a body, but it wasn't the correct one. His accomplice sacrificed himself for him? Kakashi thought incredulously. Master. Haku whispered quietly. Kakashi. You were wrong again. Zabuza said, chuckling. Blood painted his masked face as his gray eyes started back at Kakashi's own. Thank Kami I helped the boy back then, if not, I'd be dead by now. Ha! Zabuza shouted, laughing loudly. He swiped his sword across, trying to cleave Kakashi into two, but missing entirely as Kakashi grabbed Haku's body and jumped backwards. Naruto gripped his kunai, but stopped when Kakashi addressed him. Don't. This is my fight, Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth, but stayed still nonetheless. Yeah, he mostly likely would have died if he tried to fight against Zabuza, but he couldn't care less. Naruto! Naruto winced at Sakura's voice. Thank God you're alive. Let's get Sasuke and get out of here with Tazuna-san. Kakashi-sensei can handle this now. Sakura. Naruto said, pointing to Sasuke's body, which was slightly obstructed by the mist. Naruto watched as Sakura left with Tazuna towards Sasuke's body, before directing his attention back at the fight before him. Kakashi slowly dismantled Zabuza, the slow movements of the latter making it easy to guess his opponents, which was even easier for someone who had a Sharingan. Kakashi then demobilized both of Zabuza's arms in a brutal display of fighting. No more jutsus or mist to hide behind, Zabuza. It's over, the Jonin said coldly to the demon of the mist. Clack. Well, well, well. That man definitely made a fine fool of you, demon. A pity. If you die, how will I give you the proper fees? Naruto looked at the other end of the bridge to see a rather short man approach the trio slowly. Behind him stood a mob of bandits, all equipping weapons of their own. Jagged hairline, small, black sunglasses, black shit, and purple tie. The man screamed shady business. Gatu. What's all of this? Zabuza asked murderously. Naruto took a step back. Business, Zabuza. I'm going to kill you now. So say your final prayers to the world, please. Don't worry, no one is going to miss you, hee hee. Someone would. What's the meaning of this? You really think I would pay that amount for you? Never. I'm a businessman, not running a charity. You're infamous around these areas, and incredibly skilled. Trying to betray and kill actual shinobi would be hard, considering how many friends they've made along the years. But you. Ha! You were perfect. A missing nin that no one cares about. Does it matter if you die? Don't take it too seriously, Zabuza. It's good business. Either way, it's not like you didn't cheat neither. The demon of the mist? Was that a joke? You lost to some random ninja that recently came here. You're not a demon, Gato said, cackling. Zabuza looked back at Kakashi. Kakashi, you are no longer my priority. End our fight. There is no motive for me to assassinate Tazuna. Kakashi nodded in acceptance. But, Sasuke. Gato stepped forward, kicking Haku's face with contempt. This girl or boy? Just as annoying as you. Naruto felt his rage overwhelm as he began running towards Gato, only to be stopped by Kakashi, who held the back of his jumpsuit. Naruto. There's too many of them. Naruto directed his ire towards Zabuza. Won't you do anything? He's disrespecting Haku in front of you. Zabuza shrugged, his arms stiff. So? Haku died. So? Haku was still your friend, a comrade. There are no real friends in the world of missing nin, child. We are either tools to be used or people who use others as tools, nothing more, nothing else. Haku was a useful tool that I appreciated for his strength. So I will repeat my question. So? Naruto growled in frustration. So? Haku really meant nothing to you in the end? He sacrificed himself for you and you won't do anything? Just standing there? A long silence enveloped the duo, the thick atmosphere between the two becoming even thicker. Kunai. Zabuza whispered. What? Kunai. Naruto threw his kunai to the demon of the mist immediately after. Zabuza caught the weapon in his mouth. Emotional. Kill them all, people! Gato yelled. The storm of people yelled as they infiltrated the bridge entirely, the sounds of multiple footsteps and battle cries filling Naruto's ears immediately. Zabuza went to meet them all at once. But Zabuza was a demon. He slashed through everyone using the kunai in his mouth, cutting through the mounds of bandits like scissors on paper. He dodged a dozen swords at once, before knocking into men several feet taller than him. Many bandits fell to the floor, lifeless, as a long gash spread through their necks in mere seconds. But even they were too much for Zabuza. Swords impaled Zabuza's chest as the swarm of men began to overwhelm the one man. But Zabuza still didn't stop. With the relentlessness of a starved lion, he embedded the kunai into Gato's chest. Zabuza laughed. Ha! Gato. I don't care if I die right now. But as long as you're coming with me to hell, I'll be happy. The demon finished the kill in its entirety soon after. Zabuza smiled for the last time in his life. I won't be seeing you any longer, considering you would be going to heaven, Haku. But, thank you? Naruto swallowed his throat in apprehension. Cherish the sight of a real man, Naruto, Kakashi said. This was all too much for a recently made genin. Naruto's eyes continued to stay wide as he swallowed all of the events into one session of his memory. Naruto! Sasuke is alive! Naruto's heart quickened as he glanced to his left, seeing the familiar blue-shirted boy raising a hand in greeting. I see. You really were too kind of a person, Haku. Naruto looked back at the bandits with anger. Now these guys deserve to die. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A day later. Zabuza and Haku's funeral was a quiet event. With only Team 7 and Tazuna present, the burial seemed to be more of a standard process rather than an act of caring. Which wasn't very surprising considering the lives the missing nin had held. Living solitary lives, they didn't have many friends to mourn their deaths for them. It was a small memorial site, the largest being the mountain of a sword behind Zabuza's funeral. It's an unfortunate thing. But don't be mistaken. Zabuza wasn't a good person, nothing he could have done would have changed that, but he did have his heart in the right place in the end. What's even more sad is that you, genin, had to experience a type of mission like this so early in your lives. An A-rank mission. It's fortunate I was your sensei, or else. Thank you, sensei, Sakura said politely. Well, I can't do it all the time. Should we leave now? Sasuke nodded. HN. Naruto looked at the graves before him. I'll come, sensei. Let me just stay here for a bit. Kakashi sensei raised an eyebrow. You sure? Positive. Your wish. Sasuke, Sakura, let's go. Naruto stayed still for much a while longer as the rest of the team left him behind. There was a particular reason why the blonde stayed behind in the first place, and it wasn't because he wanted to contemplate on the deaths of the duo, no matter how sad it was. The system was telling him something. Ding! New skill achieved, Shadow Extraction LVL1. Info: Shadow Extraction allows the transformation of dead bodies into shadows which can be recalled at any time for the player to use. Higher the difference in level, the lower the success rate. Higher the time taken after the body died, the lower the success rate. Higher the will of the person to stay in the afterlife, the lower the success rate. Current maximum shadows, 2. What? Does this mean I can revive them as shadows? Then came the next question. Who should he revive first? And would it really work? This was the first real ability the system had ever given him, so Naruto was slightly skeptical. Now, who should he go for next? Zabuza or Haku? It didn't really matter since he had 2 available spots anyways. But were these shadows the actual ones that died earlier? Were they the ninja he had just fought yesterday? Was Haku's sacrifice for nothing, if he could have revived her afterwards? Obviously, that wasn't the truth. But Naruto's paranoia quickly took over his senses. The ability gave him the chance to reunite Zabuza and Haku. But what if one of the summonings failed? It was best to check the limits of the ability for now. Considering the system said the higher the level the harder the extraction became, it would be easy to test out the limits of his own capabilities for now. Naruto went to the gravestone next to Zabuza. His hands were trembling, and his heart rate was at an all-time high. The grave stood painfully still, begging to be called upon, and the sword stood similarity, begging for someone to grasp its stilt once more. Use shadow extraction on Zabuza. Extracting. Extraction failed. What? 2 more chances remaining? Try again. Extracting. Extraction failed. 1 more chance remaining. Naruto needed this to work. Zabuza's death. It wasn't meant to be so disappointing. He needed another chance, whether as a shadow or the real thing. He wouldn't lose now. No matter what it would take, he needed this extraction to summon. Activating. Skill, Will of Fire LVL1 activated. Skill, Will of Fire LVL1 has bonus effect of increasing success rate of extraction by 10%. Zabuza. Your devotion to the sword is what got you the name Demon of the Mist. Now, show that same devotion to me. The same devotion that Haku served you with. Now, arise. Extracting. Extraction successful. Dark energy erupted from Naruto's body as he felt a rush of power exit his body like water behind a broken dam. The visceral aura flowed directly towards the dead bodies buried under the soil, until finally all of it disappeared into the ground. Then silence. But then the energy started pouring back out relentlessly. Tendrils of liquid shadows slowly began forming out of the grave, pooling into a shadowy mass without any defined shape. But the shadows continued to pool, building and building upon each other, slowly forming a familiar shape. 2 can't believe it. Naruto's eyes looked at the monstrosity before him. The shadowy mass of Zabuza stared back. Shadow Zabuza, LV1. He looked the same as always, except for the fact that the colors of his clothes were replaced by a shade of black, and his face showed a wispy blue, entirely missing the humane colors he once had. On his back, the giant sword he always used was perched comfortably, every contour of the metal shaded black. A rough scowl was evident even through his bandaged face. Zabuza looked scarier than when he was once alive. Where the hell am I, brat? Zabuza growled in his ghostly form. Naruto briefly flinched in fear before rearing back. It was insanely jarring to see the dead body of Zabuza, a body which he helped bury, back in real life. It only showed the insane capabilities of his system, and just how much power was in his hands. I said, where the hell am I? The shadow asked again, irritatingly. Active skill, Shadow Extraction LVL1. Info, shadows drain 50 MP every minute, a value which will decrease as level of skill increases. Initial extraction takes 20 MP. 50 MP? That's insane. That means only 2 minutes? Naruto thought incredulously, doing the math in his head. The skill, for now anyways, was insanely underpowered. A mere 2 minutes could decide the difference between a win and a loss in the toughest of times. She understood that. But 2 minutes was still too little. Regardless, Zabuza was a Jonin-level ninja, meaning the 2 minutes would certainly be worth it for now. And it wasn't like he was going to be this low level, If Naruto upgraded his level in shadow extraction, he could certainly decrease the MP drain, which would make the ability a monster to deal with. Naruto waved at the shadow with a trademark grin. Zabuza-san, this is Naruto Uzumaki. You know, the blonde kid from earlier. Zabuza glared back. Yeah, I can tell. Now tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, why am I still alive? And more importantly, how? He's a shadow as of now, so there wouldn't be any reason not to tell him of my ability, right? I could also pass it off as a special jutsu of my own. What did Kakashi-sensei call it? A Kekii Genkai? It's my ability, a Kekii Genkai, like Haku had. I can summon the dead in the form of shadows, or something. To be honest, it's still a work in progress. Like many other things, Naruto deadpanned. Zabuza's eyes widened. You're telling me you can summon the dead? Is this a joke, brat? You're alive right now, so what more proof do you want? How is the afterlife, anyways? Don't make a mockery of this situation. This isn't a normal Kekii Genkai. The amount of things I could do if I had something like this. Zabuza chuckled dangerously. Why did you summon me? I wanted to test the ability on someone, and you happened to die recently. So I did it for you to gauge my current ability, Naruto said. You're telling me this was all a test? A test to see whether you could summon me or not? Why didn't you summon Haku first? The Demon of the Mist asked, his deep voice taking on a tone of inquiry. I can't give a reason without revealing the levels, can I? What should I do here? You're a lot stronger than Haku, so I wanted to see whether I could summon you or not, pretty much. There, that wasn't too bad. Zabuza nodded in acceptance, before looking at his muscles strangely, before looking at his surroundings curiously. A look of denial spread along his eyes. Naruto observed his behavior. Wah! Zabuza picked up the wide, black sword around his back before swinging it frantically in the air, cleaving through the atmosphere and sending gusts of wind across the fields, shaking the leaves of nearby trees. It was an impressive display of swordsmanship, but both Naruto and Zabuza could notice one thing. Zabuza was weaker. Much, much weaker. Why am I so goddamn slow? Zabuza yelled in frustration, his shadow muscles flexing as he continued his onslaught. Naruto paled in realization of what had happened. The system would never be so nice to him to give him such a promising ability. It would never give him direct access to Jonin-level Shinobi with a flick of a wrist. No, the system made him work for that type of power. And in this case, it made the shadow itself work. Shadow Zabuza was much, much weaker than the original. They shared the same appearance, same personality, but different stats altogether. Shadow Zabuza was around Haku's level or so? Thus, the 2 minutes became even more useless. Considering Shadow Zabuza was only level 1 as of now, he needed to level up his shadows and his shadow extraction. Naruto made haste to rectify his mistake. Zabuza, your form right now is much weaker than what you were when you were alive. I'm not so sure as of now, but I believe you will have to train to become stronger again, or else. I'm stuck like this for the rest of my life? Zabuza questioned angrily, his eyes smoldering. Naruto chuckled. Technically speaking, you aren't actually alive, so yes. Zabuza lunged at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped, dodging the attack entirely, before sweeping the shadow's legs from underneath him, dropping him to the floor. Naruto immediately unsheathed a kunai from his pocket, before placing it on Zabuza's neck. You aren't a Jonin anymore, just a shadow of mine. Remember that, Naruto whispered gravely, applied pressure on the solid surface of Zabuza's neck. Naruto felt the giant sword slide to his jugular. The body in front of him dispersed into water. The same trick. The deep, monotone voice of Zabuza rang through his ears. You may not remember, but since you obviously forgot, let me remind you one last time. I'm Zabuza Momochi, the Demon of the Mist, and I have no master. Naruto gulped as the gigantic sword left his throat. Now summon Haku. Naruto looked once last time at the shadow warily, before rubbing his throat to ease the soreness. Note to self, don't piss off the psychopathic swordsman. Ding! 30 MP remaining. Naruto calculated the math in his head again. 1 minute had passed, meaning 50 gone. And the cost of the initial summoning, which was 20. He could still summon Haku. Naruto nodded. All right. Naruto walked up to the grave of Haku in a hurry, eager to get this over with. He probably didn't need to struggle as much as summoning Zabuza, considering the difference of levels between him and Haku wasn't very high in comparison to the difference between him and the Jonin-level Shinobi. Maybe 1 or 2 tries? Haku. Arise. Extracting. Extraction successful. Similar to before, a dam of energy broke from Naruto's body, entering the air and going into Haku's grave. The soil seemed to eat up all of the energy as it dissipated into the grave. Shadows pulled once more, forming the body of Haku that Naruto came to recognize easily. Haku, in all of his feminine grace, appeared fully fledged in his regular clothing, but this time everything was shaded a dark black, and his skin was a peculiar shade of blue. "Where am I?" Haku asked, staring at Naruto with obvious surprise. Naruto looked around for Zabuza. It would be easier for that man to explain this, after all. But no one was to be seen. Ding! You currently cannot keep more than one shadow summoned at a time. Naruto groaned in annoyance. He barely had a minute left. Listen, Haku. So pretty much, here's a summary. I have the Kekkai Genkai to summon the dead from their graves, which I have already done with Zabuza and now you. The bad part is, you are now much weaker than normal, which I think you should be able to tell by now. Zabuza is currently around the level you were at when you were alive, meaning you would be somewhere around Genin level? Probably higher. But yeah. That's it, Naruto finished, panting after the long monologue. He looked at Haku hopefully. Again, where am I? I didn't expect the afterlife to be so colorful. Ding! MP has been completely drained. All MP-related skills and abilities are deactivated. Naruto looked at the empty lands of grass before him. Okay. 2 weeks later. Ding! Quest, Protection of Tazuna completed. Rewards, EXP 3000 class, Necromancer, given, title, Messenger of the Dead. Congratulations. You leveled up. Player is now LV8. 2 attribute points gained. New title, Messenger of the Dead achieved. Title, Messenger of the Dead increases the success rate of shadow extraction by 5%, and increases all stats by 3% while on missions. Woohoo! Another 2 attribute points for the future Hokage. Naruto smiled happily as he looked through all of his notifications. Things were finally starting to look uphill. On the past few weeks, Naruto had spent most of his time training with Team 7 and helping finish the bridge Tazuna was so hellbent on. And finally, the hard work actually paid off. The bridge, in his honest opinion, looked beautiful. It wasn't too fancy, but managed to display a look of elegance which was fitting for the small town they were in. Tazuna had the look of a proud father as he observed his bridge from afar. 2V spent so many decades dreaming about this moment. It's all thanks to you guys this is possible. I can't thank you enough, Tazuna said, tears forming around his eyes. Like I said, Tazuna-san, your amazing hospitality was more than enough as thanks, Kakashi said, bowing. Naruto smiled. It was always nice seeing people do nice things. And you? Tazuna said, directing his smile at Naruto. Me? I can't thank you enough, as well, Naruto. For protecting Tsunami and Inari when it mattered the most. Naruto tried not to roll his eyes. The man has mentioned that same instance more than 100 times by now, and had brought it up every single dinner, and every time he was alone with him. Yeah. Big bro Naruto is too cool, Inari mentioned from behind Tazuna. Sakura snickered. Big bro Naruto, huh? You've got fanboys now, Naruto? Hypocritical. Naruto wanted to say, but refrained from doing so. Grandpa, I think we should give a name for the bridge while the ninja are still here. Tazuna laughed. You're right, Inari. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Naruto smiled as he heard the name, a strange swelling of pride in his heart erupting immediately. But did he really deserve it as much as the others? The Great Zabuza Bridge. Naruto shook his head. The shadow would probably kill him if he did something like that. Sounds great. Kakashi laughed. If that's all, we will be taking our leave, Tazuna-san. Of course, I couldn't keep you guys here any longer, after all, Tazuna answered wholeheartedly. Naruto raised a thumbs up to Inari. I'll visit later on, Inari. By then, you better be a lot stronger. You bet. Inari grinned toothily. Have a safe trip. Tsunami ushered out at last. All of Team 7 felt a gentle tug on their hearts as they finally left the small town they'd been in for the last month. Naruto looked at the path ahead of him and groaned. This was going to be an incredibly long trip. Walking wasn't too hard, but the type of food they had to eat was the bare minimum, consisting of energy bars and most importantly, no ramen. In the 2 weeks since the funeral, Naruto had resisted the urge to summon Zabuza and Haku again. For that, he had several reasons. Firstly, he was 90% sure Zabuza didn't even want to be summoned at this point. Second, he wasn't exactly sure how to deal with Haku. And lastly, the whole shadow business seriously creeped him out. Sure, the necromancy thing looked cool and all, but it was seriously weird when you thought of it from an outside point of view. Summoning the dead to be your companions? Yeah. Totally normal. Naruto also felt like he would get a better idea of dealing with the issue back in his home village, Konoha. Wave was cool and all, but it didn't have Ichiraku's ramen, did it? A steamy bowl of soft, chewy noodles and the aroma of miso and pork. Naruto was already salivating. A bowl of Tuchi's ramen will definitely bring me up to speed. Hey Sasuke! Last one to the tree over there has to pay for ramen. Naruto began running at full speed. One more miso ramen! Naruto called out as he dropped another bowl onto the table before him. Sasuke eyed his wallet with widened, disheartened eyes. How much does this guy eat? Iruka was just glad he wasn't paying again. So yeah, Iruka-sensei, where was I again? Oh right. So we were fighting Slurp, this guy called Zabuza, and we found out that he was actually just a nice guy in the end. I managed to defeat everyone with a super cool jutsu, blah blah blah, I saved the whole village. Then they named a bridge after me. Isn't that cool? Iruka nodded in acceptance, not believing half of the things coming from Naruto's throat. Naruto finished another bowl, and patted his belly in appreciation. That's enough for now. Okay, Sasuke. I'm done with eating. Sasuke sighed with relief. Oh, then I'll take my leave. Now you have to train me, Naruto declared. An awkward silence filled the ramen shop. Train? Sasuke questioned. Remember the jutsu you owe me? HN. Yes. Naruto cheered inwardly. A jutsu from Sasuke, and hopefully an effective one. Ever since the fight with Haku and Zabuza, Naruto had realized just how limited and short his jutsu range was, consisting primarily of the Shadow Clone and the Academy 3. They were useful in their own subtle ways, but the blonde needed something more flashy. Something that would do damage. Naruto looked at Sasuke triumphantly. Which jutsu will you be able to teach? Sasuke morphed his face into a thinking pose. I don't really want to teach him anything, but considering it was a bet, I'll guess I'll have to. How about? Fine, I'll teach you something. Come to training ground 46 by tomorrow morning, around 6 or so. It's normally empty by that time, I believe. Naruto grinned. You got it. Now, which jutsu? Sasuke was gone. The blonde waved goodbye to Tuchi, and Iruka before going on the usual route to his apartment. The route which generally avoided most crowded areas, using the alleyways littered around Konoha. The second Naruto reached his apartment, he jumped onto his couch tiredly. It had been a long month, but certainly not without its own benefits. Open. I'm facing this dilemma a lot more these days, but I guess that's a good thing. What should I add? Naruto thought to himself. The blonde felt as if it was better to not stress over the specifics of each point for once, and just add them where he thought it was best. Add to dexterity and luck. Attribute point has been used. Dexterity has been increased by 1 point. Attribute point has been used. Luck has been increased by 1 point. I'm bored. I guess it's time to summon one of them. Who should it be? Naruto thought of his previous encounter with Zabuza and shivered. Yep, it was best he went with Haku, maybe fill her in with where he was right now. Summoned Shadow Haku. Darkness moved like water itself, the cohesive matter combining together to form the shadow. So it wasn't a dream? Haku asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto rolled his eyes. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The person who summoned you from the dead. You are currently in Konoha, the HiddenLeaf village. Ah. So this is the land where the Hokage resides. Interesting. And why have you summoned me, Naruto-san? Haku asked, eyeing his surroundings. Naruto put his legs on the top of his couch. I was bored. So you summoned me, a dead shadow, to alleviate your boredom? Something like that. That doesn't sound like such a great idea in afterthought, does it? Yeah, it doesn't. Naruto didn't like that he was being patronized by the dead. It was either you, or clones, and I prefer not talking to myself. Or Zabuza, of course, but I prefer not talking to him even more. Haku nodded in understanding, before walking around trying to investigate the place. This is quite the magnificent house. Are you quite rich, Naruto-san? Naruto couldn't help but laugh out loud. Maybe it was the right decision to summon you. Haku cocked his head. Naruto shook his head. Listen, I don't have much time at all to talk with you, considering a minute has already passed by now. But for now, this much is fine. Just so you know, I won't be summoning you or Zabuza too much, and only when you're really needed or during times like now. I actually can't have others knowing about your presence, you understand? Haku nodded and then bowed. I understand, Naruto-san. For now, I'll take my leave. How exactly do I do that? Please let this work. Dissipate, Haku. Haku's body rapidly became smaller and smaller as the mass of shadows turned into nothingness. Quite an eventful day, Naruto thought, yawning. The next morning, Naruto woke up to the ringing of his alarm right next to his ear, groaning and moaning in distress as the sound interrupted his precious sleep. He was about to go to sleep again before his mind seemed to directly speak to him. Sasuke's going to train you a jutsu. With that, his mind sparked into overdrive. Naruto quickly brushed his teeth, showered, wore a new jumpsuit, and put on his sandals. He double-checked his ninja gear, filled his utility bag with some protein bars as breakfast, and made his way towards the intended training ground. The numerous open fields were hard to distinguish, but Naruto managed to make his way through. Training Ground 46. The large, open expanse of grass was perfect for training, Naruto realized, as he made his way through the ground. Hey! Naruto shrieked as he heard Sasuke's voice from behind him. He placed a hand on his heart in an effort to cool himself down. Yo, Naruto responded. I don't have too much time, so let's get this over with quickly. I'll give you the hand signs and some basic tips, but that's pretty much it, Sasuke said, unloading his bag onto the surface of the ground. What jutsu are we learning exactly? Naruto asked curiously. Oh, I didn't tell you yet? You've probably seen me do this a lot during training or fights. Fire Release Fireball Jutsu. I take everything back. Sasuke is literally too cool, Naruto said with stargazed eyes. Do you need a demonstration? Sasuke asked. No. I need to learn this as fast as possible, Databeo. Are there any hand signs? Sasuke grunted in confirmation. Of course. There are 6 hand signs normally, but others with higher chakra control like Kakashi-sensei said can convert it into 4 or so. For now, we will just learn the 6. The seals in succession are snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Remember those. Sasuke tossed him a scroll of sorts, the paper fluttering as it reached his hands. Here, all the hand formations are given in this. I don't really expect you to learn it in a week, since this jutsu is a bit of a speciality of the Uchiha clan. But try your best. And also, consider my debt finished. Of course! Naruto yelled in appreciation. Any tips? Sasuke rolled his eyes. First of all, do you know how this jutsu works? Obviously. The shinobi using the jutsu just stirred up some chakra in their stomachs, and released it using. Not exactly, Naruto admitted ashamedly. Sasuke frowned slightly, his eyebrows tensing. How am I going to do this? Fine. Think of it like this, a fireball jutsu isn't just made of fire, it's chakra that was turned into fire. And where does that chakra come from? From us? So the first step is to mold the chakra in your core into fire, and then release that chakra from your mouth. Naruto nodded in understanding. So why do you put your fingers in front of your mouth like that? It's easier to direct the fire where you want it to go. I see. Naruto began going through the hand seals, his hands moving tremendously slow, but accurate nonetheless. He thanked his younger self for remembering each and every seal after failing to summon a clone for the 30th time. Snake. Ram. Boar. Horse. Tiger. Naruto felt the chakra in his stomach churn and tumble around like a wild animal stuck in a cage, and molded it to become hotter, and attain the aspects of fire. The expanded in his stomach, his tummy feeling quite warm internally. Something's coming up. Naruto opened his mouth wide as he placed bent fingers in front of his mouth. Fire Release Fireball Jutsu. A small trickle of flame left his mouth. Sasuke smirked. It's not tree climbing to get it on the first try, though. You better believe it will take a lot longer than that. Naruto chuckled inwardly. Truthfully, he didn't expect any spectacular result to begin with, but it was still disappointing regardless. OSU! 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 Naruto's ears twitched as he heard a foreign sound. Sasuke looked around himself in a similar fashion. Do you hear that? Naruto asked. Of course I can, Dobe. Naruto strained his ears even further. What the hell is it? It sounds like a chipmunk or something. The sound got even louder. It wasn't a chipmunk or any animal like that, it was a person? Probably a teenager like them, considering the higher pitch of the voice. Yes, Lee. Allow the fountain of your youth to spill all over Konoha. Yes, sensei. To be more exact, it was two people. One taller, and the other around their height. Most peculiarly, both of them seemed to be wearing some sort of green spandex. Naruto walked over to the spectacle, curious to see what exactly was happening. What he saw was more than shocking. The kid of their size, presumably Lee, was walking with his fingers. With one hand crossed behind his back, and the other protruding only his thumb and pointer finger, did a walking handstand. Were those weights on his legs? And who are you fine, young gentleman? Naruto looked into the dazzling eyes of the older man, further shocked by how shiny his teeth were. Are they even real? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and he's Sasuke Uchiha. We're part of Team 7. Oh, Kakashi's kids? As expected from my rival, making his team exercise this early in the morning. I don't think it's worth telling him the truth. Naruto's sweat dropped. The teen stopped doing his exercise. Sasuke? Sasuke Uchiha? Sasuke dully looked at the other boy. Yes. The boy, presumably the son of the other man, grinned in a way eerily familiar to his sensei. I'm Rock Lee, and I must challenge the both of you to a duel. A duel? Sasuke repeated incredulously. Of course. Lee exclaimed just as brightly. Naruto felt more and more out of place with every second he stood in the presence of the green duo. Who in their right mind would ask for a duel right after meeting someone? That sounds like something I would have done, to be fair. Naruto admitted reluctantly. Lee! The older man practically shouted, making Naruto flinch reactively. Yes, Guy-sensei. Guy. Strange name. What did I tell you about challenging people to a duel immediately? Naruto sighed in relief. Finally, someone with actual common sense. Lee dramatically pointed a finger to the sky. Never forget to say please. What the? Naruto whispered in shock. And what exactly have you done in this instance? Guy asked vaguely as if he were giving some sort of divine knowledge to his student. I didn't say please, sensei, Lee said frantically. What the hell is going on? Wait. Are those tears in his eyes? I sincerely apologize, sensei. As a punishment, I will run 1,000 rounds around Konoha. That's not too bad, right? Naruto thought, conscious of his own ability. It would take an absurd amount of time, but it was certainly doable. Considering the fact that Naruto himself had insane stamina, the punishment would certainly be easy to replicate. But Lee had never stopped talking. Blindfolded. Naruto looked to the left, meeting Sasuke's eyes. Naruto couldn't tell if the Uchiha was awed or just flabbergasted by what he saw. Personally, Naruto felt both. Although he didn't really see any purpose in running around Konoha blindfolded, either could Lee. For that matter, he had to admit it was impressive for the boy to do such a feat, regardless of the reason. Naruto had been pranking the village since he was a youth, but even he hadn't memorized the correct routes around the entire village. Guy grinned widely. Your youth is as vibrant as the morning sun, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Naruto took a step back in horror as the newcomers began hugging each other earnestly. What was he even watching? Sasuke took a similar stance, as he attempted to excuse himself from the conversation entirely. Guy coughed loudly. I apologize, it seems I haven't introduced myself or Lee here yet. Indeed, Sasuke drawled. I'm the sensei of Lee here and 2 others. Together, we make up Team Guy. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Guy exclaimed, striking a dramatic pose at the same time. So they are a shinobi team like us? Now it makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? They must be from one of the years before us, then. Naruto realized with a nod. I believe Kakashi has told you too about me? Guy asked, smirking. No, Sasuke said bluntly. Guy recoiled, as if he were struck. Am I still not worth the acknowledgement of my dearest rival? I will have to train to solve this issue. Are these guys serious? I need to check their stats. Naruto started with Lee first, finding it better to see where he compared with other genin in Konoha. Naruto looked over Lee's stats with shock, instantly noticing just how high level he was. Level 19 and just a genin? He was at a higher level than Haku or Sasuke. Just how much of a monster was this guy? Naruto's eyes skipped past the next section before he went to the actual stats. He tried not to faint in that second itself. Lee's stats were something he had never seen before. It was almost unfair to compare them to someone like Naruto or Sasuke, and Kami forbid, someone like Sakura. 15 in strength, 16 in vitality, and 20 in dexterity? Just how strong is this guy? Naruto couldn't even hope to reach those types of stats soon, let alone ever. But that was also an exaggeration, fortunately. His progression seemed to rely on the quests he received, a completely unpredictable factor that he couldn't actually control. Imagining having to increase those stats by pure training and to the level Lee had done. He shivered. How much training did Lee have to go through to reach such a state? But then Naruto noticed both his chakra and title. Only 10 chakra? Huh! It suddenly made sense why Lee was called the Prince of Taijutsu, and why his stats seemed to be so focused on the strength of his body. Lee most likely had abnormally low chakra reserves, forcing him to focus on the incredibly demanding art of taijutsu. Naruto frowned in sympathy. He looked at Guy before conducting another observation. But the result was very, very predictable. Naruto found a newfound respect for the comedic duo in front of him. And for a good reason as well. He was in front of royalty, after all. Alright then, I believe introductions are over with. Lee, didn't you want to fight with Sasuke? Naruto asked enthusiastically, wanting to see the boy fight with his own eyes. We could spar. I've wanted to see how much I improved, anyway, Sasuke declared, smirking. Naruto knew Sasuke was going to lose. It was practically inevitable at this point. The level system wasn't always accurate, especially considering Naruto's own stats, where specifics like his own level were remarkably low. But during fights, the higher-leveled opponent usually stole the win, unless it was through a spout of genius or power that the lower level managed to gain the victory. Case in example being his own victory over Haku, where the Kyuubi's chakra helped him a lot. And here, considering Lee's own overwhelming agility and strength, there was no way for Sasuke to win, unless his teammate had been hiding a secret jutsu from him for a while. But Naruto didn't care about that. He just wanted to see whether he could copy Lee's taijutsu or not. Lee raised his bushy eyebrows confusedly before they settled back down in realization. Oh, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, Sasuke. I meant to ask whether I could spar both of you at the same time. Naruto blinked. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Am I seriously being looked down upon by this kid? Lee. Guy snapped. Of course, I meant no disrespect to any of you. Lee quickly corrected. I forgot to mention, but taijutsu is kind of my specialty, so it wouldn't really be fair to go one-on-one. And how would you think that without knowing my own capabilities first? Sasuke asked, his voice low but obviously irritated. Is taijutsu a specialty for you as well, Sasuke? We must fight at once, Lee insisted, his eyes firing up with determination. Lee got into position. You are allowed to use any jutsu you wish. But the other rules of a standard duel do apply. Naruto observed Lee's stance with interest, finding the boy's initial move to be quite the peculiar one. With one hand behind his back, and the other pushed forward as if he was inviting Sasuke to come to attack him, it almost seemed like Lee was purposefully leaving holes in his own defense. Now, how did I copy Sasuke's taijutsu last time? Naruto thought to himself. Previously, the system had automatically given him the option to take Sasuke's taijutsu for his own and didn't actually apply any skill to do so. This meant Naruto was at the short end of the stick for his idea to work. You all seem fired up, Guy said excitedly. I'll count both of you down. 3, 2, 1. Go! Sasuke rushed forward as Lee continued to stay still, unwavering despite the Uchiha's push forward. The raven-haired genin launched a wide kick at nothing. Lee was already gone. Sasuke gasped as a stinging pain erupted in his back, where Lee kicked him from behind. How will I be able to copy Lee's taijutsu if I can't even see it? And if Naruto could not see Lee's movements from the sidelines, how would Sasuke see them? Sasuke leaped backward across the field, trying to find some space to recover and think. But he did not even get the time to do that. The second he let his guard open, Lee flew across open grass with a whirling kick towards his opponent, a kick which was luckily dodged by the target. Sasuke huffed and puffed as he dodged another onslaught of kicks and punches from the green-clad genin. He still had not delivered a single hit on the boy. This guy. He's a monster! Fire release, fireball jutsu, Sasuke announced in response to the speeding Lee. His hands went through the signs with casual and practiced ease, finally transforming the work of his body and chakra into a spewing ball of flames, which flew towards the boy with great speed, scorching the earth below it as it traveled. Lee leaped over the flames, burning the tips of his green spandex in the process, and leaving his pale skin bare to the morning wind. Then the attack continued. Taijutsu versus Taijutsu. And other than the king himself, no one beat the prince in hand-to-hand combat. It was a technical battle, with each fist and kick made after great thought, but it was also done at a pace that made Naruto concentrate to see what was happening. Lee's taijutsu was fluid and filled with agile movements and such, but each punch and kick was filled with such intensity that made it plainly obvious just how much Lee had practiced each move. Sasuke did not have such intensity at his disposal, but he definitely did have something else. The Sharingan. I was going to save this until later, but here goes nothing. Sasuke thought with a grimace. Sasuke's eyes suddenly became scarlet red as two tomos circled the pupil rapidly. Guy narrowed his eyes at the move. There it is. The jewel of the Uchiha clan. It doesn't take a genius to see why Kakashi was given the huge responsibility to train the last Uchiha. After fighting alongside Kakashi so many times, I'm not unaware of the abilities it gives the user, but will that be enough for Sasuke to beat young Lee? Naruto looked at the mysterious ability with awe. He still had no idea what it did other than it helped Kakashi copy a few of Zabuza's jutsus, but that was all. It was a Kekkei Genkai unique to the Uchiha, and a jutsu that somehow Kakashi managed to have. But the effect was clear. Sasuke suddenly became faster. No, he wasn't physically faster, he was just predicting Lee's movements at a quicker rate. It was very beneficial for Naruto, who was finally able to actually observe the two fights from each kick to punch. Before, Lee controlled the entire pace of the bout, but now, Sasuke held a hand in the pace as well. He tried to note down each and every hit of Lee's, the way he dodged Sasuke's hook, and even the way he moved in response to Sasuke. Scanning. Yes. It worked. Naruto thought gleefully. It would probably take time for scanning to complete, so until then, Naruto just waited peacefully for the fight to end and Sasuke to lose, which was a result that was inevitable at this point. But Naruto wasn't even allowed to do that. A cold but respectful voice sounded out from behind the blonde. Guy-sensei. Another voice, more feminine and a lot warmer, was heard a second later, repeating the exact same thing. Naruto turned around to see two teenagers around his age, but taller, walk up to him. The boy looked distinctly familiar, but the blonde could not remember for dear life who he looked like or where he had seen him. He wore a beige shirt, strapped up, and dark brown shorts which left his lower legs bare. He also seemed to have brown, long hair, which wasn't too unusual unlike Naruto's bright blonde. But the most distinct feature seemed to be his eyes. The entirety of both his eyes were pale. Just like Hinata, Naruto realized with a dawning expression on his face. That was where he recognized the boy from. Him and Hinata had to be related, considering their familiar facial features and more specifically, the undistinguishable eyes. Is it a Kekkei Genkai like Sasuke's own? Naruto thought questioningly. He had never seen anyone other than the whichever clan Hinata was from. The Hyuga? Hyuga? Yeah, the Hyuga clan. The other person was a girl of medium stature, but her presence was quite intimidating. Not because of her face or aura, but because of the huge bow staff on her back. With her pick blouse and hair tied into a bun, the girl seemed pretty nice. Naruto began to introduce himself while closing the distance between them. Hello? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Genin of Team 7. I'm Tenten, Genin of Team Guy, and he's Niji Hyuga, also a member of the same team, Tenten said, motioning to the boy beside him. Hyuga, right? Do you know Hinata Hyuga by any chance? Naruto inquired earnestly. Niji eyed him with zero emotion. Edgy. Naruto thought of the one word popping into his head. Hinata Hyuga? No, I don't know her, Niji monotoned. Okay. At least he answered my question even though it definitely sounded like a lie. And who is fighting Lee, currently? Niji asked, looking straight ahead at the continuing fight before them. Sasuke struggled to keep going, his legs almost giving out as another leg sweep managed to make contact. How much longer? Naruto just winced. At this point, Lee was toying with Sasuke. But he answered Niji's question, regardless. My teammate Sasuke Uchiha is fighting against yours. Tenten's ears perked. Sasuke Uchiha? Niji snorted. Humph. A failure fighting against another failure. Lee is just wasting his time, like usual. The hell is wrong with this guy? Maybe he could see a random person walking by who might say something like that, but your own teammates. If Sakura or Sasuke had said something to him. Naruto clenched his fists. How are either Lee or Sasuke failures? Naruto asked, vexed at the attitude of the Hyuga. He just couldn't understand how anyone could think that way, and for some reason it seriously angered him. Maybe because Niji's attitude was against his core beliefs as a shinobi. Tenten chose wisely, and stayed silent. A year of fighting and training alongside the Hyuga had made her knowledgeable of the way he thought, more than she wanted, to be honest. Niji wasn't a bad person per se, but neither was he nice. The difference between a genius and a regular shinobi is a clear one, and neither Lee or Sasuke are geniuses. The latter may have been one, but clearly isn't anymore, considering he's losing to Lee of all people. Naruto couldn't even believe what the Hyuga was saying. And so are you a genius? Can you defeat Lee? Naruto asked loudly. Of course. I've done it many times. No matter how much effort or hard work Lee puts in, he can never defeat me. Him and I are living proof of the disparity between geniuses and others, Niji said confidently, stretching his legs while he spoke. Naruto just couldn't find it in himself to believe people like this even existed to begin with. Geniuses? Disparity? Who even believed in those things? I'm not a genius or anything, Niji, but I still believe I would whoop you with an eye closed if I wanted to, Naruto said, letting some cockiness seep into his voice. Who knows, maybe Naruto could defeat the Hyuga with an eye closed. Observe. God damn. Never mind. Naruto thought bitterly. But that wouldn't stop Naruto from asking what he wanted to do next. You wouldn't mind a spar, would you? Naruto asked coolly. Niji answered without any hesitation. There's no point in sparring someone much weaker than me. Are you sure you aren't scared that your theory is false? If Sasuke and Lee of all people are failures, I would be considered one as well, no? Naruto asked, trying to irk Niji's pride in one go. If the raising of Niji's eyebrows was to go by anything, it definitely worked. Niji quickly got into position, a stance which was widely different from both Lee's or Sasuke's. He had his palms open? Whatever. I didn't plan on wasting any energy before my training, but considering the minimal amount I'd be using, it's perfectly fine. This cocky bastard. Naruto thought angrily. He couldn't wait to wipe it out of his face. He activated his Uchiha clan taijutsu, and made his way towards the still Hyuga. He wouldn't let anyone say such words and live to tell the tale. But then someone caught his punch. Naruto looked up to the eyes of their sensei. Guy smiled at Naruto, his face apologetic. I'm sorry, Naruto-san. But I can't allow this fight to happen. Naruto didn't really care about that. He was just annoyed at how easily Guy managed to stop him, the word easily referring to the fact that Guy literally just put an open palm up, caught his fist, and didn't even flinch at the large amount of pressure. Why so? Isn't sparring an act of youthfulness? Naruto asked sarcastically. It is, surely. But sparring while a teammate is in need of help isn't very youthful, is it? Naruto looked towards his right in panic. Sasuke was on his knees, no more energy remaining in his body as he tried not to fall backwards onto the soft embrace of the grass. Naruto jogged over to where he was, but didn't try to spark any conversation. He could tell what Sasuke was feeling at that very moment. Naruto himself had felt it many times, after all. The thought that you could never beat an opponent, no matter how hard you tried, that the gap between you two was completely unavoidable was depressing to think about. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but your teammate refused to end the fight no matter how many times I tried to do so, Lee said, bowing. It's fine, Naruto forced out of his scowling face. Guy spoke out afterwards. I'm sure you and Niji can spar it out in the Chunin exams, Naruto-san. The Chunin exams? Ding! New quest, schooling the Hyuga created. Quest details, defeat Niji during the Chunin exams. Quest rewards, EXP 2500, learn the Hyuga taijutsu style, and increase taijutsu level by 2. Failure, become a so-called failure. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Yes. Of course yes. Naruto responded to the system, smiling. Listen here, Niji, the blonde proclaimed to the Hyuga. Naruto continued. I'll be the one to defeat you during the Chunin exams or whatever, so don't lose to anyone else before me, you got it? And earn that sweet experience. Niji shook his head, chuckling. You and your empty talk. Fine then. Prove to me, Naruto Uzumaki, that failures can defy destiny. Naruto supported Sasuke to his feet, carrying his weight as the Uchiha leaned his body against his teammate's shoulder. He looked back one last time. Activating. Skill, Will of Fire LVL1 activated. Defy destiny? I'll do much more than that, Pale Eyes. Destiny is just another word for losers like you who can't admit their own defeat. I'll make my own path, My own destiny, regardless of the situation. That's my ninja way. Yes, that's it. Naruto thought to himself. I won't let anyone trample my own path to becoming Hokage. Not Neji, Lee, or anyone. Skill, Will of Fire has increased by a level. Will of Fire is now LVL2. Info, Will of Fire, when used effectively, can increase the morale of comrades. It is considerably more effective when used near lesser-ranked shinobi. Sorry, Naruto. But you're gonna do a lot more than that to beat Neji. We're in another league. Tenten butted in. When did I ask for your opinion, Ms. Fangirl? Naruto asked bluntly. Naruto left with Sasuke before Tenten could retort. That guy seriously gets on my nerves. Tenten gritted out before bringing out her staff to practice. Lee chuckled nervously. I'm sure it was just a joke. Guy-sensei laughed heartily. It will be good to see your progression, Naruto. The fourth would definitely be proud. It was another morning, and another day. A day since Naruto met Team Guy, and a day since Sasuke was absolutely destroyed by Lee. The difference in Sasuke's behavior was obvious, and it was starting to get on Naruto's nerves. Where was the cocky, annoying bastard who used to challenge Naruto in everything? Naruto missed the old Sasuke. But he also didn't have the heart in him to say anything towards the Uchiha either. Scanning complete. Does player wish to learn Goken Taijutsu? Yes/no. Goken? Is that what it's called? Yes, please. Naruto had been waiting forever for the scanning to finish, but it had taken much longer than he had anticipated. If he remembered correctly, the scanning of the Uchiha clan's taijutsu had barely taken a minute. But it sort of made sense, considering the relative complexities of both taijutsu styles. It seemed the stronger or more advanced the taijutsu was, the longer it took to scan. Error. What is that? Naruto thought bewilderedly. He had never seen a message like that from the system before. It was usually the regular ding. Or something similar. Your taijutsu level is currently too low to learn the Goken taijutsu style. Do you wish to archive the Goken taijutsu style? Yes/no. Of course. I knew things were going too well for me to automatically learn Lee's taijutsu. Whatever, it's not like I needed it in the first place. What does archive mean? Yes. Archiving. Archive successful. Naruto looked at his stats miserably. He needed to upgrade his taijutsu level, or else more opportunities would be missed in the future. But the system was seriously making it hard for him. It gave him a quest for the Chunin exams? Exams which certainly weren't going to be conducted anytime soon? Naruto sighed as he directed his focus back to the real world around him. So you're telling me you and Sasuke fought against Team Guy, and were utterly outmatched? Kakashi asked casually, flipping a page of his book. Naruto nodded sadly. Yes. And you proceeded to challenge one of them to a duel in the Chunin exams, which I haven't even decided yet to put you in? Yes. It was to be expected, of course. They have been genin for a year at least, while you guys haven't had much experience in general. And considering Guy is their sensei, they certainly would have some form of expertise in the taijutsu area. Sasuke stayed silent. Kakashi noticed Sasuke's gloominess. Sasuke, don't be so disheartened. It's only obvious that Lee would defeat you. There's always someone stronger than you at the present moment. But the real difference between a strong shinobi and a weak one is what they do to overcome their own weaknesses. What do we do, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked curiously. Kakashi did his signature eye smile. Train. Naruto groaned. The type of training Kakashi had put them through till now was basic drills and formations, and was not something the hyperactive ninja was keen to continue. Their sensei shook his head knowingly. Don't worry. It's not just any type of training. It will be a Unknown coaching session with each of you. How will you train us all Unknown at the same time? Naruto asked, confused. Kakashi laughed. I would have thought you would be able to find out, Naruto. The Jonin placed his hands in a very, very familiar position. One which Naruto was very intimate with. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones of Kakashi appeared out of thin air, or more specifically, chakra. The original Kakashi ordered around his doppelgangers. One clone will take Naruto, and the other will take Sakura. So Sasuke gets the original? Naruto asked incredulously. Don't whine, Naruto. Sasuke has the skill set closest to my own, and it would be more helpful to teach him personally for now. And it's not like my clones don't have the same knowledge that I do, Kakashi mentioned, wiggling his finger. Whatever. Come on, clone, Naruto said dejectedly, walking towards the corner of the training field. The other clone went along with Sakura to the opposite side of the field at the same time. "Hey. Kids these days, always so impatient," Kakashi said, shutting his book and throwing a look at Sasuke. Sasuke stared back, motionless. Kakashi's voice suddenly tightened. "I'll be teaching you some important things. But before that, I think it's time for us to talk." With Sakura, Sensei, what exactly are you going to teach me?" Sakura asked. The clone scratched his white hair, in a manner of aloofness. "The truth is, your skill set and my skill set are most likely the farthest apart in terms of similarity. So for now, it's going to be sheer taijutsu training." Sakura groaned loudly. Kakashi's clone brought out his book. "Come on, Sakura, we can't have you flapping around like usual if I happen to submit you guys into the Chunin exams, can we?" Sakura snorted. "As if. With Naruto, you wanted to learn a jutsu, right?" Kakashi asked the blonde. Naruto nodded. "Yes." The clone clapped his hands together. "All right. Then I know what we're going to do. We need to check what your elemental affinity is." The genin strained his ears. "Elemental what?" "Affinity. It's basically which element your chakra is most attuned to. For example, my elemental affinity is lighting. Therefore, I can learn lightning jutsus at a much faster rate. It's useful to know before you start learning actual jutsus, so you can focus on a specific element at first and not waste your time trying to learn something else. Understand?" It was basic enough, so Naruto didn't really have any trouble understanding his sensei. So whichever affinity he got, it would be more beneficial to learn jutsus from that element to begin with. Would have been useful to know that before Sasuke taught her that fire jutsu. Naruto complained in his head. "So I won't be able to do jutsus which I'm not compatible with?" Naruto asked, anxious of the answer. "No, not exactly. Case in point, me. I'm known for copying 1,000 jutsus, but each of them aren't lightning releases, are they? It's just easier for those with the corresponding affinity to learn the jutsu, and also more effective chakra-wise." I see. How exactly do we test for my affinity?" Kakashi put a hand into his pocket. "I had the original give me this before we left." His hand came up, revealing it to be a piece of paper? Before you ask, it's not just any type of paper. It's chakra paper, and has the ability to find out which type of affinity a shinobi has. Let me show you a demonstration. When I pour my chakra through here. The paper wrinkled in an instant with a satisfying crunch. A wrinkle in the paper means it's a lightning affinity. Likewise, for fire the paper will ignite. For wind, the paper splits into two. The paper crumbles for earth, and becomes wet for water. That's so cool! Naruto gushed, eyes glazed with excitement. The clone tried not to laugh. Now you try. Naruto reached for the chakra paper eagerly, taking it from Kakashi's gasp. He held it in his hand with wide eyes before putting it between his fingers. He carefully pumped his chakra through the paper, waiting for something to happen. How am I supposed to choose so suddenly? Naruto thought with raised eyebrows. Why is it even giving me the option in the first place? Naruto raised his eyes to the expectant look on Kakashi's face, whatever amount was visible, and looked down immediately afterward. What's wrong? Kakashi asked curiously, folding his arms together. Hee. I'm nervous, you know, Naruto exclaimed, trying to sound as timid as possible. For what? It's not like whichever element you get decides your future or something. Go wait, it kind of does. Kakashi chuckled. Take your time. I guess I'll read in the meanwhile, but I must say, it isn't like you to be so slitting about these types of things. Normally, you would be jumping up and about to find your affinity, isn't that so? Naruto mentally facepalmed, before looking back at his system. Leave it to Kakashi to be so observant around these things. He genuinely didn't know what to pick, but maybe he could try and fish out an answer from Kakashi? Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, it's just that I don't want to get a lame affinity like Earth or something, so I'm sort of anxious right now. Naruto bluffed, trying to give a valid reason for whatever he was doing. I wouldn't underestimate any element, Naruto. Often, it's the surrounding and the opponent we face against that chooses the effectiveness of an element. Yeah, that makes sense. When he had fought Haku and Zabuza, using jutsus like fire would be practically useless against the water behemoths they created with the hand signs they spun through. So no direct answer from Kakashi on what element I should pick. Naruto wrapped a hand around his head as he began to focus. The big question still remained unanswered. Which element should Naruto realistically pick? He had already taken an absurd amount of time just to fuel some chakra to the paper, and any longer Kakashi would get suspicious. Not that it really mattered, of course, but it was still awkward, to say the least. I should go through all the elements one by one, and by the process of elimination, pick the ideal element, Naruto declared to himself, nodding in satisfaction at the idea. First was fire. It was a valid choice, and certainly the most flashy one. Naruto was sure that selecting fire would increase his firepower a lot, both literally and figuratively, but he was afraid of the flexibility of using such an element. So far, all the opponents he had faced were water users, making Naruto wary of the element in general. Though it would help me learn Sasuke's jutsu. Next was wind. Naruto wasn't sure what to think of this one. He had never seen anyone use a wind jutsu of any kind, so he couldn't really accurately gauge the strength and weaknesses of such an element. Might be best to cross this out for now. Lightning, it looked promising. Probably the coolest one out of them all. Considering it was Kakashi's own element, it would be useful in the training aspect. Earth? Nope. Never. Naruto personally didn't see the appeal of Earth-style jutsus, not that he was trying to downplay their role, but again, he never really saw them in action. Unless he counted the jutsu where Kakashi came from underneath the ground to surprise him, but that was just a sneak peek of its potential. Then came water. Clearly, this was the most valid choice present. Naruto had seen the true potential of water jutsus when Zabuza and Kakashi fought for the first time, which was a very eye-opening experience for the genin. The flexibility and ferociousness of water was completely on display during the matchup, which seemed to matter a lot more now during his decision. But the main factor influencing his decision was certainly the training factor. While lightning gave him the option to get training from Kakashi, the Jonin was only one man, and rarely had the time to solely focus on jutsus. However, Zabuza and Haku, whose summoning was on the tip of Naruto's fingers, could train him much more easily. Considering both their aptitude in the element of water, there was no better option. That's it, my mind is set. Naruto took a deep breath, pinching the paper tightly. I choose water. You have chosen. Congratulations. Your elemental affinity is water. Info, +5 stats when using water-style jutsus, plus 25% chakra efficiency when using water-style jutsus. Naruto felt water creep along the side of his fingers as the chakra paper turned wet in response to his chakra. Kakashi let out a grunt of surprise. Ah. You've finally done it, huh? Water? Can't say I expected that, to be honest. Yeah, me either. Kakashi closed his book with a resounding snap. You know how jutsus work, right? We bring chakra out of our core and manipulate to our needs, creating what we know as jutsus. Naruto hummed in agreement. Yep, that's obvious enough. Well, this is where it gets a bit tougher. Nature transformation, have you ever heard of it? Naruto suddenly felt like he was being pulled into a new world of knowledge and training. Oh no. Ding! New title, Stormbringer achieved. Title, Stormbringer gives plus 15% chakra efficiency when using both water-style jutsus and lightning-style jutsus, along with increasing all other stats by 5%. What? This title. It has to be the strongest one yet. 5% increase in all of my other stats, and 15 extra points in water. Adding that up sums to me being 40% more efficient with water. And the completely random increase in lightning gets only 10% away from actually having an affinity. So I have the ability to focus on lightning as well. Naruto thought with both awe and happiness that he was finally getting some, in his opinion, well-deserved gifts from the system. Equip Stormbringer. Equip title, Stormbringer? Equipping Stormbringer means the genin of Konoha title will be replaced, as the user does not have the multi-title ability unlocked yet. Yes/no. Multi-title? Whatever. Yes. Naruto zoned his way back to Kakashi. The clone stepped forward. Well, you're about to find out. For your first jutsu, it's a bit unorthodox, but how about we learn? Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi prepared himself. As the Hokage of the Leaf, he rarely did so. But when pitted against one man, it was mandatory to do so. Or else, the consequences would be dire. The man in question entered his room without permission, seating himself in the chair across from Hiruzen. With half of his face bandaged, Hiruzen could only tell what he was thinking by the man's left eye. Danzo. And so the bout started. They talked like old friends, but they both knew that it wasn't the case, truly. Maybe once, but certainly not anymore. The atrocities Danzo had done in the name of Konoha had made sure of that. Hiruzen, I have a proposal. Sarutobi knew it was coming, for Danzo always placed a hand on his cane for a brief second before asking for something. But which is? For the upcoming Chunin exams, the council and I have decided to implement a new rule. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Without the Hokage to approve? Danzo chuckled, the deep voice echoing throughout the small room. Of course not, Hokage-sama. This is why I have come here to tell you our idea. I believe you will agree with it as well once you hear of it. Speak. The mandate is as follows. All teams that wish to enter the coming and future Chunin exams must have a compulsory rank mission completed. That's unusual, Hiruzen noted with a frown. And why is that? Danzo smirked slightly. For many reasons. I'm sure you've noticed by now, but the rate of death in the Chunin exams is, quite frankly, more than high. Not only is a Konoha shinobi dying a horrible thought in its own right, it would be an embarrassment for us when other villages enter. I'm sure you wouldn't care for the first reason. But I can't be given the right to speak as well. Hiruzen snapped himself out of his thoughts. Regardless, why change such a rule now? And what effect would applying such a rule even have? It would be fishing out the good teams from the rest, wouldn't it? Only teams which are capable enough to successfully complete a rank mission would be fine during the Chunin exams, wouldn't they? Not only would this decrease the death rate in the exam, but it would also more accurately show the strength of Konoha to the other villages. Unsurprisingly, he gives valid points. I really can't give an honest rebuttal. I see no other choice. Thank you, Danzo, you and the rest of the council have done well. Danzo nodded humbly, but the faint smile was still present on his face. Now, what is the real reason for all of this? Hiruzen demanded. Danzo's smile faded. Why would there be any other reason? You and I both know I care about this village just as much as you, regardless of who is the Hokage or not. Hiruzen just sighed. He was getting too old for this political play. He took a long drag from his pipe, before letting it out from the window of his room. Can't wait to finally retire. Hiruzen smiled warmly. Naruto, I'm placing my bets on you. 1 month later. Naruto roared in determination, he wouldn't lose here. He had already lost count of how long he had been under the sun, but at this point, it didn't matter. Next to him was his rival, Sasuke Uchiha, who was in the exact same position as the blonde. Both of them were in the plank position, sweat pouring down their chins and falling to the soft grass underneath as time continued to pass on, and the pain continued to build relentlessly. You can do it, Sasuke-kun! Sakura cheered from the sideline. Naruto gritted his teeth. Goddamn annoying teammates. But I won't waste my energy speaking. Kakashi came back to the real world next, peeking up from his regular book. You guys are still doing the exercise? I never said it was a competition. Shut up. Shut up. Both Naruto and Sasuke shouted out loud as the last of their energy started to deplete. Ding! Vitality has increased by 1 level. Naruto dismissed the message immediately. Just a few more. Ugh! Sasuke fell to his stomach first. Naruto immediately fell right afterward, glad to be finally done with the whole exercise. It was a basic one, but it certainly still hurt when done for prolonged periods of time. Told you I'd win, Naruto said smugly through his panting state. Sasuke didn't even look like he could speak as he clutched his stomach. A month had passed since Naruto had chosen his elemental affinity, and in that time, Team 7 as a whole had continued their training at a moderately fast rate. Faster than what they had been doing before the wave mission, of course. At least once a week, Kakashi would conduct a private training session with each member of the trio, something which drastically improved the lacking points of each genin. For Naruto, the Jonin had worked on a way to improve his lack of firepower. Whenever his affinity had been revealed to be water, he began training the blonde in a specific jutsu which he thought may reveal itself sooner or later to be incredibly crucial in the future. For Sakura, Kakashi had not done much except for work on her taijutsu and strength in general. Whether it was in the form of exceedingly long spars and gruesome exercises for hours straight, he made sure Sakura was stronger by the end of the day. Sasuke was a much more complicated issue when compared to the other two. To begin with, he didn't have the right mindset. His loss to Lee was greatly devastating to his ego and pride as a shinobi. And thus, Kakashi had to waste some time beating the broken ego out of the Uchiha, before the actual training he was put through. At least, that was all that Naruto himself knew. He had tried to poke out the secret of the training Sasuke had gone through, but the whole deal was lip-sealed. This was why Naruto was incredibly curious to finally see all of his teammates' stats. He had abstained from doing so during the first month of training because he wanted to test his own improvement against the others. Without any more hesitation, he first made an observation of Sakura. That's a pretty good improvement. Naruto thought, eyes creased, thinking about back when he had first gotten the ability. He shuddered as he reminisced about the pink-haired girl's stats back then. They were practically no different from a civilian. Hell, they were less than Naruto's own, who at that point had no real ability if he didn't count his shadow clones. He glanced at Sasuke, swiping his head to the right, where the genin was still flat on his stomach. Observe. Not too shabby. He definitely improved at a steady pace. It's not surprising his rate of leveling up was lower than mine considering he was already at a higher level. Naruto noted with a thoughtful frown. Naruto's own stats. Hey Naruto! Quit slacking around! Sakura shouted from somewhere further away than where she once was. Naruto was so deep in his thoughts that he unconsciously toned out everything else, something which seemed to happen a lot more recently when he opened his system. The blonde began running towards the rest of the team. Wait for me. Kakashi patted Naruto's hair affectionately. As if we would leave with you, Naruto. That sounds exactly like something you would do, Naruto deadpanned in return. Kakashi exaggeratedly placed a hand on his heart. Your words hurt me, my dear student. Sasuke coughed into his elbow. Sensei, please get to the matter at hand. Sakura nodded in agreement. You're right, Sasuke, Kakashi said, his voice instantly switching to what Naruto called Jonin mode, signaling that he was finally about to say something serious. We have been called directly to the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office for something other than a mission? Sakura questioned in disbelief, the look of surprise on her face easily noticeable. Sasuke and Naruto were also surprised, but for different reasons. Both of them had been to the office several times, and were used to the humbly small and functional area. And for what reason? Sasuke asked, voicing Naruto's own question faster. And this is when it starts getting into more serious territory. Kakashi adjusted his walking pace, slowing down so it would be easier to talk. I guess I have to start from a month ago, don't I? There were talks about a new mandate which would drastically change shinobi traditions. How come we didn't come to know about that? Naruto asked. Well, it was top secret at that time. Not even Jonins had the right to know. Naruto wasn't going to ask how Kakashi knew, and it looked like either of his teammates wanted to either. He didn't blame them. Sakura hummed thoughtfully, wringing her fingers together. And what exactly does the mandate entail, Sensei? I don't know the entire details, to be completely truthful. All that I know is that it details towards the Chunin exams, which is the reason you must pay extra attention towards whatever the Hokage tells you. Naruto grinned. You can count on us, Sensei. They went out of the training fields after that, engaging in some small talk here and then. Then they finally reached their destination. The academy? The office was located in the administrative section of the academy, so it was quite a nostalgia trip to go through the rooms once again, this time as a real ninja. To think that I couldn't do a clone jutsu back then. Naruto whispered to himself, chuckling. Kakashi passed by the secretary without a word, not needing to actually show an ID card or anything else. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door to the Hokage's office. Come in. Naruto enthusiastically went in right after, wanting to tell the old man about what all he learned in his few months as a genin. That was, until he saw that there was another man in the office besides Hiruzen. Kakashi bowed. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 did the same. Naruto eyed the man called Danzo warily, but that wasn't without reason. The innate aura that the person emitted was enough to scare out Jonins themselves. It was creepy, almost like a sense of dread overcoming him. The feeling that someone could be behind you at any moment in time, forcing Naruto to keep a shield of paranoia active. But he was still going to conduct the observe, obviously. What does this all mean? Naruto asked himself, eyes wide at what he saw. Darkness of the shinobi? Leader of Root? It was something above his current pay grade. Naruto had a vague feeling that he wasn't supposed to actually know anything of what he saw, so decided to ignore it for now. It's best I look before I leap for now. He looked at the Hokage questioningly. The man had an odd apologetic look on his face, but the comforting smile was still present. To think of it. I've never used observe on the old man, did I? Nothing new to learn here. You were called in here to learn about the new mandate which will be effective starting from today, but I'm sure you already knew that, Kakashi? Danzo said, his soft laugh unnatural with his rough look. Kakashi feigned ignorance, but knew it was pointless. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I'm sure you don't, considering your insight into the Umbu. Regardless, let me recite the mandate to you. He cleared his throat. Those teams wishing to compete in the Chunin exams must have at least a rank mission recorded in their activity list. A rank mission? Kakashi's face immediately lightened up in recognition. So that's their goal. Isn't a rank mission too high for some of the genin teams, regardless of their ability? Kakashi asked curiously. Hiruzen spoke up next. While it is stated as rank mission, they Naruto be honest more so crank than be. The missions are mostly non-combat related, and won't consist of too much fighting. That's what you said for the mission in Wave. Naruto thought incredulously. It had to be a curse at this point. Naruto tried to ignore Danzo and his piercing gaze as he spoke. If I may ask, Hokage-sama, haven't we already finished an rank mission before? Hiruzen laughed at the use of Hokage-sama from Naruto of all people. Yes, it's true. It's recorded that Team 7 have successfully completed an rank. However, other villages won't see it that way. They are only counting the missions from this month onwards, for whatever reason. Will we be assigned the mission right now? Kakashi inquired. Correct, the Hokage said, pulling out a stack of papers. He flipped through some pages in a binder before stopping. Your mission is to capture a group of bandits and bring them back alive to Konoha forces in a maximum of 2 weeks. That is the only objective. You must be wondering why it is a rank mission, right? Naruto nodded. The bandits are sanctioned near IWA borders. Kakashi immediately swerved his head towards the Hokage in shock, looking between him and Naruto rapidly. The Hokage merely nodded, recognizing the Jonin's predicament, but refrained from answering. Is he insane? Kakashi thought with confusion. The chances of IWA Shinobi appearing and recognizing Naruto is quite low, but the risk is just as high, no, much higher. If they wage war against the Jinchuriki of all people. Yet there has to be a different reason. The two people in front of me are too smart to make such a drastic mistake, but what could it be? IWA. Isn't that one of the other shinobi nations? Naruto asked no one in particular. Danzo smiled, but not in a condescending manner. Correct, Naruto. So why this mission in particular? Kakashi asked, dreading the answer. Danzo's smile seemed to widen even further. The truth is, you aren't the only team who received this mission. Naruto's face scrunched up. Eh? Who else is there? Lee's team? Shikamaru? Kiba? They aren't from Konoha. Yes, someone from IWA received the same mission. You see, this mission isn't really a mission. It's an early competition between the participating villages of the Chunin exams. Kakashi's thoughts were correct. These madmen. There's more than Suna attending? Danzo smirked as he got up from his chair, his voice grandiose as ever, sending chills down Naruto's spine. Next month, Konoha will be hosting the first ever international Chunin exam. Naruto trudged along the muddy path laid before him, trying to avoid digging his foot into the deeper sections of the dense liquid, but to no avail. EW! Sakura shrieked as some mud got onto her skirt. Why is it so muddy here? Yeah, it's not like we're surrounded by rocks every single turn we take, Naruto grumbled, equally frustrated by their environment. What did you say? Nothing. Kakashi interrupted, stopping the inevitable argument between the two. The main reason is because we are near Iwagakure, which is predominantly surrounded by rocks, and is widely known for its rough terrain. Why were they going to Konoha? Because the Hokage himself and the creepy-as-hell Danzo guy asked them to. Naruto didn't know whether the other genin teams were doing it as well, considering how top-secret the whole matter was. He didn't get the time to ask either, being forced to immediately pack up and leave the next day. The next morning, he had immediately eaten Tuchi's ramen as a good luck charm, hoping that the mission would end quickly. According to Kakashi, it would take a day or two, but he couldn't really trust his eccentric sensei too deeply. Sasuke jumped over a particularly large puddle of mud gracefully. Didn't the Hokage say our mission was near the IWA borders? As you mentioned, borders was the word he used, correct? How can I explain this? Kakashi expressed to himself, hand on his chin. I'll start from the beginning. I'm sure you know about what happened during the Third Shinobi World War. IWA and Konoha were in a huge scuffle, if I remember correctly, Naruto remarked, thinking back to the lessons Irika used to give. Absolutely right. In fact, quite a large scuffle. Territories of both Konoha and IWA were conquered left and right, leaving citizens of their respective villages to suffer in the cruel aftermath of war. The same thing happened in the Second Shinobi World War, and though it wasn't as big, it set the roots for an intense rivalry between the two nations. And with that rivalry, came a number of meaningless deaths. That sounds horrible. Sakura whimpered. Kakashi grimaced under his mask. It was. Trust me, I was a part of it. In fact, believe it or not, Konoha were losing the war for a good amount of time. But I'm sure you know who turned the tides. Sasuke grunted in affirmation. The fourth. Naruto's head swerved as he heard the name of his idol, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Kakashi nodded. He managed to single-handedly change the tides of the war, gaining the title of Konoha's Yellow Flash. However, that is getting quite off topic. What you need to know is that due to the war, there were a large remainder of territories which were unclaimed by both IWA and Konoha, in fear of retaliation from both sides. Sakura tilted her head in confusion, slightly slowing down her pace to talk. Huh! That doesn't make much sense, does it? Why doesn't someone just take it? These places aren't just any regular back-of-the-country towns. They were previously battlefields that Shinobi fought on and died. They are reminders that war once existed, and should never happen again. If IWA suddenly came and proclaimed they own lands such as these, it's practically announcing they are ready for another war. Konoha and IWA have had multiple talks, and agreed to keep the border areas as a peacekeep of sorts. Didn't Danzo say we would compete against the other genin teams? If we compete against IWA, who hoard and hatred on us that we never knew about, how the hell would this turn out well? Naruto asked, hyperventilating at the thought of facing the IWA shinobi. Not because he was scared of fighting them, but because he wasn't sure just how deep their hate was. Kakashi seemed to have read his mind. In any case, if any IWA shinobi you know who I'm referring to wander the territory and see us, there would undoubtedly be a fight. That's why I have a safety measure in order to prevent such a situation from occurring. Naruto sighed in relief. Which is? Kakashi held up a single-hand sign. Henge. Smoke rolled off his body in an instant, covering the transformation entirely. The smoke slowly revealed itself to be. What the hell? A woman. An incredibly old woman. With long, gray hair rolling off his shoulders, and wrinkles covering his face, Kakashi was practically unrecognizable. His previous height decreased by a foot due to his back being scrunched up uncomfortably. Naruto couldn't believe which words came out of the jonin's mouth next. Yo! I have to be dreaming. What the hell? Sakura yelled in surprise, almost tripping down a rock. I'm pretty sure you know what a henge is, why are you guys so surprised? Kakashi asked innocently. Even his voice is slightly different. Naruto realized with a thoughtful glance. Naruto eyed up the old woman in front of him. Firstly, why do you still have the mask on, and secondly, do you really need to use such a disguise? Why not? Naruto crossed his arms together. Isn't it oddly suspicious for an old woman to be traveling around bordered areas by herself and 3 other teenagers? Kakashi released the henge right after, smoke erupting once again. You're right, I just wanted to have some fun. In any case, henges aren't always so useful. If an enemy sensor is present in the battlefield, it would be incredibly easy for them to tell who is using henge. For now, we are just using the technique to hide our real looks. But why? Sasuke asked curiously, voicing both Naruto and Sakura's thoughts. Naruto seriously didn't understand the point of the henge right now. Even if they were found out, it's not like their looks would have any effect on a fight. Kakashi seemed to be taking unnecessary precautions, which was something he never did. It's not to be recognized by any IWA shinobi, trust me. Considering this is a competition, the IWA genin may target you in the real Chunin exams, Kakashi said, making sure not to look at any of the genin. I'm lying through my teeth here, but hopefully no one really noticed. The real reason is because of Naruto's hair. His blonde head, which is quite rare in these parts, would certainly attract people. And Kami forbid, they make the connection between him and Sensei. I can't let that happen. Naruto looked back to the path in front of him, the shadows of buildings beginning to appear. Kakashi cleared his throat, drawing all the attention back to him. Like I said, all of you will need to use henges. In case we encounter any IWA shinobi, we will have to create alternate identities. Naruto's eyes widened. Alternate identities? Yes. Like a different name, look, and if you want personality. Though that's not really required for this mission. How do we know what to change into, Sensei? Sakura asked a second later. I'll give you some tips on what to change. Sasuke, take care of the hair. I don't know, smooth it out or something. As for Sakura, please change your hair color to black. And Naruto, you will need the most change. Huh? Why me? Naruto rebuked, slightly offended. Kakashi chuckled. I didn't mean it in that way, Naruto. The truth is, you are the most likely to stand out in a crowd. In fact, you should change your entire face for now. Take out those whiskers, and you have to change your hair color to black. The eyes are also a bit noticeable. Whiskers, eyes, hair. Okay, I guess that's doable. Sasuke stopped walking. Should we just do it now? Well, using a henge continuously doesn't use too much chakra, but it can still drain a lot if you use it continuously. For now, just try it out, but don't let your chakra levels reach below 50%, Kakashi responded, with a meaningful look towards Sakura. Fine. Guess I'll do it right now. Henge. Henge detected. Does player want to use the character customization menu? Yes/no. Naruto had no idea what he was looking at. Sure? I guess, do I just set everything with my thoughts like usual? Let's just try it out then. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to imagine his disguised body in his mind. Eyes. Black. How should I change my face? A little bit more angular, I guess. I do have a lot of baby fat still. I'll also remove my whiskers for now. As for height, I can make myself a few inches taller, right? Skin, let's make it a bit paler. Hair needs to be a bit longer, and not as puffy. Oh yeah, make it black. My body should remain somewhat the same. I guess that's it. Error. Please set a name. Name? What's the name of the guy in that one comic I read? Ruji? Ruji? Yeah, that's it. Henge has been set as Ruji. Info. Using henge menu means this specific henge is stored in the system, therefore the user can repeatedly use the sorted henge without change. Smoke suddenly surrounded Naruto's body. The genin immediately wobbled as his newly found height was incredibly uncomfortable to walk with. Naruto looked at himself with awe. Whoa. Naruto couldn't see how his face looked, obviously, but he could definitely see the change in his body. His body was more streamlined in a way, but not skinny like usual. The hair that creeped down his forehead was definitely black, though. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. That's an incredibly well done henge. Most henges which are creating a completely new body are usually poorly done, but yours seems almost uncannily real. Do you know anyone who looks like that, by any chance? Naruto grinned smugly. Nope. I'm just that impressive, sensei. Your voice as well, it's not the same at all. You could probably hold that henge for this entire mission with the amount of chakra you have as well. Regardless, how about you two? Naruto looked to the side where Sakura and Sasuke stood. Sakura looked weird with black hair, to say the least. Sasuke didn't change too much, other than his hair, which wasn't as spiky as before, but rather it was like he used a comb to put it to the side. If he added some glasses, Sasuke would definitely look like the nerdy kid in the library back in Konoha. Hee. Naruto giggled immediately. Shut the hell up. Sasuke gritted through his teeth. Sakura came through the smoke right after. Yeah. Your henge probably isn't any better, Naru. Naruto met her eyes with a passive glare. He definitely didn't miss how she averted her gaze right away. They were nearing the edge of the town in front of them. Alright. Time to beat some bandits back to Konoha. Ugh. This is so boring. Naruto groaned as he stared up at the ceiling. Sasuke snorted. Deal with it, dope. How come Sakura gets her own room? Naruto asked, appalled by the unfairness of it all. If you want your own room, just say so, Naruto, Kakashi said from the corner of the hotel room. They had found a mostly empty hotel inside the town, and quickly ordered 2 rooms for a few days. The rooms were small, but enough to accommodate all of them. How long will this mission take? The blonde inquired. I don't know the exact amount, but definitely not more than 3 days. There's no way I can deal with this for 2 more days. How about I go now and capture the bandits for myself? Naruto asked, without a trace of overconfidence. Kakashi lazily looked at him over his book. Sure, I guess. Take Sasuke or Sakura with you, though. And don't wander too far. You remember their identification marks, right? Yeah? Tall, bald, and scars over his face. Big, scary guy is the leader of the bandits. I'm terrified. Naruto retorted sarcastically. Sasuke, let's finish this mission off. Kakashi's eyes instantly widened as if he forgot something. Oh. Don't forget your henge, Naruto. And Sasuke, I suppose? Sure. The blonde didn't waste any time putting a hand sign up. Henge. Detecting henge. Opening. Available henges, Ruji, use Ruji. The old Naruto was no more, for Ryuji replaced him. Naruto looked at Sasuke. You aren't going to henge? Trust me, it's not worth it. Naruto shrugged, inwardly trying not to laugh at the Uchiha's predicament. How about this? Let's make this a competition between ourselves. Whoever finds the bandits first has to pay the other person with 5 trips to Ichiraku ramen. Fair? No. I don't like Ichiraku. How about if I win, you pay for me at the Inuzuka grill? Sasuke asked, smirking. Hell no. That's too expensive. My allowance is practically dead already without Irika paying for me at Ichiraku's. But backing out now would go against my pride as Naruto Uzumaki. Losing is not an option. Alright. Let's do this. Naruto shouted in agreement, bolting towards the east direction of the town. The town wasn't too big, but wasn't that small either. It was pretty busy, with traders and other workers bustling here and there. With relatively large buildings and other shops, it was a simple and neat town. On the outside, according to Kakashi, it was practically a home for missing ninja, bandits, and other crooks from all villages due to its free state. So Naruto searched. And searched. And searched even longer. The sun was quickly falling down. An inkling of dread started to creep up to him. Did Sasuke already find the bandits? Are they waiting for me to come back? No. I must not give up hope now. One more building on the east side of the town was left. Naruto looked at the sign suspiciously. Hashi restaurant, huh? Let's go in then. He pushed the door of the entrance, making his way into the somewhat busy shop. There were only some customers, around 8 to 10, but the atmosphere still felt somewhat busy. Welcome to Hashi restaurant, an old man exclaimed from over the serving bar. Naruto sat himself in the corner, analyzing all of the customers at once. Nope. Not a single person matches that description. Ugh. Why did I even bother? Sasuke has probably found them by now. Whatever, I'll just spend some time here, I guess, Naruto mumbled to himself, fiddling with his black hair. But then some people entered the restaurant right after. Ugh, I can't find them anywhere. It's fine. How about we stay here for a while? I guess, but there aren't any available seats, are there? Just find the most empty one. Please no, please no, please. A short girl and a moderately tall boy sat from across Naruto. With short, black hair, and weirdly colored pink eyes, the girl's red uniform and brown flak jacket was bright in the dull colors of the restaurant. The boy wore the same uniform, but in a much different manner. He had black glasses and a paler face, and bandages surrounding his right arm. Quite an eccentric duo. What does that red uniform even mean? The girl looked at him once before her eyes sparkled. What the hell? Hey, I'm Kuratsuchi. Your name? Naruji, Naruto stuttered, almost revealing his identity immediately. It didn't really matter much if they knew his name, but it still felt like a mission to keep it secret. Ryuji, huh? That's quite an uncommon name in these parts, Ryuji-san, her partner mentioned calmly. Naruto felt sweat slowly start to appear and drip down his chin. Really? I never noticed. What's your name? He pushes his glasses back. I am Ibuki Fujiomi. That's it. Kinda anticlimactic. Well, Ryuji, what are you doing here exactly? Kurtotsuchi asked, waving her short hair around her shoulder. Well, here goes nothing. My family are well-renowned merchants around these areas, so I've come here for some trade by myself. As of right now, I didn't really have anything to do, so I wanted to travel around the town for a bit, Naruto said without a single break between any of his words. Kurotsuchi nodded in understanding. I see. So, that means you really know about who comes and goes around here, right? Naruto froze. The conversation wasn't going where he wanted it to, but he couldn't stop the lie now, or else it would definitely get suspicious. Correct. Kurotsuchi leaned closer to whisper something into Ryuji's ear. So, this is going to be oddly specific, but have you seen a tall, bald man with a whole lot of scars on his face? He's really creepy, and stands out in a crowd. He probably had 5 or 6 goons around him. If it was even possible, Naruto froze even further. Who the hell are these guys? How do they have the same description Kakashi gave me? Unless... Naruto's heartbeat increased rapidly as he read down the stat line of the otherwise naive girl in front of him. His luck was truly terrible. Meeting the rival IWA team in a place like this? It was almost like Kami was trying to get him to lose, or something. Other than the main issue, Naruto realized she was even higher than Sasuke's level, and consequently, higher than his own. Are they really that much stronger than us? Naruto asked himself, disbelieving of what he saw. No, the level system didn't always mean everything. Personally knew that. But then Naruto saw something else in her stats. The title. Princess of IWA? Is she royalty or something? This wasn't looking good for the Konoha genin at all. In fact, it was terrible. It's best if I relocate back to the hotel for now, and plan an attack later. But, at the same time, I can't allow IWA to get the bandits first. That leaves only one option left. I'll have to continue with the bluff. I may or may not have seen him, to be honest. Why are you interested in knowing? Naruto asked knowingly. Kurtosaki looked at her teammate, who shook his head repeatedly, before she shrugged and looked back at Naruto. Well, Ryuji, the truth is, we're both shinobi. Naruto gasped. No way. The IWA genin nodded smugly. It's true. I don't have my headband right now, considering I'm wearing a disguise, but I can show you a jutsu if you want. Ibuki glared at his teammate. Is it really necessary to tell a civilian about all these things? Anyone could be part of the Konoha team, you know? Kuratsuchi glared suspiciously at Naruto. Are you part of the Konoha team, Ryuji? Naruto shrugged. What's a Konoha team, exactly? Kuratsuchi glanced back at Ibuki in I told you so manner. See? Whatever, it's clear I got sidetracked. Anyways, do you recall such a man? Naruto shook his head. No, never. She sighed in a dissatisfied manner, putting her head down on the table. This mission is a pain. In the meanwhile, order some food, Ibuki. Ibuki nodded. Sure. Do you want anything, Ryuji? Naruto blinked. He didn't expect that. No thanks, actually. Humph. Your loss. Naruto sat back in his seat, closing his eyes, enjoying the peaceful climate around him. But then the door opened once more, revealing a tall, bald man. Naruto immediately came back to his feet, looking closer at the man's face. Kuratsuchi did the same beside him. Red, hot lines spread across his face unevenly, making the man look like he was permanently scowling. It has to be him. Hey, Ryuji, Kuratsuchi whispered. Naruto didn't take his gaze of the man, who sat in a recently vacant corner. I seriously recommend you get out of this shop now. Things are about to get messy. Naruto looked at the muscled man and the goons behind him. A shinobi against regular bandits? It probably won't be too hard for the genin to defeat them, especially considering how high-leveled she was. While Naruto hadn't looked at Ibuki's level directly, he could tell he wasn't a weakling either. Kuratsuchi put her fists together. Let's go, Ibuki. Ibuki took off his glasses and merely nodded. Naruto had no idea what to do. Could he just butt in now and defeat the bandits for himself? No, that wouldn't be possible. It was a 2 versus 1 situation, and he most likely wouldn't be able to overcome the both of them at the same time. Naruto shook his head in frustration. Damn it! Kuratsuchi didn't waste any time. She wasn't a politician like her grandfather to take things slow or easily, she just did what she wanted to as fast as possible. Even killing. Well, not exactly killing. The mission entailed that she captured the bandits alive, meaning she couldn't really fight for real. This put her and Ibuki at a major disadvantage as the bandits wouldn't care about leaving her alive. She threw a kunai at the main target, who was distracted by the menu in front of him. Of course, she aimed it slightly to the right so that it wouldn't actually hit the man. That should be enough to scare him a little. But the satisfying sound of kunai embedding itself into wood never came. The target caught the kunai in his hand. At that point, Kuratsuchi should have known the man wasn't a regular bandit. But of course, she didn't. Her overconfidence didn't let that happen. Instead, she charged forward. Someone wants to fight? The man's deep voice rang throughout the small restaurant. At this point, all of the people in the restaurant had left in panic. She pointed at her teammate. Ibuki, take care of the rest of the gang, I'll manage this guy by myself. Of course. Sensei would have told me to wait for him to come by now, but it's too late to stop here. Taijutsu started first. Expecting an easy fight, Kuratsuchi confidently made the first strike. She swept her legs underneath the scarred man, who sidestepped right after in response. She could barely see the hook which followed. Too fast. The genin leaped backward, feeling the force of the punch through the air it pushed against her face. At this point, the fight was outside the restaurant. Her eyes narrowed. Lava release, bullet rain jutsu. Balls of fiery, glowing balls of lava summoned themselves from Kuratsuchi's mouth and were sent towards the enemy with great speed. The deep voice spoke out once more. Water release, water wall jutsu. A wall of water blew through the ground below, forming a near indestructible structure of water, which blocked the upcoming attacks entirely. Heh. So he is a shinobi. Doesn't matter, Kuratsuchi gasped as a kick landed on her stomach, the sheer power of it sending her towards the building opposite to the restaurant with high velocity. This guy. I might have to start getting serious. Ugh, finally. Saving that owner from the bandits was seriously annoying. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened at the familiar voice. Ruji? The second Naruto helped the owner to safety, he bolted out of the building, ignoring the ongoing fight Ibuki had with the rest of the crooks. It was obvious at a single glance that the tall one was the strongest, anyways. Naruto scanned his surroundings before his eyes locked on to the man before him. Ugh, finally. Saving that owner from the bandits was seriously annoying. Ruji? Naruto ignored Kuratsuchi's voice. The game plan, in a way, was simple. He needed to quickly defeat the man before him, before getting a shadow clone to carry him back to the hotel. Then disrupt Ibuki's fight entirely, and create even more shadow clones to carry those bandits back as well, and if necessary, defeat Ibuki as well. To defeat the target in front of him, he had a plan. But to do that, he needed to stay hidden from Kuratsuchi. Good thing Kakashi taught him the perfect jutsu to do so. Naruto took in a deep breath, before going through a multi-dud of hand signs. Water release, hiding and mist technique. The water droplets in the air around the street began to thicken and thicken, condensing into a blanket of mist which covered the road entirely. Naruto pumped his chakra continuously into the jutsu, which served to thicken the mist even further. What the hell? The target yelled in frustration. Naruto could understand. Even as the user of the jutsu, he couldn't see a single thing either. But he also knew someone who could. Summon Shadow Zabuza. Dark matter twirled around itself, the tentacles forming thick but not quite tangible. They seemed to be moving randomly, but Naruto knew that wasn't the truth. The infamous Zabuza Momochi was alive once again. Mist? Naruto didn't need to waste any more time. Zabuza. I know you don't want to serve me, but we seriously need to defeat this guy. Shadow Zabuza growled, his sword forming as a mass of shadows. Whatever, there's finally some action, brat. Who do I need to kill? Naruto tried to ignore the fact that Zabuza just said that he would kill the man, and instead focused on the enemy in front of him. He couldn't allow the death of the target, but he also needed to defeat him as fast as possible. Kuratsuchi most likely wouldn't be able to see in the mist while it lasted, and wouldn't want to waste time trying to fight here. Maybe she would try and help Ibuki out with his fight? They were just supposed to be bandits, but considering the leader happened to be a shinobi himself, it wouldn't be a surprise if the rest were as well. Zabuza, are you able to locate him? Naruto asked probingly, pulling out a kunai from his pouch. Of course I can, Zabuza answered immediately, sounding offended that Naruto even asked that. The problem is that I'm too weak right now. Right. Naruto completely forgot about that. Shadow Zabuza was strong, but paled in comparison to the real person. The summon was probably around Chunin level, but physically might have been even lower. It was only because of experience and technique that kept him in the contending ranks for now. If Zabuza had been in his old form, the fight surely wouldn't have taken this long. Naruto closed his eyes. He couldn't rely on sight right now in the middle of so much mist. He listened, and listened hard, straining his ears tightly. The sound of bustling and the heavy footsteps filled his ears. In front of us. Use Uchiha Taijutsu. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL3 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points each minute. User can use this skill for 1 minute without draining MP. His skill, which was now level 3 due to the recent month of training with Kakashi, quickly took over his body. Naruto jumped into the air, avoiding the massive body which barreled into the place he was once in. The genin winced. If he had been hit with that. Zabuza swung his gigantic sword with practiced efficiency, aiming for the crook of the man's neck. The man slapped his hands together and caught the legendary sword in his palms. Zabuza's eyes widened, before narrowing once more. He applied even more pressure on the top of the handle, letting the sword loosen from the man's tight grip, before lunging down and swiping at the opponent's legs. The target merely jumped back, the attack altogether, but at the same, Zabuza still had his sword. That sword. I think I recognize it from somewhere. Regardless, I'm not going to ask what type of jutsu this is. Kids these days with the Kekkei Genkai and clan jutsusui make it so hard for the rest of us normal ninja? The man whined before his voice hardened. Doesn't matter, I guess. After this, one less Kekkei Genkai left in this world. My name is Zenki. I think it's fair for you to know the name of the last person you'll ever meet, right? Naruto found it weird how the target, or Zenki for that matter, referred to his shadow extraction as a Kekkei Genkai, but it also made a bit of sense to do so. When encountering a new jutsu that almost seemed unimaginable to the eye, it was a fair result to assume it to be some type of bloodline. But it wasn't in this case. Zenki flashed through hand signs at a practice speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. A torrent of gust erupted from his mouth, the intention of the jutsu clear. He's trying to blow the mist away, but that won't work so easily, would it? Naruto thought to himself. The strength of the wind was very high, but the mist still partially remained. That was due to the amount of chakra Naruto had poured into the jutsu, and the comparatively lower amount Zenki used for his own. It wasn't much, but Zenki could see now. You're just a kid? Huh. I'll have fun destroying you. And then Zenki ran. Naruto met him in the middle, depending on his taijutsu to carry his fight. The bald, muscular man threw a ridiculously fast wide hook, which was promptly dodged by Naruto ducking at the last minute. Naruto took the opening to his advantage, and launched a fist to Zenki's stomach, which was completely open for his attack. Zenki merely chuckled in response. Oh no. The man lunged down and grabbed Naruto's leg, before pulling the boy to the air. Naruto struggled against his grasp, but Zenki's physicality was too strong. A clean, final hit seemed inevitable. But Zabuza was still in the fight. Immediately behind Zenki, the legendary swordsman swiped his sword at neck once again. Naruto was promptly released in an attempt to escape the attack by Zenki, who was forced to back off himself. It kind of worked, but the slash on Zenki's back said otherwise. Blood leaked onto the floor, the ruby color even visible through the partially thick mist. Naruto grinned at the sight. It was pure, brute strength versus a swordsman, and an all-rounder like Naruto. I need to get a solid hit and knock this guy out. But I can't do something like that with my own strength with how much stronger this guy is physically. Maybe. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 12 or so clones manifested around the genin, each of them running towards the opponent before them with haste. Oh, the little kitten wants to add some more players on the field? Zenki grinned, casually shifting into a stance. It's alright, come at me. Zenki's muscles tensed, contracting for a brief second, before he exploded from his static position. His clones tried their best, they really did. But it was completely futile. Each punch and kick of the Baldy destroyed 2 of his clones at once, the sheer strength and speed of his attacks impossible to block or deflect. Zabuza snorted at the brief fight, before looking at Naruto seriously. I might have a plan. Naruto swerved his head at great speeds to listen to the good news. But you might have to take a good hit or two, and I need a way to get near that man. Naruto winced as he imagined the pain. A hit from Zenki? Yeah, that would definitely hurt. A lot. And about getting near to the monstrosity without being hit to oblivion? That was a lot to ask for as well. But they could try something. Naruto summoned a clone. He cast a meaningful look at Zabuza's weapon. Your sword. The shadow smirked, something which looked incredibly creepy on the undead man's face. Naruto looked at his MP with dread. Only 50 remaining. Which meant barely 1 minute left with Zabuza. He quickly disabled his Uchiha clan taijutsu skill, making sure not to waste any more MP. This was their only chance. The clones were all demolished. Zenki glared at the remaining 2 figures in front of him. There you are. Shadow Zabuza clenched his sword tightly. Here. He threw his sword with frightening speeds, the blade revolving as it flew towards its target. Knowing how damaging the weapon was, Zenki couldn't afford to try and stop it with his hands. Which left only one option. Dodge. The blade passed by Zenki's body, who quickly sidestepped past the attack. Ah. Now I recognize you. You're Zabuza Momochi of the Mist, correct? Zenki asked, eyeing the shadow amusedly. You don't seem as strong as the stories describe you as. And you're just as smart as you appear, dumbass. Zabuza's blade disappeared into smoke, as Naruto appeared a second later. It was fitting that Zabuza used the same technique that was once used against him. Zenki's eyes widened. Naruto's hands went through the signs of another jutsu. The jutsu Kakashi had actually taught him first, before teaching him the next one with great reluctance. Water release, surging sea. A monstrous amount of water generated from Naruto's mouth, aiming at Zenki's general direction. The tsunami of water doused the man with great force, but he didn't budge at all. The liquid collided with the rest of the environment in a similar fashion. A large amount of water remained on the terrain, creating a layer of blue on the otherwise rough road. Naruto stood, completely doused by his own jutsu. His black hair laid flat on his forehead, just as wet as his clothes. He painted slightly, before taking a deep breath. He needed to do this. Sending a pulse of chakra to his feet, Naruto began running on water. Annoying, Zenki muttered, shaking off some water from his clothes. At least now it will be even more fun to beat the life out of you and that idiot girl. Kuratsuchi? Where the hell even is she? Naruto thought, before shaking those thoughts out his mind. He needed to kouse. The man grinned, showing his surprisingly pearly teeth. Alright then. Let's do this. Naruto ducked as a speeding kick went past his head. He took the opportunity to come closer to the giant, and threw a fist to his jaw. With a satisfying crunch, the attack landed. Yes. But Zenki chuckled once again. Naruto's blood went cold. Was completely open. Zenki appeared in front of him in an instant, grabbing his face roughly. He literally picked the genin up with one hand, before smashing his face into the rocky road underneath. Naruto gasped in pain as he felt his nose break immediately at the contact, the organ leaking blood soon after. The water, which had slightly decreased the impact, became a murky red. How does it feel? The man asked, grinning sinisterly. Naruto just grinned, accidentally tasting the metallic blood which reached his lips. Great. Why the hell did I do that? A brief flash of anger went through Zenki's face, before he smiled once again. It won't be feeling great for long, trust me. Zenki threw his body to the sky like a rag doll, before jumping along. Naruto's whole vision was a nightmare, his rapidly spinning body not letting him get a proper view of his surroundings. Naruto lurched forward as a leg implanted itself into his stomach, dropping him back to the ground with a loud splash. The pain was unbearable. Definitely the worst he had ever felt, without a doubt. Kakashi's training didn't compare to this at all. Naruto's henge had disappeared by now, revealing his much shorter stature and blonde hair for the world to see. Ding! Vitality has increased by 1 level. Zenki crossed his arms together. You're even more of a kid than I thought you were. Should I feel bad now? I'm not really feeling very pitiful, though. What's your name, kid? Naruto slowly stood up. His bleeding face, torn clothes, and weak posture was not a very appealing sight to behold. The genin merely smirked. Gotcha. Water release, water prison technique. Zabuza was always known as the silent killer, after all. A sphere of rotating, dense water encircled the man quickly, trapping him inside. Zabuza had a submerged hand in the sphere, which worked to keep the jutsu active. That was the real reason why Naruto had used his surging sea jutsu. To create the optimal environment for Zabuza's prison technique. Of course, Zabuza could have done the technique without a water body, but it would have been a lot slower, and thus much harder to trap Zenki, a physical monster, in that way. Zenki screamed and thrashed inside the sphere, but to no avail. He punched the sphere continuously, causing it to ripple and shake in response. Naruto tried not to gape at the sight. How is he so abnormally strong? Is he using chakra or is that his regular body? Shadow Zabuza grunted. Get done with it quickly, kid. It's hard keeping a guy like him inside. Naruto sighed, placing his hands on his knees. That was seriously tiring. He ran towards Zabuza, eager to end the fight off. Look, we just need him unconscious, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Unconscious? Why not kill the bastard? Shadow Zabuza growled, bringing out his gigantic sword with his remaining hand. Naruto knew this would happen. The mission said. The water prison shook with a groan. Naruto's eyes widened with shock. The prison was breaking. The layer of water around the man became thinner and thinner as he continued to repeatedly bombard the sphere with an onslaught of punches. A second later, the man was free. With an air-splitting roar, Zenki leaped into the air in an attempt to escape. But Naruto was already behind him. Sword! Naruto instantly screamed at Zabuza. Zabuza threw the shadow-black sword like a spear at the blonde, who caught the weapon midair. Naruto grunted at the sudden weight pulling him down to the ground. Before Zenki could even react, Naruto spun Kubikuri Bocho and hit-strike the man's head with the blunt side of the sword. Zenki was out cold. Shadow Zabuza raised an impressed eyebrow. Nice one, brat. Warning! 0 MP remaining. All MP-related skills are being disabled. The shadow and the sword dissipated into nothing, leaving Naruto alone, panting and injured. He fell on his bottom tiredly, searching for a source of energy as the regeneration started to kick in. Naruto summoned 3 clones. Clone 1 saluted. Boss. Take this body to Kakashi-sensei and explain it's the bandit the mission talked about, Naruto ordered, standing up once again. And you? His clone asked worriedly. Equip Ruji. Ruji stared back at the clones. I've got some work to do. He needed to get the remaining bandits from the IWA team, and he had a plan to do just that. Kuratsuchi sighed with relief as she finished the last bandit with ease. They were definitely shinobi, but not close to Chunin level at all. And now, we have to deal with that other guy. Ibuki pushed his glasses up, like usual. He snorted disgustedly at the groaning bandits in the corner of the restaurant. What about the leader? Kuratsuchi hesitated. I'm not too sure, actually. She was sure she heard Ruji's voice back then, and after the Mist Jutsu was released, she found it fruitless to try and help the fight. It was certainly a good thing she came back as well, with the rough time Ibuki had with the remaining bandits. They weren't very coordinated or individually strong, but they had the advantage in numbers, and could have easily overpowered him. She turned around as she heard the sound of footsteps. Ruji walked into the restaurant slowly, his eyes swirling about and alert. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes. It was clear at this point that Ruji wasn't a regular merchant around town, and quite the opposite. The boy met her eyes and smiled apologetically. I can explain everything. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow. Like your merchant family? Ruji winced. Yeah. That was a lie. Most of what I told you guys was a lie, actually. Are those the remaining bandits? Ibuki nodded curtly. And what does it matter to you? Nothing, I'm just worried they might wake up again. They won't, I'm sure of it. We beat to a pulp, Kuratsuchi confirmed. Oh, great. How about we talk over at that corner? I know I don't seem the most trustworthy right now, but I'm sure I can convince you otherwise, Princess of Iwagakure, and of course, the well-renowned Ibuki Fujiomi, Ruji declared with a friendly smile. Kuratsuchi was surprised. How did he know of my status? Is he a spy sent by Gramps? She wouldn't be incredibly surprised if the old man sent someone to look over her as she went on the mission, especially to a location like this. Ibuki looked at his teammate, who nodded in confirmation. We accept your offer. Haha, you don't need to be so serious, Yubukizan, Ruji said, chuckling. I don't care if you trust me or not, but I assure you that I'm on your side. The trio walked towards the corner of the restaurant, enclosed by the surrounding tables. Kuratsuchi didn't realize at that moment that she completely lost sight of the remaining bandits, but Ruji did. Kuratsuchi glared at the boy in front of her. Well, Ruji, can you introduce yourself again? This time, the truth? Of course. Well, to start off, I was sent directly here by the Iwagakure Shinobi forces. Something about a Chunin pre-examination, am I correct? Yes, that is why we were sent here as well. But I haven't seen you in any of the other Genin teams, have I? Ibuki mentioned. That's right, I'm not in any of the Genin teams. I was sent here to monitor the examination, or competition between Konoha and IWA, and help protect the coming IWA team if necessary. To be honest, I didn't expect you guys to come so fast, so I was slightly unprepared for your arrival. For that, I'm sorry, Ruji said, frowning. Kuratsuchi's mind was set by now. The person in front of them was genuine, at the very least. She was still mad that Gramps sent someone to monitor her, especially when she had made him promise to not treat her like a child again, but that was a matter for later. She smiled brightly at Ruji. Well, our Jonin sensei will probably come soon. Do you want to come back to IWA with us? I'm assuming you beat the leader, right? Jonin sensei? Ruji stuttered randomly. Yes? Sure. And yes, for the leader, he's completely knocked out for now. We can go and get them later. Ibuki scrunched his face, confused. Why not right now? Ruji shrugged. Your wish. And also, one last thing. I'm sorry. For what? Ruji turned into a cloud of smoke. Kuratsuchi gasped in surprise, standing up from her seat immediately. Ibuki did the same thing, albeit without the gasp. Kuratsuchi ran towards the entrance of the restaurant, looking for any remnant of the black-haired shinobi. But something felt off. She couldn't describe it, but the atmosphere itself seemed different. Kuratsuchi? Ibuki slightly yelled from inside the restaurant. What? Kuratsuchi snapped, frantically looking at the empty road in front of her, before looking back inside. The bandits are gone. What? Kuratsuchi screamed in her head, coming to confirm the truth for herself. There was no trace of the bandits left. Ryuji had taken them all. Which meant they had been played from the start. A sudden wave of memories entered Naruto's brain as he dashed back to the hotel quickly. Wait, that actually worked? The genin thought incredulously. He thought Kuratsuchi and Abuki would have asked for some kind of confirmation for his identity at the very least, and had prepared his clone for that type of response. Little did he know he didn't need to do that either. Naruto chuckled evilly. He felt a pang of remorse for lying to the kind IWA genin, but he couldn't lie, it felt good tricking people. His whole stunt was a much easier way of getting his goals accomplished, without having to fight in any way. He was kind of forced to lie as well. There was no way he would stand a chance against both of them at once. I'm here, Naruto realized. He knocked on the door loudly. Kakashi-sensei, it's me, Naruto. Kakashi's voice came muffled a second later. Password? Eh? What password? Come in. Naruto opened the door with a click, smirking at the presence of a defeated Sasuke and indifferent Kakashi. Naruto looked at Sasuke knowingly, and with a smug grin. Did you find the bandits, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke merely grunted. No. Well, guess who did? Come in, men. Naruto's clones barged into the room at once, dropping the unconscious or frighteningly injured bodies onto the floor. 10 bandits laid on the floor, each of the bodies matching the descriptions given in the mission list. His clones saluted, before disappearing a second later. Naruto removed his own henge a second later, trying to deepen in his point. Kakashi looked at the men, once again, with indifference. You found and beat all of them up? Naruto scratched his head. Well, it's a long story. I guess I'll give a short summary. I found the bandits, beat them up, and brought them here after a scramble with the IWA team. Actually, that was a bit too detailed. Sorry. Sasuke eyed him like he was a freak. Kakashi just shrugged. Naruto frowned. He expected them to be more impressed. Sakura barged through the door a second later, the large ruckus waking her up from her own room. What happened? Naruto greeted her before continuing. Like I said, it's a long story. But pretty much. Please, not again, Sasuke said, grasping his forehead. It's fine, I owe you some ramen. Naruto smiled victoriously. Yep, this was a total success. So what do we do with these bodies? Naruto asked a second later. I'll deal with that. For now, change your henge, so the IWA team doesn't recognize you, Kakashi mentioned, as he began moving towards the bodies. Kakashi bit his finger, allowing some blood to reveal itself through his pale skin. He put the hand to the floor, which was followed by a circle of inky, black seals enveloping the floor. More smoke appeared, and then out came a pack of dogs? All of this is getting too wild. A week later, Naruto looked at the weird, perfectly straight rock in front of him. You guys can get out now. Konohamaru and his 2 friends crawled out of the contraption slowly after. How uncomfortable was that? Naruto-sensei. The blonde groaned. He forgot about all of this with all of his time outside of Konoha. You promised! Konohamaru yelled, pointing at his face. Naruto racked his brain to remember what he had said. Promised what? You said you would play ninja with us today. Naruto winced. Did I really say that? Sakura smirked at her teammate. Really, Naruto? Playing ninja with little kids? I can't really blame her. Boss, who's the girl with the big forehead? Konohamaru asked. Oh no. Sakura's face scrunched up in anger. What the hell did you say? Konohamaru and his sidekicks ran away from the girl in fear, the girl in question looking truly angry as her eyes widened in rage. But then Konohamaru crashed into someone. Calm down, kid, the person growled. The person in question wore a black, baggy bodysuit that radiated creepy energy. On where his forehead was supposed to be, an unfamiliar forehead protector was attached. Someone from another village, why are they here? Naruto thought. Oh wait. Chunin exams. A bunch more people from other villages are most likely going to come soon, so I should be too surprised. As for this situation, it's just a misunderstanding, right? But the creepy kid didn't stop there. He grabbed Konohamaru by the neck of his shirt and pulled him up. That seriously hurt, Snotface. Konohamaru grunted in dismay. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Put him down. It was my fault anyways, Sakura apologized sincerely, because it was partly because of her. The girl next to the foreigner boy spoke out next. Put him down, Kankuro. If he comes. Kankuro grinned. It's fine. I'm bored anyways. I don't really care. Kankuro gasped as a pulse of pain flared up in his arm, forcing him to release the kid. Naruto's kick wasn't incredibly strong, but was enough to set Konohamaru free. Naruto stood in front of the boy passively. But inside, he was angry. It seemed that Kankuro was just as mad as well, as he tried to throw a cuff at Naruto's face in response. But compared to Zenki, Kankuro was extremely slow. Naruto moved his face a mere inch, evading the fist entirely, before lunging downwards and sweeping his feet with a low kick. Kankuro fell flat on his back with a thud. The Konoha genin waited patiently for the boy to get back up. You'll regret that, punk! Kankuro shouted, throwing a wide punch at Naruto. He didn't need to dodge this time. Sand became alive as it rose in front of Kankuro, and enclosed itself like cuffs around his hands, stopping his movement entirely. A new opponent entered the battlefield. You're a disgrace, Kankuro. Naruto swept his gaze to the new arrival. Standing upside down, the boy's red hair was the only feature standing out. His eyes met Naruto's. The blonde shivered. This one was different, that was the least he could tell. Observe. Observing. Maybe level 17 or higher? Hopefully not anything close to 20 though. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Naruto's shock was almost tangible in the air. The Chunin exams were going to be wild indeed. Naruto kept his gaze locked onto the red-haired boy. He tried his best not to look away. His simple, brown clothes weren't very special, but there was something ominous about the weird, peanut-shaped cocoon on his back. Of course, comparing it to a peanut wasn't really doing justice to the object. There's some sort of pressure around this guy. What is it? Naruto thought as he grimaced slightly. Ding! Warning, bloodlust detected. That's what it was. Bloodlust. Was it some kind of ability or a technique to be honed, and if so, how does someone learn it? Or was the ability innate, something born out of the person themselves? The boy continued. To think you're out here fooling around with little children, it seems to me that you've forgotten the reason we are here. Kankuro tightened his fists, his face scrunching up in frustration. They started at first, Gaara. The kid, Gaara tilted his head slightly. One more word and you're dead. The atmosphere suddenly got several degrees hotter as Gaara issued his threat. Naruto wasn't sure whether the Suna genin was serious or not. But with one glance at the intensity of sweat on Kankuro's face, it was safe to assume that he was. To apologize, Gaara. It was my mistake entirely, Kankuro jabbered, his eyes cast downwards. Gaara merely nodded before spinning down from his position to the side of Kankuro. The sand preventing the taller genin's movement disappeared into the earth below as Kankuro let out a relieved sigh. And who are you? Gaara asked, looking somewhere behind Naruto. Naruto swiveled his head to match Gaara's line of sight, only to meet the familiar face of the sole Uchiha in Konoha. It's only polite to introduce yourself before asking someone else. Or do they not learn that in Suna? Sasuke asked, smirking as he walked towards a spot beside Naruto. Gaara showed no reaction. I'm Gaara of the desert, these are my siblings, Kankuro and Temari. Who are you? Wait. He threatened to kill his own brother? Naruto realized, eyes widening with horror. Just what kind of boy is he? I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and these are my teammates, Naruto and Sakura. The Suna shinobi didn't show any sign of recognition. Why are there Suna shinobi in Konoha land? You are our allies, but you simply can't cross borders like that, can you? Sakura asked strictly, crossing her arms together. Well, you aren't the brightest of the bunch, are you? Temari badgered, putting up an ID of sorts to the group. Were you not informed of what's happening in your own village? Sasuke and Sakura merely looked on, confused. But Naruto wouldn't let his village lose face in front of another, 4-1. Of course we know. Naruto mentioned loudly, chuckling. It's the Chunin exams, and you guys have come to compete in it. Kankuro nodded, before narrowing his eyes suspiciously, which looked odd with the paint over his face. Then how come your teammates were so surprised at our presence? It's to be expected, you guys were very early. Plus, you don't exactly look like shinobi. Naruto chastised, clearly alluding to Kankuro's strange attire. Sasuke failed to hide his laugh. Kankuro bristled angrily, before wilting at the sound of Gaara's snort. What's your name? Your full name? Gaara asked, ignoring the jab towards his brother. Naruto Uzumaki, at your service, Naruto said, digging his hands into his pockets. Swish. Naruto's body moved on his own as a tendril of sand moved towards him at frightening speeds, flying through the air like an arrow itself. He panted as he looked to his right, where a conjured spear of sand was only inches away from piercing into where his face once was, floating temporarily before falling to the ground uselessly. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Huh, you dodged, Gaara said, sounding almost surprised. Now it will be even more satisfying to kill you in the exams, Naruto Uzumaki. Kankuro Temari. Let's leave. Without a second of doubt, the more than eccentric trio left the premise. Sasuke grinned. The exams are certainly going to be interesting. Sakura stood frozen, stunned by the meeting. If this is how all the other genin are, how in the world will I survive? Konohamaru simply looked at his boss with awe. Boss, you're too cool. Naruto couldn't even smile at the praise. He had known Gaara was different the second he met him, having experienced firsthand the pressure of his bloodlust. It wasn't anything compared to the replica of the first Hokage he was forced to fight, but it was higher than Zabuza's before he died. And how did a child similar to Naruto's own age have such an immense pressure? The answer was with his observe. He had kept the notification to the side, making sure to remember to accept once the interaction with Gaara was over. He was a Jinchuriki just like Naruto himself. But unlike Naruto, he wasn't kind, welcoming, or in any way merciful. Naruto shuddered. The Chunin exams are gonna be tough, alright. Yo. Naruto looked up as Kakashi issued a greeting. On top of one of the pillars on the bridge stood the silver-haired sensei. He slowly began climbing down, using the chakra technique that the three were well accustomed to by now. Naruto smirked. If he had seen that a few months ago, he would have been shocked out of his mind. It was funny how much things changed in such a short amount of time. In fact, if he never got his system, the genin shook his head. There was no point in thinking about useless ifs and other make-believe circumstances. The fact was he got the system, and he was stronger because of it. Well, it was pretty obvious by now. But you're in the Chunin exams. Congratulations, Kakashi said without a trace of enthusiasm, rubbing the back of his head. He gave the three of them each a piece of paper. These are your applications. Naruto looked at his own application with interest. Chunin exam application. Name Naruto Uzumaki. Sensei, Kakashi Hatake. This application proves that you are hereby nominated for entering the Chunin exams after your confirmation after the successful completion of a rank mission assigned to your team. Naruto looked at his sensei with confusion. Why does it say the word confirmation? Shouldn't we already be in the exam? You were merely nominated for the exam. If you don't want to enter, you don't need to show up. If you want to, sign the paper and turn it in tomorrow at room 301 tomorrow. Naruto sneaked a glance at Sakura. He couldn't put it past her or blame her if she tried to skip the exam. The look of conflict on her face was transparent enough. Maybe some motivation would do. Don't worry, Sensei. All of us will be there tomorrow. You'll have 3 new Chunins on your team to keep you safe, Naruto said humorously. Sakura's head raised at the mention of all. I'm sorry, Naruto, to burst your bubble. But I don't see any of you becoming Chunin, Kakashi deadpanned, jumping onto the flat surface of the bridge. Eh? Naruto asked, baffled at his sensei's easy admittance. Kakashi raised a hand to block Sakura and Sasuke's questions. At a maximum, only 1 or 2 shinobi become Chunin each year, and that was before this whole international business started. The other villages wouldn't send any regular shinobi to represent them, they are going to send the best of their genin. There's a lot more competition this time around, with a variety of techniques you've never seen before. You can overestimate yourself if you want, but underestimating your opponent is even more dangerous. Sasuke hummed slightly in agreement. Some villages are making legendary shinobi become jonin just to teach some genin for the exams. Rumors say. Well, you'll see once you start the exams. That's all for now. Naruto yelled before the jonin could leave. Wait, Sensei. What do you need us to do to become Chunin? Naruto asked desperately, eager for any kind of knowledge to increase his chances. Kakashi was right. With the number of genin attempting the exam, there was bound to be more people like Gaara out there. Hell, even Kuratsuchi was a monster. Rookie genin were fighting against people who had a year more of experience. The only thing you need to do is improve tremendously, and I mean at a very fast rate. Ha. Ha ha. Heh. Naruto couldn't stop the chuckle from escaping his mouth. Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 looked at him amusedly. Improve? At a fast rate? If there was one thing Naruto could do quickly, it was improving. Naruto looked at his stats idly as he stood in front of the door of room 301. His increase to level 10 wasn't a huge surprise. Having fought Senki and doing multiple quests on the side, Naruto received a whole lot of experience from those situations alone. And that was without even mentioning the increase in his stats due to the amount of training Kakashi had put him through. Learning 2 jutsus was certainly an experience to thank, for it had helped his chakra control and his discipline, which somehow worked to help him level up faster in his opinion. When he leveled up twice, he had put his points in strength, intelligence, and dexterity. He ignored vitality considering the number of times the number grew due to his personal training, though that number decreased the last few weeks. Intelligence clearly had the biggest effect on Naruto's mindset, which was why he focused on that next. It didn't particularly change his personality per se, and neither did it suddenly give him the vocabulary of a seasoned author. However, he found himself suddenly able to better articulate the words he already knew, as well as change how he thought of things. As he thought of the things flying freely in his rather occupied head, his deduction skills were tingling. Currently at level 3, the skill wasn't very useful. Or rather, it showed how little he actually tried to deduce things. But Naruto trusted his gut feelings. He looked over at Sasuke and Sakura, who seemed to come to the same realization as him. Sasuke smirked. "It's the wrong floor, isn't it?" "Seems so." The genjutsu started to fade away, revealing the sign to be 201. Naruto sighed. How would that manage to trick a genin at all? And so they went to the floor above. The walk wasn't particularly long, but neither was it really pleasing. Team 7 quickly made their way into the Rio Room 301. Into a room completely jam-packed with Shinba. Naruto didn't recognize a single person. The stares of each of the genin quickly focused on the incoming Team 7, who tried their best not to wilt at all the attention. Sakura failed completely, blushing in nervousness. Which made sense, considering she wasn't really used to it all. Sasuke, as the only Uchiha left in Konoha, was also used to the attention. Naruto was used to it for darker reasons. As the container of the Kyuubi, he received a lot of looks in his days, which were usually bad rather than good. Wait. Was that? Short, black hair, and regal attitude? Kurtotsuchi was in the exam, along with her teammates, a bookie and some random person he didn't know. But how? They had completed the mission and the IWA team hadn't, meaning the IWA team effectively failed their own task. Thus, they shouldn't be in this room right now. Naruto thought, as he watched the girl talk animatedly with her team. She was a princess, however, it wasn't entirely impossible that her family pulled some ropes to get her into the exams. Or that there was some sort of backup test for teams which happened to fail the qualifying exams. But it didn't matter. The only negative that came out of this was that there was one more tough opponent in the exam. Of course, there was Gaara. Even in the presence of the rather large crowd, he wasn't easily missed either. Partly due to his flaming red hair, which stood out like an apple hanging on a tree. IWA, Suna. Kumo. Kiri. It certainly was an international Chunin exam. It also made absolutely zero sense considering a lot of these villages were currently not allies, and even worse, hated each other to the guts. And even worse, IWA was present inside of Konoha itself. Naruto-san. Naruto tried not to groan as he heard the familiar voice. Rock Lee stood proud as he shouted out to Naruto, letting everyone else in the room hear in the process. I challenge you to a duel. Why did it have to be me? A duel right now? Naruto asked incredulously, eyeing everyone staring at him. Of course, Lee stated. I've fought Sasuke already, and that day I did not really want to fight you as well since he needed some medical attention. Naruto tried to think through the situation clearly. He could rightfully just reject Lee's offer and prevent a plenitude of problems from arising. However, he did also want to see how much he had improved since Wave as well. His fight with Zenki was not a standard battle for sure, and his use of Shadow Zabuza was concerning as well. He needed to see how much he could do without his special abilities, which he couldn't use in publicly in the Chunin exams for sure. An ability that could quite literally raise the dead, and be used to his will certainly would not go well with the rest of the world. If people killed and stole children for a Byakugan, what would they do for his ability, which they would assume was a special Kekai Jankai? But something else made him want to take the challenge even more. Ding! New quest, rock, paper, Lee created. Quest details, accept Lee's challenge and spar. Quest rewards, EXP 1000, increase Taijutsu level by 2, Lee's respect. Failure, lose all hopes of becoming a Taijutsu master. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. And so, Naruto accepted. Sakura rolled her eyes. That's the old Naruto I know. Well, we can't fight here, can we? Let's go to one of the open corridors. There's a lot of space available, Naruto said, gesturing for them to move. Lee waved to his teammates, Niji and Tenten. The former simply scoffed, while the latter waved back. Well, he hasn't changed a bit, Naruto thought amusedly. Sasuke, Sakura. I'll be back in a few minutes, Naruto told his teammates. Soon enough, they were in the open with no spectators. You can use any jutsu of your wish, Naruto-san. Whoever is knocked unconscious or admits defeat is the loser. Are you ready? Lee asked, already in his iconic pose. Any jutsu? I really don't want to make this place a mess. Let's see. Lee is a taijutsu expert, meaning I have to beat him with other methods. Using Sasuke's taijutsu would be practically wishing for death, seeing how Sasuke fared last time with his fight against Lee. I need to outsmart him somehow. Naruto jumped a few steps backward. With a nod, he beckoned for the fight to start. Lee was fast. Seeing it with his eyes and actually experiencing it were two different things. Naruto ducked as a flying kick went to his head, before blocking a straight punch to the chest with his arms crossed together. The impact forced the blonde backward, who grunted slightly at the force. Naruto launched forwards, looking to start an offense of his own. But it was certainly hard, considering just how agile his opponent was. The Jinchuriki tried to land a blow to Lee's gut, who merely sidestepped with his hands behind his back and then attempted a wild uppercut to the jaw. Lee lunged forward, weaving past the uppercut and landing a sound haymaker on Naruto's stomach. Ugh! Naruto recoiled in pain but didn't let himself lose focus. A few seconds later, he was kicked back several meters, coughing slightly as he felt a bruise forming near his chest. That's gonna heal, I shouldn't worry about it. He didn't really like that the Kyuubi was inside of him, but if it came with such advantages as regeneration, it didn't really matter in the end. Naruto could not count on one hand how many times he had won a fight, or even survived because of the Nine-Tails' healing capabilities. Right now, he had no way of beating Lee if he continued how he was. The boy was too fast and too strong to be caught by a genin with a year less of experience. But Naruto had to try. His pride demanded such. He closed his eyes and began to truly concentrate. Lee trudged forward, uncaring of what Naruto did. Bright blue eyes snapped open. Shadow Clone Jutsu! Naruto called out, his voice echoing slightly in the corridor. Lee had the decency to look surprised as copies of Naruto appeared throughout the area before his expression hardened once again. Simple clones will not work to help you, Naruto-san. It wasn't very surprising that Lee did not know what shadow clones were, seeing how it was forbidden jutsu in Konoha. Other than Kakashi, Naruto didn't know who else could create shadow clones. And that improved their effectiveness even more. The element of surprise was a technique that Kakashi had drilled into the team, stating that even the weakest of ninjas could defeat a jonin if the situation was in their favor. Activate Uchiha Taijutsu. Activating. Skill, Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL3 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points each minute. User can use this skill for 1 minute without draining MP. The clones engaged their enemy. Naruto could feel Lee's surprise as they began to physically attack him. He probably expected the clones to disappear after the lightest of touches, but was confused after he found that it was not the case. But that did not really matter. Even though they could do real damage, they were not as durable as the real Naruto. The difference was evident to the seasoned genin. The clones disappeared one by one, but at that point, Naruto was finished with his next set of seals. Substitution. He swapped with one of his clones. Naruto completely tanked the sweat to his right shoulder as Lee's eyes widened in surprise. With a loud roar, he rushed at Lee with murderous intent. A satisfying smack was heard as Naruto managed to finally hit a solid, clean strike on the green-clad boy. Naruto huffed smugly. Yes. But the fight was not over. And according to Lee, it hadn't even begun. Lee charged once again, but this time, he was even faster. Naruto gasped as he felt a river of pain flood him. Lee had kicked him right on the chin, sending him high into the air. How is that even possible? Front Lotus. Naruto attempted to land accordingly back down but found that he couldn't even move while airborne due to Lee clamping down on his arms and legs. When had he come behind him? Bandages started to creep around his body, trapping his body entirely while in the air. Summoned Shadow Zabu. Naruto stopped his summoning prematurely. He couldn't just reveal an ability right now, just before the Chunin exams. He looked at his upcoming demise and winced. This was going to hurt. That's enough, Lee. Bandages loosened immediately, freeing Naruto's legs to move. With his frantically moving legs, he managed to quickly gain his position in the air and land on both his legs. He had thankfully avoided a massive injury. What was Lee thinking? Of course, Naruto would probably heal back, but Lee didn't really know that, did he? That voice was awfully similar, though. Naruto moved his gaze until he found the source of the voice that had inadvertently saved him. And they found a giant turtle? Or was it a tortoise? He had never been able to tell the difference. Lee kneeled in front of the turtle as if it was some kind of deity, his face apologetic and full of worry. I'm sorry. Please, I only wanted to test my capabilities. The turtle scowled, the expression looking comical on the reptile's face. That move is forbidden for a reason, Lee. I am gravely disappointed by your lack of thinking ahead. A fight isn't just about bronze, unfortunately, or your sensei would have been the strongest in our village long ago. For your lack of obedience, a fit punishment will be assigned. Naruto just looked at the conversation blankly. This had to be a joke. I promise, I'll face the consequences without hesitation, Lee swore solemnly, putting a fist to his heart. The turtle nodded. All right then. I believe your sensei wants to talk with you. Smoke spun on the turtle's large shell, as a large man appeared on top. With his distinctly green suit, bushy eyebrows, and exuberant pose, it was obvious who it was. Lee's sensei Guy. Guy sensei! Lee shouted. Lee rushed to his mentor, who stood still and waited. Blood splattered from the boy's mouth as Guy punched him straight in the face, knocking him back for all it was worth. Naruto stood, shocked at the sudden turn of events. Lee, I'm very disappointed in you. If I didn't come any sooner. Guy shook his head. Well, let's not talk about that. I'll make this quick since both of you need to leave soon. The first examination will be starting. Once the exam is done, I'll make you run around Konoha 100 laps. Lee grinned widely, putting a thumbs up. Sure, Guy-sensei. The two hugged each other for eternity, or that was what Naruto assumed happened. He had left the moment Guy had mentioned the Chunin exams. How did I manage to get so distracted? Naruto thought bemusedly. Hopefully, I didn't miss anything if I did. I don't even want to imagine Sasuke's or Sakura's reaction. Naruto-san, please wait a second. Lee shouted from behind him. Naruto waited for the boy to catch up. What is it? The exam is going to start soon. Don't worry, Guy-sensei told me there is still some time left. We have 6 to 10 minutes before it starts, actually. I wanted to speak to you about something. Naruto was confused. What's there to speak about? He nodded for Lee to continue. During the fight, as I used the front lotus, I noticed something strange. I'm sure it was the case, however, as I'm pretty good at inferring things. You seem to be holding something back for whatever reason, Naruto-san, Lee said quietly, walking beside the blonde. The blonde was slightly impressed. Was it the brief moment of hesitation that set him off? Either way, it didn't matter. Naruto had nothing to say back because what Lee said was true. Lee rightfully took his lack of response as confirmation. So I was right. I won't judge you for holding back against me, since I've done the same thing. But I urge you to not try to do this during the exams. Especially against me of all people. Holding back against an equally strong opponent is considered an insult for me and many others. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for accepting my spar. Naruto wasn't sure why, but he started to feel guilty all the same. Lee headed off first, saying goodbye, leaving Naruto his own thoughts. The blonde could only sigh. There's really no way to show my necromancy, is there? But if he had to fight Lee, Naruto promised himself that he would try his damn hardest even without his shadows for help. He made his way back to the room, to the rest of the teams gathered. The villages seemed to have naturally separated themselves, each of them in their own corner of the room. Naruto made his way to the Konoha section, eager to meet all of his friends from the academy. Inside the Konoha section, all of the ninja teams were separated by year groups from the academy. Yo! Naruto greeted. There was Shikamaru and the rest of his team, Kiba and the rest of his, and Naruto's own. Oh, Naruto is here. You look a bit different, Kiba announced, looking at him up and down. Naruto looked at himself doubtfully. Did he really? Maybe he grew an inch or less. Just kidding. Haha. You should have seen your face, the Inuzuka said, laughing uncontrollably. Naruto felt his eye twitch. Well, you don't seem to have changed much either, still as stubborn as ever, huh? Kiba froze, before nodding smugly. That's right. Shikamaru hit him lightly on the neck. It wasn't a compliment, idiot. Hey, Naruto. Shikamaru, I'm surprised to see you here, to be honest. I thought you wouldn't have wanted to compete in the Chunin exams, Naruto mentioned, looking at the spiky-haired genin curiously. You'd be right, actually, Shikamaru admitted, scratching his head. But I don't think Ino or Choji would have let me live if I didn't come. You bet. Ino shouted from a different conversation with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto almost felt bad for the Uchiha. Almost. He looked at the rest of the teams. Yo, Hinata and Shino. Naruto was tempted to use Observe on all of the ninjas, but he had already done that a month prior. Hinata had improved at drastic bounds but still wasn't at the footsteps of the heights he was currently at. Shino was at a similar rate of improvement, but was probably stronger than Hinata if she did not use her Byakugan. Or that was what he assumed from their individual stats. Shino's bugs weren't a well-known secret within Konoha, and his last name would probably be recognized by some older ninjas from other villages. They all knew how deadly his bugs could be. Hinata stuttered, as usual, red creeping up to her cheeks. Hi, Naruto-kun. It's nice seeing you again, Naruto-san, Shino said. His voice wasn't very quiet, but it still sounded like a whisper for some reason. The rest of the conversation went on similarly, with everyone running some sort of small talk here or there. 9 rookies straight from the academy. It's certainly a rare sight. Naruto's ears perked at the new voice. The tall boy looked unusual, to say the least. Longer, silver hair was tied up in a ponytail, and circular glasses surrounding his eyes. He looked like the typical smart student back at the academy. He was from Konoha, at least. He continued with his haughty voice. If I'm being honest, you guys seem kind of naive. You really shouldn't be taking these exams so lightly. And who are you? Ino asked, annoyed. Kabuto. Trust me on this one, don't underestimate everyone around you. It's my 7th time taking the exam, and I still haven't become a Chunin. Here, take a look at these ninja info cards. Naruto eyed the pieces of paper Kabuto brought out of his pocket. They were bright orange and had some kind of kanji inscribed onto them. These cards hold a plentitude of information about a whole lot of things. The number of participants, strengths, and weaknesses of some of the contestants, and other stuff. Naruto just eyed the person in front of him warily. To have so much information. He wasn't just a regular shinobi, was he? Being a 7-timer for the Chunin exams didn't seem to deter his other talents. But it appeared to be incredibly useful, and he wasn't going to waste the opportunity to gauge his opponent's abilities. The main goal for all of this was to become a Chunin at the end of the exams, after all. The spectacled genin was practically begging for them to ask him about someone or something. Maybe to build some trust? Naruto stopped himself. He had begun being too paranoid these days. Naruto stepped forward. Can you tell me about Gaara? He's a genin from Suna. Kabuto smirked before shuffling through his cards wildly. He finally plucked one out, before he began to read out the details one by one. Gaara, huh? Well, he's quite the capable one, isn't he? 8 cranked missions, and 1 branked mission even before the entrance one. Not bad for a genin. There's not much information on his strengths, unfortunately. As for his feats, he has returned from all of his missions without a single scratch. Naruto listened intently. He had learned nothing from that, other than the fact the boy was even more of a monster than he expected him to be. He tuned the others out as Sasuke began asking about Lee. The Chunin exams were going to be even tougher than he thought they would. If they were any more monsters like Lee and Gaara, this would not end up well in the slightest. And that was without counting Neji. Shut your worthless mouths up, all of you. Naruto flinched a bit at the loud noise and explosion of smoke. The smoke settled out, revealing an entire gang of shinobi for everyone to see. The name is Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the initial test. Marino Ibiki was a tall man, who expressed an aura of confidence and intimidation. His face was scarred gruesomely, and the dark trench coat that he wore didn't do much to change his impression. Everyone please submit your applications and sit down at the seat number mentioned. Naruto slowly did so, making sure to eye everyone he saw. He tried not to look too long at Kuratsuchi, who was the only foreign genin that he actually recognized. He wondered what exactly they were going to do for the first test. Looking at the tables in the classroom, it was almost like they were going to write a test of sorts. Naruto froze. No, they won't make us write a test, right? Naruto thought, chuckling nervously. He had invested a lot of points into intelligence, but that didn't make him learn new information at all. It had only changed his way of thinking a bit and improved his level of understanding. Naruto looked at the students beside him, Hinata and some random genin from Otogakure. If it was a test, why make them sit so close to each other? Ibiki explained the rules of the exam even further, talking about the point reductions and furthermore the team reductions made if someone happened to cheat or attempt to do so. The chunin surrounding them were there just to monitor each student, and to call them out if they were cheating. And then the final point. If anyone was to lose 10 points, the entire team would be disqualified. Naruto laughed hysterically in his head. Of course, we will all be disqualified. He could tell Sakura and Sasuke were thinking similar thoughts if the stunned looks on their faces were any indication. He continued to brood as the papers were passed out. They had an hour to solve only 10 questions, which wasn't a good sign at all. Every student knows that it's the tests with fewer questions to be more worried about, as they had the most effect on your grades overall. Naruto went through the questions one by one. Maybe at least one of them would be easy, right? Question 1. Assume a kunai was thrown at an enemy shinobi perched on a tree at a distance of 20 meters away. The angle between the kunai with respect to the ground was 20 degrees. If the shinobi has the standard speed of a chunin, at what angle and velocity should a second kunai be thrown to hit the enemy? You may assume some circumstances for yourself as long as they are realistic. Naruto felt his eyes bulging out of their sockets. What kind of question even was that? Was that even possible to solve? What even was the use of being able to solve such a problem on the battlefield? Could someone casually calculate it all in the blink of an eye in the middle of a fight? Shaking his head, Naruto went to the next questions. They were all the same. He tried not to bang his head on the table in frustration. No. I have to think through this. These are questions I don't think even Sakura could solve confidently. If she can't, then most of the people in the room can't either. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Why does cheating only cost 2 marks? Shouldn't it result in disqualification? And why are the seats so close together? It's almost like they made it easier to cheat. Wait. They want us to cheat without being caught. The ability to do things secretly is a staple of all shinobi. But then came the next problem. Sasuke had the Sharingan, both Hinata and Neji had their Byakugan, and the others had special abilities of their own. He did not have any special abilities that could help him cheat without having one of the proctors realize it immediately. As he thought about that, genin teams were being eliminated one by one. Hinata seemed to understand his predicament. Looking ahead, she slightly tipped her paper so that it was visible for Naruto to see some of the answers. Apparently, Hinata was smarter than she let on, as she already had 4 or 5 of the questions filled out. The temptation was there, and it was begging him to look. An invisible force was pulling his head towards the paper even as he tried to look away. Naruto-kun, copy these answers, Hinata whispered as softly as possible, which wasn't very different from her regular voice. Okay, maybe it was, but to the blonde, it felt like such. With the number of people leaving already, there's no point in attempting the risk. I wouldn't be surprised if Hinata and I have already lost some points by now. No, I need to refuse. I have to wait for the last question. He shook his head slightly, before looking back at the paper. She must have gotten the message by the way she shuffled her paper back to a normal position. 40 minutes passed, each second a tantalizing wait for the final question. The 10th question will now be announced. The final rule for the 10th question was even more horrifying to hear. Naruto sweated as he felt the pressure build. Should he accept or reject the question now? Considering he did not write a single answer, it was only expected for him to leave. That left only one crazy option. Naruto raised his hand. Before you say the final question, I need to go to the restroom, please. He could feel the judging stares of all the genin on his back. Kankuro had done the same thing several minutes before. Proctor, take this boy to the restrooms, Ibiki said disdainfully. Naruto was placed in cuffs and dragged along with ropes. The cuffs were probably in place to prevent him from doing any jutsus, which was an appropriate enough handicap. The blonde made his way into the restroom and to one of the stalls. They were not very well maintained nor clean, but it would do for now. He didn't come there for such a purpose, after all. Make it quick, brat. You've wasted enough as it is. The proctor barked from the corner of the restroom. He was attempting a wild risk, but it was certainly better than the expulsion of him and both his teammates. And for it to work, he would have to be willing to do something dirty. Naruto took a deep breath. Observe. The chunin that brought him out was incredibly weak. Naruto was surprised at just how weak Yuta was. It brought up the question of what the chunin in exams exactly tested if someone of a mere level 13 was able to become chunin. Naruto knew he was not that high-leveled either, but his level was completely skewed by the number of abilities the system had given him was not taken into consideration. His real level would be at the very least 5 or 4 higher. The genin was also very lucky for Yuta to be considered the textbook genius. He zipped up his pants. The cuffs would prevent jutsus, alright. But Naruto's abilities never needed his hands, did they? Summoned Shadow Zabuza. Shadows arose from behind the Chunin, who stood motionless as the atrocity behind him continued to grow. Wispy darkness materialized into human form, and the dark form of Kubikurabocho made its place on the proctor's neck. Yuta froze as he felt the familiar feeling of steel pressed against his neck. Naruto glared at the Chunin menacingly as Yuta dropped the leash to the cuffs in shock. What are, shout, move, or try anything and I'll kill you right here and now, Naruto interrupted coldly. You can't. You and your team will be disqualified, Yuta whispered in fright. Naruto chuckled slowly. It was an incredibly odd sound to hear from the small boy, which made it all the more terrifying. That was the effect he was going for, after all. Naruto took a step closer to the sweating man. The deal is simple. Tell me all the answers to the exam, or else you die. You won't hurt madame. Do you not know who I am? Naruto asked, grinning evilly. I'm the container of the Kyuubi. Even now, it's begging me to kill you, tear you apart, and feed on your flesh. Should I answer it Yuta Hanami? Yuta gasped at the mention of his name. Please, I can't willingly let you cheat. They'll kick me out. How is this willingly? I'm forcing you to tell me, Yuta-san, it's practically cheating just like the others. This jutsu of mine, it's not an illusion, it's a curse. Mention that I cheated during the test, and that sword will come down. I don't care whether I do it in the middle of the classroom, and neither does the Nine Tails. Now, will you reveal the answers or not? Naruto focused all of his intent on Yuta, willing him to answer. Ding! New skill achieved, Bloodlust LVL 1. Yuta nodded hesitatingly. Naro smirked. That wasn't so hard, was it? Now, the second question was especially hard. All have you passed the exam? Naruto tried not to yell in frustration as the real intent behind the mission was revealed by Ibiki. According to the rules, he didn't even have to write anything and he still would have passed. Regardless, he had passed the test. Naruto walked out of the classroom, sending a thumbs up to Yuta, who refused to acknowledge his existence. Well, I couldn't really expect anything else. Phew, acting like a psychopathic murderer really takes a toll on me. The first exam was over. And he had passed with flying colors and threats. Ibiki began another long speech to inspire the students, but was interrupted as a ball of purple flew through the glass window and into the class. Fragments of glass erupted onto the floor before the purple figure slowly unveiled. Herself? I'm Anko Mitarashi, the chief exam officer for the second examination of the Chunin exams. This is going to be annoying. Naruto wasn't sure what to think when the purple-haired woman came out of nowhere, but he was certainly surprised. After introducing herself quite terribly, Anko led all of the genins to Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. It looked like a dreadful place, with tall, irregular trees that looked like the perfect hiding spots for all sorts of creatures, or other genin, Naruto noted with a grimace. Someone could die in that forest, and no one would even notice. The Forest of Death has a reason for its infamous moniker. The first exam was a boring, lame old written test, am I right? Don't worry, there's gonna be a lot more action this time around, Anko said excitedly. Naruto was definitely more worried now. His thoughts wavered to Gaara, who he definitely couldn't fight evenly with his current abilities. A psychopathic Jinchuriki wreaking havoc in a place like the Forest of Death, where he was practically allowed to kill other genin, was surely not going to end well. Either way, Naruto would try his best to avoid conflict with the Jinchuriki for as long as possible, until he got much stronger. Then came the real decision to make. Choose between the two skills shown, Enhanced Eyesight LVL1, Iron Skin LVL1. Naruto had been waiting for something like this to pop up ever since he found out the system gave him separate advantages other than manually increasing his stats. Enhanced Eyesight? Iron Skin? I mean, I can guess what they mean from the names themselves. Enhanced Eyesight probably referred to a better range of eyesight, which seemed useful in a sense. Iron Skin most likely made him much more durable for a brief amount of time. Both of them clearly used his MP, considering they weren't really anything related to chakra if he was getting the skill immediately. Looking at his options, Naruto was definitely leaning towards Iron Skin, considering his own fighting style was mostly fist-to-fist based. Even in terms of the team he was in, Enhanced Eyesight had no use when his own teammate had a Sharingan of all things. Even though that was true, Naruto definitely needed more information before he could viably choose an option. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1 Info. While skill is activated, the user has a greater understanding of the environment. The range of the user's eyesight is drastically improved as well as the overall perception of moving targets. Okay, so based on what Sasuke has told me about the Sharingan, it's practically a much weaker version of his Kekai Genkai. Naruto thought to himself, weighing the words that were shown on the screen. Iron Skin LVL1. Info. While skill is activated, the user's skin attains attributes of iron, making it much more durable and resistant to all sorts of attacks. Naruto was practically salivating at the idea of having both these abilities at once, and quickly closed his mouth as he saw other genin looking at him weirdly. While having both was a nice thing to think about, the system had only given him one option. And looking at his options, Naruto had a clear answer. Choose Iron Skin. Ding! New skill achieved, Iron Skin LVL1. Usage takes 10 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Iron Skin was the skill that seemed to match his current abilities and skill set the most. Having something like Iron Skill would be incredibly useful while fighting people like Zenki, who is durable without the use of any skills. He glanced around himself. With the monsters surrounding him, Iron Skin would be extremely useful in the near future. Enko had finished her intimation speech and was starting the instructions for the next exam before she was interrupted by someone else. Alright. Can you just start the next exam already? Naruto, and the rest of the crowd, swerved their necks at great speeds at the girl who said that out loud. With short, green hair, and a tanned complexion, the genin in question looked very exotic. Enko laughed loudly. Then threw a kunai at Dazzling, so fast that Naruto could barely even keep up. The girl caught the kunai with her bare hand, before rolling her eyes in disbelief. Enko looked slightly impressed but schooled down her features right after. The proctor for the second exam crossed her arms. Kids these days, so impatient. Do you think I want to explain this much to y'all? Of course not. But someone has to lay down the ground rules, and that unfortunately has to be me. So, on to the rules of the second exam. Then came an explanation of the second stage of the Chunin exams, which only told Naruto that the exams seemed to want conflicts for whatever reason. The goal of the mission was to enter the center of the forest with both the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll, which sounded easy enough on its own. However, each team only had a single scroll. That meant only half of the teams would end up qualifying for the third stage of the exams, and to qualify, you had to be aggressive. There really was no best game plan, except to avoid being seen first. Enko raised a pile of papers. You'll have to sign this waiver, just for some assurances. The group of genin slowly moved towards the proctor, who put the sheets onto a table in front of them. Hey Blondie, move aside. Kuratsuchi made her way past Naruto as she went for the flyers. Naruto was slightly bummed that he was now the same height as the girl when he was around a foot taller in his Ruji form. For a second, he thought she would recognize him for whatever reason, but he pushed the stray thought away. It probably wouldn't do well for her to realize he was Ruji anyways, seeing how he had practically robbed of her mission entirely by himself. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 signed their papers with a spare pen that Sakura had. It seemed that not everyone had a pen, however, as others began to ask Naruto for the pen as well. The green-haired girl was the first person to ask. Oh, can I borrow a pen? Naruto looked into her strange, bright orange eyes and handed it over. Sure. Curious, he cast an observe at the genin who was able to catch the kunai that Enko had thrown so easily. Observe. Observing. Observation failed. No. Target's level is too high. Not again. Would player like a partial observation? Naruto just stood, shell-shocked at the turn of events. When he had cast the observe, he had assumed that the girl, Fu, would be a rather strong genin, somewhat similar to Rock Lee if not less. Who would have thought that she was a Jinchuriki just like him and Gaara? There was not one, not two, but 3 Jinchuriki in the Chunin exams. Counting Kuratsuchi in the pile, there were more than a few monsters in the exams. It would be tough winning it all. And thus, only one solution came to mind. If they were all monsters, Naruto just needed to become a bigger one. Naruto handed over the Heaven Scroll to Sasuke, who he trusted a lot more with items of such high importance. So, do we even have a game plan? Naruto asked the rest of his teammates. Yes. Our main goal is to enter the center with both of the scrolls, correct? Meaning right now, we need the Earth Scroll. Therefore, we need to scout our enemies beforehand and find out who has the Earth and Heaven Scroll each. There would be no point in fighting a group with a Heaven Scroll, after all, Sasuke said, putting a hand on his chin. Naruto, we're going to take full advantage of your clones. Naruto nodded. It was a good start, sure, but depended entirely on the strength of their opponents to actually work. If the opponent groups that had the Heaven Scroll happened to have someone like Gaara, who most likely was already killing people to the fullest by now, the plan would completely backfire. We can't have them recognize Naruto either, Sakura mentioned with a thoughtful glance towards the blonde. The clones can henge themselves as something else while they scout, and come back to me for reporting, Naruto supplied. Putting his hands together, he summoned 12 shadow clones exactly, sending them each in different directions. The clones hinged themselves as some random civilian kids Naruto had remembered seeing, to prevent anyone from targeting a blonde brat who was in the forest with them. Naruto looked at the sun, tilting his head up. Alright, I think it's time we. Ding! Warning, bloodlust detected. Naruto paused. What happened, Naruto? Sakura asked anxiously. Sasuke looked alerted as well. Naruto didn't have any time to notice that his eyes were already red. Wind erupted with a shriek from the treetops above as Naruto yelled "Move!" for the entire world to hear. The cyclone of wind scratched and tore at his clothes, but fortunately was mostly avoided by his early understanding of the situation. Once the jutsu was finished, Naruto scanned his surroundings. Is everyone okay? Both Sakura and Sasuke shouted affirmatively, despite the wrecked trees and earth around. On top of one tree stood a masked genin, his spiky blonde hair and pale green coat easily visible in the scattered tree line. Based on his overall appearance, and of course, the headband he wore, it was clear the guy was from AnimeGakure. He then went into a steady crouch, aiming his stance straight towards an unsuspecting Sakura. Sakura, move! Naruto ushered immediately, running towards his pink-haired teammate. I didn't think we would get attacked so quickly. Naruto thought incredulously. I need to end this off quickly. Sasuke seemed to be thinking the same thing, for he attempted to butt in as well. Sakura quickly sidestepped the attempt on her life, her reflexes much faster from the hell of training she was put through by Kakashi. I might not be as strong as Naruto or Sasuke right now, but I can hold my own as well. Naruto dashed towards their enemy with great speed. He deflected the shuriken thrown at him with his kunai, before lunging for the attack. In a taijutsu battle, there were many who could beat Naruto. But there were also many who couldn't. Before the AnimeGakure genin could even respond properly, Naruto feinted a hook kick to the face, before using his other leg to latch onto the genin's heel and bring him down to the ground instantly. It was an efficient if not a cheap move to make, but that was what ninja did. Naruto brought his kunai and stabbed it into the knee of the opposing genin who erupted into water. Damn it! Naruto yelled in frustration. To further the annoyance, his pants were completely wet. Sakura looked equally pissed but managed to quell it down. Well, we couldn't be the only ones who decided to use clones. Well, it's good that they weren't shadow clones, at the very least. Naruto thought, trying to be optimistic about the whole thing. Let's not dwell on this too much. We need to move as quickly as possible. It's possible our location has been revealed from all the ruckus, and we definitely don't want any more attention on us. We can find a place to set up a tent as well, Sasuke said, attempting to reel the group back into action. Naruto, did the clones reveal anything? Not yet, apparently. That was neither a bad sign nor a good sign. It meant that there weren't many opponents nearby, which meant that there was less of a chance of them finding an enemy to beat and gain an Earth Scroll. Team 7 walked for another 20 or so minutes, trying to cover as much distance as quietly as possible. His clones had yet to disappear, which was starting to become very, very unusual. You would have thought that a dozen clones he had sent would have found anyone by now. The walk was uneventful, except for the few large creatures that showed up from time to time, but was easily scared by a few fire jutsus that Sasuke threw at them. And then it began. Ding! Warning, extreme bloodlust detected. Naruto's blood froze. Guys, there's... An explosion rang through the forest, launching Naruto and every nearby obstacle with absolute force, bringing trees out of the soil and breaking boulders into pebbles with a single shockwave. He felt his body fly like a ragdoll into the air, before falling onto the grassy forest floor painfully. He rolled and tumbled with the resulting momentum, before finally stopping at a tree that gave a helping hand and stopped his movement. Naruto stood up with a dizzied look at his surroundings. He needed to get back to the others. Whatever was facing them at that time was far different from anything they had ever faced. The sheer bloodlust radiating from that person was something Naruto had never experienced in his life. SSSS. His eyes widened. In front of him was a huge snake the width of a train, but not as long. Its green, scaly skin and reptilian eyes were a terrifying sight to behold. Naruto gulped as he faced the reptile. It lunged with another spine-trembling hiss, missing its target scarcely as Naruto jumped into the air and landed on the snake's back. The blonde tried to dig his kunai into the snake's skin for some kind of leverage, only to find that it was almost impenetrable to get through, and his attack barely left a scratch on the animal. He dodged another strike from the back, the snake's tail not willing to leave itself so vulnerable like that. The blonde eventually had to leave the snake's body entirely. Any attempt to try and balance on the creature's slippery, scaly skin was to no avail. With every second that time passed by, his teammates were in more and more danger. He needed to find a way to quickly get rid of the snake. And he had just the idea. Summon Shadow Zabuza. The person in question appeared in a swirl of darkness beside him, as stern as ever. Again? Naruto winced, knowing that would happen. I know I'm relying on you a lot, but I seriously need to get rid of this wretched animal. Plus, I don't really need you, just the sword. Sure, but make it quick. And you better not call me for another weak brat. Of course. Naruto lied through his teeth. There was no way he wasn't going to summon Zabuza again for an entire week. Zabuza tossed him the sword. Normally, this would have been a breach of tradition to do. But considering I'm already dead, I don't really care too much anymore. Awesome. Naruto caught the black Kubikuribocho with care, the large sword requiring 2 hands from Naruto to properly use. He grinned widely at the incoming snake. You shouldn't have done this, poor snake. It's time for execution. Naruto exclaimed loudly, clutching the sword and bending his knees. He pushed with all of his might, over the snake's fangs and near its head. With a heave, he brought the sword down onto the snake's head. The metal cleaved through the snake's skin like butter, beheading the reptile in a single stroke of metal. It was a gory sight. Red blood and snake vessels blew out from the disconnect in the snake's body, covering Naruto with blood as well. The genin brushed the blood away from his face with his hand, planting it into his hair. Listen, Naruto. Naruto immediately snapped to attention. Was that the first time Zabuza had called him by his real name? He normally just used brat or kid, which always managed to irk him for whatever reason. Zabuza looked very serious. The snake summon is a technique not known by many. To the rest of the world, only 2 people currently know it. But I believe, only one of those 2 would use it to kill genin. And if what I'm thinking is true, you and your teammates are in a whole heap of trouble. Who is it? Orochimaru of the Sannin. Sasuke grunted and panted in pain as he felt the blood from his thigh run down his leg. He had planted the kunai without a second thought, and was facing the consequences now. Fire style, art of the phoenix flower. The raven-haired boy yelled as he went through the hand signs at a record pace. Multiple balls of fire launched themselves at the pale snakeman, who twisted and turned through the jutsu, not allowing a single hair to be burnt by the bright orange fire. This guy. He's not like anything that I've ever met. It's obvious that I'm being toyed with. But why? What does he have to gain from keeping me alive? Sasuke thought with a frown. The fear and adrenaline in his body were the only things keeping him going at that point in time. Everything else was secondary. He was going to survive this, by any means necessary. He looked at Sakura beside him, who was clearly shivering in fright. Her eyes were devoid of all emotions. Except dread. I could use some help from Naruto right now. Sasuke launched backwards, throwing his ninja wire with abandon towards the man, who didn't even flinch at the attack. The wire surrounded the enemy, catching onto his body. Sasuke caught the end of the wire with his mouth and immediately held up a hand sign, making the thin, chakra-conductive wire erupt into a line of flames. Sakura's eyes widened with hope as the damage seemed to have been dealt. And it all did absolutely nothing. The man was back in full form, standing still on the branch, smirking evilly. What's someone like you doing in the Chunin exams? You're definitely not a genin, Sasuke murmured, trying to stall as much time as possible. The answer that the man gave him made Sasuke wish he hadn't asked the question in the first place. You, Sasuke-kun. I've come for you. Now, how about you reveal the ability you've been hiding? It would be a shame to let you die so easily, the man said sadistically, his voice low and condescending. Sasuke felt rage flow through his blood. But he couldn't do anything. The man in front of him was superior in every way possible, from catching Sasuke in that genjutsu from earlier with a mere glance, and being seeming indestructible from the way he tanked his jutsus. He closed his eyes. And the next time they opened, they were scarlet red with 2 tomos swirling around the pupil. The pale man chuckled. Wonderful! The real show can finally start. I have to try and surprise him with my offense. Trying to be defensive the entire time will only get me killed. I need to depend on my chances to get an open hit on this man. Sasuke sent a pulse of chakra to feet and bolted down the large branches of the tree he was on, finding that the snakeman was still. That would be his mistake. The Uchiha met him with a hook, which was blocked causally with a fist, before he went over the man with a jump, pulling his hand out of his grip. Now on the backside of his enemy, he attempted a sweep kick, which was gracefully leapt over. Sasuke backstepped to dodge a jab at his throat, before reaching into his pockets. He grabbed over a dozen shuriken and threw them at once at the opponent. At the same time, he put one of his hands into a seal, charging each of the projectiles with pure lightning. The man looked slightly startled, before he leaned back at an unnatural angle for any normal human, shinobi or not. Sasuke smirked. Naruto wasn't the only one who learned new jutsu during his training with Kakashi. Learning he was compatible with lightning was a surprise, but a welcome one, and something he was going to take great advantage of. He pulled on the strings connecting each of the shuriken, bringing them back for a second chance at redemption. The man disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke heard a round of applause from behind him. The ominous voice was recognizable. Good try, Sasuke-kun. I'm truly impressed by your versatility. It's a beauty to the eyes. But I'm afraid that this charade is over. Sasuke felt his vision darken as he felt a jab to his neck from behind. Itachi. Orochimaru smiled widely as he eyed the unconscious body of the Uchiha in front of him. Useful indeed, his body will be. All he had to do was administer the mark, and everything will be set to stone. The beloved Sharingan would finally be his. But who was this girl that stood in front of him, trembling with a kunai in her hand? Who cared? Orochimaru swatted aside the kunai before slapping the girl into the overgrowth at the foot of the trees. His plans weren't affected whether she was alive or dead, after all. She was a mere nuisance, someone that didn't need to be dealt with, and someone he would rather not kill just for the sake of time. An ant in a room filled with giants. But Sasuke, on the other hand. Orochimaru chuckled. His plans were going so tremendously well. Hey, snake freak. Another nuisance. Orochimaru didn't give him a glance. Instead, he summoned one of his snakes and directed it towards the boy. Surely, that would be enough for the kill. I said, hey? You're really starting to piss me off, Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin finally glanced at the boy. Torn orange clothes, and yellow hair covered with blonde. Not a trendy look. But most surprisingly was the large, pure black sword that he carried over his back. Orochimaru grinned.
More videos coming soon.